A high-voltage sign flashes before our eyes, accompanied by a desperate scream. No, a man in a dark hood clutches a bundle of sparking wires, his mind racing with a single terrifying thought. If I get caught, two men grab hold of him, their faces grim. He struggles against their grip, thinking, I can't let them catch me. As his pursuers close in, his desperation peaks. If they catch me, it's all over. Cornered and out of options, he makes a decision, bringing the live ends of the wires closer together. Electricity crackles violently between his hands. A massive surge of energy erupts like a bolt of lightning. In his mind, he makes a final, defiant choice. I'd rather. The electric shock incinerates him and his attackers, revealing their skeletons in a brilliant, deadly flash. His last thought screams out, die than be caught. But it's not the end. The scene shifts to a dark, veiny heart glowing with an ominous red light. A voice echoes, it doesn't matter. Inside my body, I have the heart of resurrection. The man, Kim Jae-oh, now stands as a smoldering skeleton, his flesh burnt away but his glowing heart still beating. He thinks to himself, I will not die. The story begins, Resurrection Boy. Episode 1, The Heart of Resurrection. A narrator explains the premise of this world. There are special hearts in this world, a mutation that occurs in a tiny fraction of the population. Depending on the mutated heart, these individuals can manifest transcendent abilities. People called them heart mutants. The scene shifts to a filthy alley where a figure is digging through trash. And people envied that power. They call it a blessing from God. The figure scoffs at the thought. A blessing? Don't make me laugh. It's Kim Jae-oh, his body skeletal and his face half gone, now rummaging through garbage. He thinks bitterly, this heart is the reason I'm in this mess. His overriding thought is survival. Right now, I just need to find something to eat. I'm so hungry I think I'm going crazy. Suddenly his eyes lock onto a piece of discarded bread amidst the filth. He can hardly believe it. This bread was just thrown out. He takes a ravenous bite, overjoyed that it doesn't even smell bad. As Kim Jae-oh sits in the alley, a stray dog approaches him, wagging its tail. He looks over his shoulder, confused. Huh. Seeing the dog, he extends his skeletal hand, offering the bread he just found. What is it? Are you hungry too? Want some? The dog gently licks the food from his hand. Despite his own hunger, Kim Jae-oh feels a moment of connection, saying, good boy. Suddenly, he's surrounded by other stray animals. He hears unfamiliar voices nearby muttering, wait this way. And where are you running to? He thinks to himself, voices. Alarmed, Kim Jae-oh peeks around a corner, his mind jumping to a terrifying conclusion. Is it the people sent by the lab? But it's not the lab. Instead, he sees a group of thugs cornering a high school girl. The one with blonde hair smirks. Come on, let's have some fun. Don't be so difficult. Realizing the situation, Kim Jae-oh lets out a sigh of relief, though he's still troubled. No, just some neighborhood thugs. The girl, Song Hae-jae, pleads with them. I'm a high school student. But the thugs are relentless. One taunts her, if you're in high school, you know how things work, tilde, while another grumbles, she's playing hard to get. This is getting annoying. Kim Jae-oh then notices the bag she's clutching. It's full of dog food. A thought dawns on him. Is that dog food? Did she come here to feed the dogs? He decides to step in. A figure emerges from the shadows and a quiet voice says, excuse me. Kim Jae-oh appears before them, his face hidden by his hood. He asks, why don't you stop? The thugs are annoyed by the interruption. Who the hell is this? Some kind of hobo. Suddenly he grabs the blonde thug, revealing his terrifying skeletal face. I'm not a hobo, he says calmly, as the thug lets out a choked gasp. The thug stumbles back, screaming in pure horror at the sight of the living skeleton. You ag. Another thug swings a heavy pipe, aiming to strike Kim Jae-oh down. But what looked like a pipe was actually Kim Jae-oh's own arm, which had detached from his body. He now wields it like a club, his expression grim. Stop making a scene and get lost. The thugs scatter in terror, screaming, it's a ghost. The girl, Song Hae-jae, also screams, caught between shock and fear. After the thugs flee, Song Hae-jae sits on the ground, shaken but safe. She looks up at her strange savior and stammers, you thank you. Kim Jae-oh swung his gaze toward her. His jaw unhinged in a silent screech as he thrust his skeletal arm out, looking as if he was about to pounce on her. Her brief moment of gratitude vanishes, replaced by sheer terror as the skeletal figure reaches for her. Song Hae-jae scrambles backward, screaming, Kaya-egg! Stay back, stay back. Her terrified scream choked back when she saw the skeleton ignore her entirely. He scrambled toward the dog food on the ground, devouring it ravenously like he hadn't eaten in decades. But Song Hae-jae stops and looks back, a bead of sweat on her face as she processes the bizarre encounter. Her eyes fall upon the bag he dropped. She thinks to herself, that's The dog food. Caught red-handed eating the dog food, Kim Jae-oh apologizes profusely. Ah, I'm sorry, I scared you, didn't I? Do you mind if I eat some of this? Song Hae-jae is completely stunned, her face a mask of shock and disbelief. The fact that the living skeleton can talk is the final straw. She screams, "It can talk, aog," and flees the alley in terror. Watching her run away, Kumja is filled with a familiar sense of resignation. I knew it. She ran away. He turns back to the spilled kibble, trying to brush it off. It's fine. At least now I can eat this dog food in peace. However, Song Hae-jae hasn't gone far. She peeks around a corner, heart pounding. WH, what was that? She watches as the stray dogs gather around him without any fear, and her terror begins to turn into questions. Was that a living person? No, is it even possible to be alive in that state? Wait, her mind flashes to the stories she's heard, and a stunning possibility emerges. Could he be a heart mutant? Realization and guilt wash over her. I heard heart mutants have all sorts of abilities, and he's the person who saved me. I was so rude to him. Taking a deep breath, she walks back into the alley. Kumjoa looks up from the ground, shocked to see her return. She holds out a sandwich, her voice gentle. Excuse me, if you're hungry, would you like this? It's a sandwich from Subway. Kim Jae-oh is speechless, staring at the offering as if it's a mirage. He can barely get the words out, for me. She smiles, yes, haha, I'm sorry for running away just because of how you look. As he takes the sandwich, he stammers, no, I don't mind at all, Touch, thank you so much. He clutches the sandwich, his mind reeling from this simple act of kindness. This is the first time someone's given food while I look like this. He thinks, Subway, I've seen the wrappers in the trash a few times. Then he takes a massive bite and his world stops. An explosion of flavor hits him, so intense it brings a blush to his skeletal face. This is heavenly, to think food like this exists. The flavor is overwhelming. The taste is a revelation, a symphony of flavors he's only ever dreamed of. The vegetables, the bread, the meat, it's all so fresh. I could die happy after tasting this. He gazes at Song Hae-jae as she kindly pets the dogs, ethereal white feathers seeming to drift around her. In that moment, a single, powerful thought cuts through his decade of despair. This girl is an angel. Song Hae-jae struggles to find the right words. Mr. Skeleton, Mr. Bone Man, what should I call you? He shyly covers his mouth, his voice just a whisper as he reclaims his name. Jae-oh, Kim, Jae-oh. She breaks into a wide, cheerful smile, her fear completely gone. Nice to meet you, Mr. Jae-oh. I'm Song Hae-jae. As they sit amongst the stray dogs, she asks him a serious question. But why are you out here like this? He answers bluntly. I'm hiding because the people from the lab are chasing me. Hae-jae is taken aback by his confession. What? A lab? You're being chased. He confirms her fears. Yes, there's a research lab that captures heart mutants like me. They're trying to take me back there. Her face fills with concern and horror. I've heard of places like that. Is it really true? What did the lab do to you? The question makes Kim Jae-oh pause, a dark look in his eyes as he recalls his past. Well, a horrifying memory surfaces, him chained and bloodied. I was subjected to experiments and torture for 10 years. I've been fed poison to test new drugs, and had my organs harvested to check for transplant compatibility. Hae-jae is horrified, tears welling in her eyes. For 10 years, you were tortured. He explains why he survived the endless torment. Yes, because I have the heart of resurrection. An image shows his mutilated body regenerating around his glowing red heart. It's an ability that regenerates my body no matter what is done to it. He hides his face in shame, pulling his tattered hood over his head. That's why I ended up looking this hideous. Hae-jae's eyes narrow, not with pity or disgust, but with a sudden fierce determination. Jae braces himself for rejection, still hiding his face. Instead of leaving, she stands up decisively. For now, please come with me. She grabs his hand and pulls him to his feet, starting to run. Where? He asks, startled. She calls back, it'll only take a second. As she pulls him along, his mind is reeling, fixated on the simple contact. My hand, my hand. The thought continues, filled with disbelief and wonder. Even though I look like this, a girl is holding my hand. He blushes furiously, a feeling of panic and excitement washing over him as she pulls him along. If you grab it so suddenly, it'll pop right off. Just as he feared, his arm detaches at the shoulder, leaving Song Hae-jae to stare in horror at the dismembered limb she's still holding. Song Hae-jae lets out a piercing scream, holding up the detached arm in sheer terror. She panics, shaking the arm at him. Oh no, what do I do? Why, your hand? He casually reassures her, "It's okay, it falls off sometimes." He takes the arm back, explaining, "If I line it up right, it'll reattach." Haijai breathes a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. He then looks around, confused. "But where were we going?" She can only mutter, "Oh, well." A short while later, Kim Jae-oh stands transformed in a new tracksuit, utterly bewildered by the sudden change. Haijai proudly presents shopping bags. "Your clothes are so worn out, I thought you'd stand out too much. If you wear a wig and dress normally, people won't stare as much." She smiles, adding, "They're cheap clothes, so they're not great, but they should be fine for a while." Overcome with gratitude, he stammers, "Enno, they're wonderful." He savors the feeling of the new clothes against his bones. "This snug feeling, as if I have skin again. This warmth, as if every single hair is real." In his heart, a joyous shout erupts. These are the best clothes ever. But Haijai isn't finished with his makeover. "Wait, we're not done yet." He looks on, puzzled. "Oh." She points to his face. "Your face is still visible. Since you don't have ears to hold a mask, I'll cover it with makeup." With a flourish, she reveals her handiwork. A wig, glasses, and some very questionable makeup now adorn his skull. Ta-da! She hides her face in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, it's my first time doing makeup on a skull. It didn't turn out very well," but he's ecstatic. "I don't mind, I love the clothes and the makeup." Relieved, she adds, "Still, now those dangerous people won't recognize you." He notices her sudden silence as she covers her face and looks at her with a questioning. She glances at her phone and gasps in panic. "Oh, is it that time already? I'm in trouble, I have to get to my academy." As dusk settles, she waves goodbye and runs off. "It was nice meeting you, I have to go now." He can only manage a quiet, "Ah, yes." As she disappears down the street, she calls back one last instruction. "Take care of the puppies for me." He stands there in his new disguise, repeating her name as if to memorize it. "Her name is Song Haijai." Haijai runs toward her future, leaving a profound impact behind her. Surrounded by the happy, licking dogs, a new feeling sparks within him. "She asked me to take care of the puppies. Does that mean she's coming back tomorrow?" He reflects on his past, a stark contrast to his present hope. "In the lab, everyone treated me like a test subject, and everyone I met while running away fled at the sight of me." He looks at an image of Haijai in his mind, his heart full. "But she's the first person to treat me like a human being." Lying on the ground, he pets the first dog that approached him. "It's all thanks to you. If I had just left this place without seeing you, I wouldn't have met Haijai. Thank you, haha." As the dog licks his face, he asks, "What should I call you?" He decides on a name. "Gamja, how about Gamja?" The dog barks in approval. "Woof, you like it too, ha ha ha." He says the name fondly. "Gamja, that thing called Subway was really delicious." His thoughts drift back to his angel. "And Hudja bought me clothes and talked to me. She must be a real angel." For the first time in a decade, he feels a sense of optimism. "I'm looking forward to tomorrow. If I stay here, I'll be able to see her again, right?" He sits quietly with the dogs, but his brief moment of peace is interrupted by a sobering thought. The joyful look on his face vanishes, replaced by dawning horror. "What am I thinking?" The grim reality of his situation crashes down on him. "I'm being hunted. Will I put Haijai in danger too after she helped me?" He comes to a painful conclusion, looking at the dogs he has to leave behind. "I should leave here." Under the light of the full moon, a decision is made. He walks away from the only place he's felt kindness, determined to protect his new friend. "I need to go where I belong." His wandering takes him to a desolate area by the water, near a large drain pipe. Suddenly, his jacket is tugged from behind. Having walked until he collapsed, he lies unconscious amidst a pile of trash. He jolts awake with a scream, "Ugh, what was that?" He looks down and realizes he instinctively grabbed a mouse by the tail. "A mouse." He sits up as the mouse scurries away, completely disoriented. "Did I just collapse because I was walking aimlessly? I shouldn't just sleep anywhere." Now awake, the adrenaline fades, replaced by a familiar gnawing in his stomach. His stomach rumbles, a familiar ache returning. "I'm hungry." He pulls out a handful of kibble he saved, a small, sad comfort. "I'm glad I brought some of that dog food with me, haha." He tries to use the power of his imagination to make the meal bearable. "I'll just think about Subway while I eat. If I imagine it, maybe it'll taste similar." He shoves the food in his mouth, narrating his imaginary meal. "The green bits are lettuce, the yellow bits are bread, the brown bits are meat." To his own surprise, he thinks, "Oh, I think it actually does taste like Subway." Suddenly, he feels a presence and looks up, confused. Gamja pounces, stealing the food right out of his hand. He cries out in dismay, "Whoa, my Subway." He scolds the dog, "Gamja, you can't eat that." Then he freezes, the situation sinking in. "Huh." He stares at the dog, a flicker of disbelief on his face. Wait, Gamja. His mind races. How did you get here? Don't tell me. A wild, impossible hope begins to dawn. If Gamja is here, a familiar voice calls his name. Mr. Jai-O. He thinks to himself, for once I was glad my face was just a bare skull. It's Song Haijai, looking both angry and hurt. How could you leave without saying goodbye? She stands before him, the whole pack of stray dogs in tow. I almost couldn't find you. And his inner monologue finishes, revealing the truth of his feelings. Because if I had skin, she would have seen just how happy I was. Resurrection Boy Episode 2, The Heart Variant. In a splash of blood and viscera, Kim Jai-O stands, holding a heart in his hand. A voice calls out, I've been looking for you all day. Below, a pack of stray dogs feasts on food left out for them. The voice continues, the dogs remembered your scent, so we finally found you. It's Song Haijai. She's found Kim Jai-O huddled amongst the junk. I really spent a long time wandering around looking for you, she scolds while patting one of the dogs. Jai-O apologizes meekly, but she continues, besides, I told you it's dangerous to wander around in that state. Looking down, Jai-O explains why he left. He thought if he stayed with her, he might eventually become a burden. Haijai's expression softens into a gentle smile. Still, I'm so glad I found you, she says with genuine relief. She gestures to one of the dogs who eagerly licks Jai-O's face. Look, even this little one was worried about you. Jai-O looks surprised, stammering out the dog's name, Gamja. With a flourish, Haijai presents a spread of convenience store food and drinks, announcing, let's eat first. She pulls even more snacks from her backpack, telling him, you only had one sub-sandwich yesterday and haven't eaten properly. I bought a few things from the convenience store. Haijai prepares a strange concoction, pouring milk over a tray of cookies and encouraging him to try this. Jai-O is taken aback. Hiek, what is this? Cookies and milk. Haijai just laughs, assuring him, it's delicious when you eat it like this. Haha. Jai-O stares at the glistening tray, his thoughts racing. What is this? The food I ate yesterday was incredibly delicious, but, hesitantly, he takes a spoonful, wondering what this bizarre creation could possibly taste like. The moment the food hits his tongue, tears stream from his eyes. He cries out, this is a taste that brings tears to my eyes. It's delicious. Jai-O is ecstatic, shouting, it feels like my brain is melting. Haijai, you should try some quickly. Haijai covers her mouth, laughing at his reaction. Ha, your expression is too funny. I'm fine, so try the cola too. Ha. As he enjoys his meal, a sudden jolt runs through his arm. He stares in shock at his severed limb where bone is visibly growing back. My bone has regenerated. Haijai leans in, her eyes wide with disbelief. Really? Let me see, she exclaims, reaching for his arm. She falls silent, staring intently as she gently touches the small, newly formed piece of bone protruding from his stump. Still examining the tiny bit of growth, she asks, but does it always regenerate bit by bit like this? Won't it take several days to fully recover? Jai-O quickly replies, no. Jai-O clarifies, it usually takes several years to fully recover. Haijai can't believe her ears. What? Several years? She shouts in astonishment. But then Jai-O adds a crucial detail. That's if I use the method of eating food. Haijai immediately picks up on the implication, asking, the method of eating food? Then what about other methods? As his mutant heart pulses, Jai-O thinks to himself, I could just absorb a large amount of blood. But I don't need to mention that, since it would probably scare her. He deflects her question, saying, it's a method only possible at the laboratory. For now, eating well is enough. Haijai asks, so did the laboratory help you recover back then? A dark look crosses Jai-O's face as he thinks, right, because they needed to experiment on me as they pleased. He slumps over, his thoughts continuing. That's why they're still chasing me so relentlessly, no matter where I hide. A bead of sweat runs down Haijai's face as she puts the pieces together. Don't tell me. The reason you left without a word was. Jai-O confirms her fears. Yes, if you get involved with me, you'll be in danger too, Haijai, so you don't need to be nice to me anymore. Startled, Jai-O watches as Haijai suddenly jumps to her feet, declaring, let's go to the police station right now. Jai-O looks away, recounting his past experience. Even if I go to the police station, I was treated like a monster and almost got shot. Haijai tries to reassure him, shouting, don't worry about that. Actually, my older sister is a police officer. Then she reveals a shocking secret, her voice booming with significance. And just like you, she is a heart variant. Jai-O is completely stunned. Your sister is a heart variant? He asks in disbelief. Haijai gives a firm, confident yes. He stares at her, speechless. Even Gamja looks on with a curious expression as Haijai starts to say, still. With a bright, pleading smile, she begs him, trust me just this once. My sister is really kind. Jai-O remains silent. his wide, mismatched eyes showing a storm of conflicting emotions. Later, Haijai walks away, surrounded by the pack of stray dogs. A disembodied voice says, "I'll be home early, have fun." Now disguised in a jacket and a wig that hides his features, Jayo stands beside Haijai as she pets the dogs. She tells them, "You'll hear from the shelter soon. You have to be good, okay?" Gamja sits patiently, tongue out and drooling, letting out a happy little bark. Jayo crouches down, gently patting the dog's head. "I'm receiving help from you again," he says softly. "Thank you, Gamja." With newfound resolve, Jayo makes a promise. "This time I won't run away like a coward." He glances at the dog, a small smile forming. "And I'll come back to see you again, Gamja, haha." As they walk away, Haijai waves back at the dogs who are eagerly watching from behind a fence. A thought crosses Jayo's mind. It's the first time. He pulls his hood down, a wave of emotion washing over him. After 3 years of running and being chased, I finally have someone who reached out to me first. As Haijai smiles, he thinks, "This feeling is strange, to think there is someone who would help me." For the first time, a glimmer of hope appears. Can I live without running away now? But just as the thought crosses his mind, a black van careens towards him at high speed. Jayo turns towards the sound, his brief moment of peace about to be shattered. Haijai can only watch in horror, her eyes wide with terror. The van slams into Jayo, sending him flying into the air. His wig and glasses are knocked off, exposing his skeletal face once more. He hits the pavement with a sickening thud, his body unmoving. A thug grabs Haijai from behind, muffling her screams. "Mr. Jayo, MMPH, the man yells to his cronies. "Catch that bastard quickly before people show up." A group of thugs, armed with baseball bats, rushes out from their vehicles towards Jayo's fallen body. 2 of the men grab the dazed Jayo, lifting him off the ground. A lighter sparks to life, illuminating a cigarette. The boss of the thugs steps forward, a cruel smirk on his face. "Finally found you," he sneers. "You skeleton bastard." As his men hold Joa captive, the boss gives a chilling order. "Take him, while paying him back for everything he's done." The thug's convoy speeds away, leaving the scene behind. A horrifying scream echoes as the van's side mirror reflects the sickening sight of Jayo being dragged down the road. With a rope tied around his neck, Jayo is brutally dragged along the asphalt, his body scraping against the ground as he lets out a guttural scream of agony. He grits his teeth, his face a mask of pain and fury as the pavement grinds away at his body. "Damn it," he growls. "Damn it." In a desperate act, he thinks, "I have to stop them." He digs his fingers into the road, trying to slow the van, but the asphalt only shreds his hands as he screams. His mind is filled with overwhelming guilt and self-blame. Because of me. Because of me. The worst part of his nightmare is the reality of Haijai's fate. He thinks in horror, even Haijai has been dragged away. As she struggles against her captors in the back of the van, his fingers dig into the asphalt, shredding under the immense force as he is dragged relentlessly forward. With a final groan of protest, the rope snaps under the tension, sending Jayo tumbling across the road. Lying broken on the ground, he despairs. "With this trash ability, I can't do anything." His voice is a whisper of pure desperation. "Someone, please." And then help arrives from an unexpected place. The pack of stray dogs leaps over the guardrail, racing towards the speeding van. Jayo watches in stunned silence as the dogs swarm the road, grabbing the broken rope in their teeth. "You guys." Working as a team, the loyal dogs pull with all their might, trying to free their friend. The rope frays and finally snaps completely under their combined strength. The van screeches to a sudden, violent halt. With the van stopped, the pack of dogs surrounds Jayo's battered body, standing guard. They bark and growl furiously at the van, a protective barrier of fur and teeth around their friend. One of the thugs in the van looks back, cursing under his breath. "Son of a bitch." The car doors swing open and the thugs step out onto the road, their intentions clear. Surrounded by the growling dogs, the thugs sneer. "Have these mutts gone crazy? It's not even the peak of summer yet." But the dogs refuse to back down. A sickening crack echoes as one of the dogs is struck, letting out a painful yelp. Jayo can only watch in horror, whispering, "No." The thugs begin a brutal assault, swinging their bats wildly. "Why, you little dog?" one shouts as the sounds of their cruel work fill the air, followed by the whimpers of the innocent animals. Jayo's body trembles as he tries to force himself up from the pavement. He thinks, "Get up. The dogs are fighting in my place." He clenches his mangled fist, a desperate fire in his eye. I have to do something." He looks up in horror, his thoughts screaming, "The dogs are getting hurt," as he witnesses a thug land a vicious kick on a defenseless animal. As he drags his broken body forward, his eyes lock onto the pools of blood on the asphalt. A desperate idea forms in his mind. That's it. Blood. He reaches a hand toward a puddle of blood on the pavement. I'll absorb the blood spilled by those thugs. It's not a large amount, but my body will regenerate a little. With every ounce of his remaining strength, he drags his broken body across the asphalt. Move, please, just until I reach that blood. The sounds of the brutal beating continue in the background as he pushes forward, thinking, please, if my body can just recover a little bit. But he freezes. Lying before him in a pool of its own blood is the lifeless body of Gamja. A silent scream contorts his face as he stares in utter horror and disbelief. With its last breath, the loyal dog tries to lick his friend's face one more time before collapsing. Jilla can only whisper his name in shock. Gamja. He looks around to see the road littered with the bodies of the other dogs, their lives brutally cut short. He calls out to his fallen friends one by one, his voice trembling with grief. Kanga, Diakguya, Ilaka, Wangwanga. The thugs stand over the carnage, their blood-soaked bats resting on their shoulders, the massacre complete. The horrific sight triggers a memory of endless suffering. 10 years. His mind flashes back to the laboratory where he was held captive. For 10 years in the laboratory, I suffered. Every time I opened my eyes in the morning, it was a repetition of a torturous daily routine. He remembers the endless cycle of experiments. Injecting blood every day, removing organs, torturing. He was burned, frozen, and mutilated by scientists who watched with cold detachment. The same routine repeated day after day. No matter what they did, no matter how much he wished for death, it never came. I couldn't die even if I wanted to. He recalls his desperate bid for freedom. I planned an escape, and by a stroke of luck, I was able to escape the laboratory. Running through the woods, still a mangled wreck, he held onto a fragile hope. And I thought I would be happy once I was out. But the world outside the lab was just as cruel. Contrary to my expectations, he recalls the faces of terrified and hateful strangers. He recalls their faces, twisted in terror and disgust. The people outside despised me, and so, sitting alone in a world that rejected him, he came to believe a painful truth. Everyone thought of me as a monster. But, back in the present, lying amidst the bodies of his fallen friends, Jilla's heart begins to pound in his chest. It glows with a brilliant, pulsating red light, beating faster and harder as if awakening from a long slumber. He remembers the kindness he was shown, the only moments of peace he had known. The dogs and Hai-Jai. A furious primal scream tears from his throat as the blood on the ground begins to rise. To me, they treated me like a human being. The blood of his fallen friends swirls into a violent vortex, drawn to him by an unseen force. The crimson torrent surges towards his body, pulled in by his resurrected heart. He lets out a roar as the blood is absorbed, instantly regenerating muscle and tissue over his skeletal frame. On the asphalt, the blood forms a swirling cyclone of regenerative energy. Dark red tendrils coil around his legs, weaving new flesh and skin to cloak the bare bone. The miraculous regeneration continues, covering his arm in an instant. His hand, once mangled and skeletal, is now perfectly whole. The vortex of blood engulfs his entire body, reshaping him in a storm of crimson power. Through the swirling blood, a new face emerges. His own face, restored with eyes glowing a furious, vengeful red. The transformation completes. Jilla stands tall, no longer a skeleton, but a young man in his physical prime, radiating power. He looks down at his hands, feeling the foreign sensation of his own flesh. My body. He flexes his fingers, realizing the impossible has happened. It has fully returned. A memory surfaces from his childhood, a time when his power ran wild. Just like when I was young, when blood circulated like crazy. His eyes widen in disbelief as the impossible truth dawns on him. No way, he whispers. He stands reborn amidst the carnage, surrounded by the bodies of the dogs whose sacrifice gave him back his humanity. His voice is barely a whisper, filled with a terrible understanding. With the dog's blood, the thugs are frozen in terror. What the hell is with that guy? One of them shouts. Another stammers, his body has completely regenerated. What should we do, boss? One of the thugs tries to rally, swinging his bat. What do you mean, what should we do? Just catch him again. Before he can finish, Jai-O strikes with blinding speed. A single punch lands with a sickening crunch, shattering the thug's face. Without pause, he spins and delivers another devastating punch to the blonde thug, who was mid-swing. The thug is sent flying like a cannonball, slamming into the side of the black van. He crumples to the ground, leaving a massive dent in the vehicle's metal frame. The violence pauses for a moment of quiet grief. Jai-O gently lifts the lifeless body of Gamja. He cradles his fallen friend in his arms, his face a mask of sorrow. Looking up at the terrified thugs, his voice is devoid of all emotion. I Know the method to die in the most painful way. The faces of the remaining thugs are filled with dread as he gives them an ultimatum. Only the one who answers first will be spared. Still holding Gamja, his eyes glowing with a cold, red light, he asks the question that will seal their fates. Hi, Jai. Where did you take her? In a secluded area, a couple of buildings stand under the dim light of the night. Several black cars pull up to the location, their purpose unknown. A bag is pulled off someone's head, revealing they've been kidnapped. It's Song Haijai, the girl who helped the skeleton. Kneeling on the floor, she shouts in defiance, "Who the hell are you people?" She looks to the side, sweat dripping down her face as she realizes the gravity of her situation. She's surrounded by a group of menacing thugs, their smirks promising nothing good. Her eyes widen in terror as she frantically looks around, asking, where am I? Then she sees it, a horrific scene of butchery with dead bodies lying in pools of blood. Hey, are those dead bodies? She thinks in horror. Suddenly, a hand grabs her by the hair. The man holding her mutters, "This little bitch is loud as hell." The gang's boss, a man with a scarred face, looms over her. "You got a few extra lives or something?" He sneers. He holds up a photo of the skeleton creature, test subject 10,101. "Don't blame us, blame that skeleton freak. You got dragged into this mess because you helped him." He yanks her hair, pulling her closer as he issues a chilling warning. "So if you want to live, keep your mouth shut." The boss's eyes narrow with cruel intent as he continues his threat. "Nobody here gives a damn." Haijai's eyes are wide with sheer terror as his final words land. "If a couple of people die." Just then a phone starts ringing, cutting through the tense atmosphere. The boss answers the call, clearly annoyed. "What? Why are you calling instead of coming back?" Whatever the voice on the other end said, he snapped back in a total panic. "Where the hell is that skeleton brat?" The caller is in a panic, shouting back through the phone, What about the dogs?" He then delivers a completely baffling report. The skeleton turned into a human. Still on the phone, the boss demands, "What the hell are you saying? Speak clearly so I can understand you, idiot. What happened with the dogs?" Overhearing the call, Haijai's mind races. "Dogs? What does that mean?" "The dogs came to help." The man on the other end stammers, the skeleton." The boss sinks to the ground, finishing the sentence in disbelief. "UL lost him." He explodes with rage, screaming into the phone, "You useless piece of trash. Do you have any idea how much he's worth?" Losing his temper completely, the boss smashes the phone on the ground. "You fucking idiots. If you don't bring him back, you're dead meat." He turns his fury back on Haijai, grabbing her violently. "Hey, you know where that skeleton went, don't you? Spit it out now." He screams in her face, completely unhinged. "Talk, you stupid bitch. Fuck, do you know how much money that is?" "My money." Drenched in sweat, Haijai insists, I don't know." But the boss doesn't buy it for a single second. "Oh, you don't know, huh?" The boss pulls out a knife, his eyes glowing with menace. "Let's see if a few extra breathing holes jogs your memory." With the cold blade against her throat, Haijai has a horrifying realization. "Mister said he was being chased. I was so stupid." Tears stream down her face as the knife presses into her skin. She trembles, thinking, What should I do? Just as the boss is about to strike, a loud thud echoes through the warehouse. He turns to see one of his men sent flying, crashing hard onto the concrete floor. Another thug is thrown backward through the air as the rest of the gang scrambles, caught completely off guard. Everyone's attention snaps to the entrance, where a shadowy figure stands silhouetted against the bright light. The boss turns, confused and alerted by the sudden intrusion. It's a young man with shaggy black hair covering his face. The boss internally scoffs. "Who's that brat?" One of the thugs confronts the newcomer. "Hey, who are you? Looking at your clothes, you're just some homeless beggar." Before the thug can react, the young man's hand flashes out, grabbing him by the throat. Gah! Struggling against the powerful grip, the thug chokes out, "You little sh*T," while his mind screams, "How is he so strong?" Kim Jae-oh speaks, his voice chillingly calm. "Because of you people." Still holding the thug by the throat, he finishes his sentence. "All the dogs died." The other thugs finally react, charging forward as one of them yells, "What are you doing? Kill him." A heavy punch lands squarely on the side of Jae-oh's face. He barely reacts, spitting out a small spray of blood from the impact. Without hesitation, he throws a counterpunch that smashes directly into his attacker's face. The force of the blow sends the thug flying backward, a choked gasp escaping his lips. Ka! Another thug lunges forward, managing to grab Joa from behind. "Got you, you punk!" he yells triumphantly. A third thug joins in, grabbing Jae-oh by the hair and slamming his head down with brutal force. Blood trickles down his face, but Jae-oh just looks up, his eyes wide and eerily calm. In a display of raw power, he grabs one of his attackers and flips him effortlessly over his head, slamming him into the ground. The boss and his remaining men stare in utter disbelief, completely speechless. Standing amidst the carnage, Jayo looks down at the blood-soaked floor. "You guys," he begins. He lifts his head, and his eyes are now glowing a terrifying orange red. "You were sent by Hermes' lab, weren't you?" Watching from the side, a horrifying realization hits Haijai. "Don't tell me." A memory of the skeleton flashes in her mind, and she connects the dots. "Mister," the boss finally understands, a wide, greedy grin spreading across his face. "Holy shit, that's it," he shouts, yanking Haijai's hair. "That brat is the skeleton." He remembers the warning from the brokers. The brokers said he might be unrecognizable if he regenerates. "I almost didn't recognize you." A single word escapes the boss's lips. "Thanks." At the same moment, a gunshot rings out and a bloody hole appears in Jayo's back. The boss stands with a smoking gun, a cruel smirk on his face as he finishes his sentence. "For crawling right into our trap." Seeing his chance, the boss shouts an order to his men. "Get all the guns we got from the deal." They immediately obey, shouting, "Yes, sir." As they draw their pistols and open fire, the thugs unleash a hailstorm of bullets. The boss eggs them on, shouting, "If we catch him, we'll make way more money anyway. Don't hold back, shoot him." The bullets rip through Jayo's body, but the boss just screams louder. "Shoot him until he can't regenerate." The relentless barrage continues to tear him apart. "Don't stop, keep firing," the boss yells. As his body is riddled with bullets, Jayo can only think one thing. It hurts. He feels every impact as the bullets tear through his back. "My flesh is tearing." Another bullet shatters the bone in his leg. "And my bones are shattering." He gasps for breath, his mouth wide in a silent scream. "My lungs must be torn too. I can barely even breathe." Watching the horrific display, Haijai screams at the top of her lungs. "Stop it." Under the onslaught, Jayo finally collapses to the ground in a heap. One of the thugs mutters, "Stubborn son of a bitch," finally went down. He lies motionless in a growing pool of blood, but then a faint sound begins. A steady, rhythmic thump. With a twitch of his hand, his fingers creep toward the blood on the floor, fueled by a thundering heartbeat. His heart thunders like a war drum. The bloodstains on the floor begin to stir, swirling and coiling around his fingertips. Splayed on the ground, Jayo balls his hand into a fist. The blood, his own, the thugs who went down, and the victims being harvested, begins to spiral into his hand. Meanwhile, his heart hammers against his chest like a war drum. Deep inside his chest, his heart ignites, glowing with a brilliant red light and pulsing with unimaginable power. One of the thugs points a trembling finger, his face a mask of terror as he screams, "Boss!" Jayo's body begins to rise from the floor, pulled up by dark, bloody tendrils. "This guy is coming back to life," the thug shrieks. The boss stares in utter disbelief, his cigarette dangling from his lips. He's getting up like a zombie. As he gets back to his feet, dark energy explodes from his body. The bullet holes and torn flesh regenerating at an impossible speed. Panicked, the boss screams at his men, "Are you just gonna stand there and watch? Do something, shoot." As the thugs open fire again, Jayo's internal monologue continues. "I can feel every single bullet embedding itself in my body." A bullet passes through his head, but he doesn't fall. He simply regenerates and endures. He stands firm against the onslaught, thinking, "They aren't just piercing me. They're shattering and tearing me apart." In an endless, gruesome cycle, his body is destroyed and instantly recovers. "Yet my body keeps recovering," and the pain and agony repeat. But amidst the agony, he comes to a chilling conclusion. "But it doesn't hurt as much as I thought." His mind flashes back to the endless torment he suffered in the lab. Compared to, he remembers being burned alive, screaming in unimaginable pain. "Everything I've endured." He recalls the feeling of being crushed, his body pulverized by machines. The memory fills him with a cold rage. The experiments and torture were far more painful. Snapping back to reality, he unleashes his fury, his fist smashing into a thug's face. He moves like a blur, spinning and kicking another thug with bone-shattering force. His eyes, glowing with red-hot anger, fix on his next victim. "So bullets like this," he punctuates his thought with another brutal punch. "I can endure as many as you've got." The remaining thugs are frozen in terror. "The guy, he's floating." One of them stammers as Jaya launches himself toward them, but his thoughts turn to the real source of his rage. However, he lands a devastating punch, the impact echoing through the warehouse. The thug is sent flying, crashing into a massive steel tank and denting it with the force of the impact. He punches one thug and kicks another simultaneously, his mind zeroing in on the real source of his rage. "What drives me crazy is..." His face contorts in fury as the reason for his rampage surfaces, and he unleashes a torrent of attacks on the remaining thugs. He thinks of the puppies who tried to save him, Those kids who protected me. With that thought fueling his rage, he single-handedly takes out the entire group of thugs, sending them flying with his powerful attacks. As his fist connects with the final goon's face, he makes a solemn vow. That I will never. Only the boss is left standing. Realizing he's outmatched, he grabs Haijai and uses her as a human shield. Stay back, he screams. With a gun pressed to her head, he makes a desperate threat. Stay back, or I'll shoot this bitch. But Jaio moves too fast for him to react. In an instant, he's there, his fist already buried in the boss's face. Never again, he thinks. The impact is brutal, blood flying. As the boss's face caves in under the force of the blow, Jaio's expression is one of pure, unadulterated rage. His teeth gritted in a snarl. His punch was so powerful that it slammed the boss into another steel tank, his vow echoing in his mind. Be able to see them again. The tank shatters under the impact, the boss embedded deep within the twisted metal. The boss struggles to his feet, bloodied and broken but still defiant. His arrogance quickly fades, replaced by pure, primal fear as he stares at the monster before him. He scrambles backward, his hands held up in a pleading gesture. Please spare me. I'll do whatever you want. But Jaio's eyes are cold and unforgiving as he raises his fist for another strike. Too late, he says. He brings his fist down with incredible force, slamming the boss into the concrete floor. The boss chokes out a cry of pain, blood erupting from his mouth as the floor cracks beneath him. Kahuk! Jaio doesn't stop, his fist a relentless hammer pounding the boss's face into the ground. He continues the brutal assault, each punch driving the boss deeper into the shattered concrete. He pours every ounce of his grief and rage into the relentless assault, his fists blurring as he strikes again and again. The brutal punishment continues until the boss's face is completely shattered, driven deep into the fractured concrete below. His rage finally spent, Jaio slumps forward, the adrenaline leaving him as quickly as it came. His fist, bruised and bloodied, hangs limp at his side. The fight is over. He stands over the unconscious form of the boss, the bloody aftermath of his fury. The warehouse is silent now, save for the groans of the defeated. Jaio stands alone amidst the carnage. He catches his breath, steam rising from his body as the last vestiges of his anger fade. Seeing that it's finally over, Haijai calls out to him, her voice filled with awe and concern. Mister. He turns and takes a slow, heavy step toward her. Barefoot and battered, he walks across the blood-stained floor. He finally reaches her, his tattered clothes hanging off his frame as he looks down at her. Haijai looks up at him, her voice trembling. Are you sure you're okay? You were shot so many times. Suddenly, Jaio collapses into her, wrapping his arms around her in a desperate hug. Thank goodness, he whispers. The terrifying monster from moments ago is gone, replaced by a boy with tears streaming down his face. Haijai stares in shock, finishing her earlier thought. That you're alive. His face buried in her shoulder, Jaio finally lets his grief show. The puppies died saving me. His voice is choked with tears as he confesses his deepest fear. But I was so scared that you might have died too, Haijai. He pulls back slightly, looking at her with tear-filled eyes. Since you're alive, thank you. Haijai is taken aback, her own eyes welling up with tears. Why are you thanking me? She thinks, stunned by his words. Her hand gently rests on his torn shirt, a silent gesture of comfort. She pulls him back into a tight embrace, weeping with him. I'm the one who should be thankful. At the scene of the gang takedown, a detective yells impatiently at the officers. Look at your movements. Can't you move faster? Take the suspects into custody. Following his orders, a police officer cuffs one of the many gangsters left beaten and bruised from the earlier fight. Surveying the widespread damage and the sheer number of incapacitated thugs, another officer expresses his confusion. It's a violent incident caused by internal gang divisions, but they did this much damage just fighting amongst themselves. Watching from the safety of the woods, Song Haijai feels a wave of relief. Fortunately, it looks like all the gangsters are being arrested by the police. But Kim Jaio is worried, asking, Are you sure we don't need to be investigated or anything? Kim Jaio reminds her of the instructions she gave him earlier. Haijai told us to stay out of it for now. She said things would get complicated if a heart mutant was involved. Trusting in her plan, he decides it's best for them to leave the scene. Since she said she'd take care of it, let's just go for now. But as soon as they're safe, the grief of their recent loss overwhelms Haijai and she breaks down in tears. Wow! The immense sorrow hits Jaio as well, and he collapses, unable to hold back his own sobs. Before them lie the bodies of the dogs who sacrificed themselves. Jaio looks down at them, his voice cracking as he apologizes. I'm sorry, guys. Haijai tearfully lists the names of their fallen friends one by one. Bajiki, Suru, Titingu, Choco, Biolai Maru. She clutches one of the dogs, blaming herself for what happened. It's my fault. The poor things followed me to save me. The guilt eats away at her as she reflects on their sacrifice. Even though I couldn't take responsibility for them, I only kept them warm for a moment, fed them for a moment. My brief moment became everything to them, and they risked their lives to come save me. Jayo suddenly bites his own finger, shouting to stop her self-blame. That's not true. It's not your fault, Haijai. They died giving their blood to me. Haijai looks at him, completely shocked by his sudden action. WH, what are you doing right now? Looking at the fallen dogs, Jayo explains his desperate idea. I can recover if I absorb blood, right? If my blood happens to be special. Maybe I can resurrect the dogs like me. With grim determination, he bites down hard on his finger, drawing blood. But in an instant, the wound magically seals itself, the blood retracting before a single drop can fall. Jayo stares at his perfectly healed hand in disbelief and frustration. Damn it! Why am I healing so fast? Frantic, he shoves his fingers back into his mouth, trying to force the wound open before it can fully close again. But Haijai grabs his hand, pleading with him to stop his desperate attempt. Stop it! The dogs will be even sadder. Jayo looks up, his own pain making him question her words. Sad? They died because of me. Wouldn't they resent me? Haijai gently takes his hands, trying to make him understand. Resent you? The dogs liked you so much, I know it. She explains further, remembering how the dogs usually acted. They normally kept their distance from people, but they really liked you. The information slowly sinks in for Jayo, who could only see his own failure. They kept their distance from people. Haijai confirms his thought, her expression somber. It's true. These dogs had a lot of scars from being abused left and right. They probably had a lot of bad memories of humans. Jayo gently strokes one of the dogs, a wave of sadness washing over him. I had no idea. I just thought they were docile. Haijai looks at him with sincere empathy, trying to ease his guilt. So if you hurt yourself and blame yourself, their hearts will ache too. Her words finally reach him. Jayo gently cradles one of the fallen dogs, his frantic self-harm forgotten. A small, knowing smile appears on Haijai's face as she continues her thought. The fact that they approached you without hesitation, she looks at him, voicing a profound truth he hadn't considered, means they probably felt that you were in a similar situation. Overwhelmed by her kindness and understanding, Jayo can only offer a simple reply. Thank you. As they sit in the quiet sorrow, a faint sound breaks the silence. Whimper, whimper, whimper. Startled, both Jayo and Haijai turn towards the unexpected sound. A tiny, lone puppy appears, and Haijai recognizes it instantly. It's Gamja's puppy. I was worried because I didn't see it, but thank goodness it's alive. Both of them are stunned into silence as the small puppy bravely trots towards them. The puppy stops directly in front of Jayo, wagging its tail. Haijai whispers, "It's looking at you." Jayo speaks to the little survivor, his voice thick with emotion. You don't hate me because of me. Your friends and your mom all died. Instead of fear, the puppy responds by affectionately licking Jayo's outstretched hand. Tears well up in Jayo's eyes at the simple act of kindness. Haijai smiles warmly, observing, this little one too. It seems to like you. The small puppy curls up in Jayo's lap and instantly drifts off. Haijai notes softly, it fell asleep. It must have been exhausted. Looking at the sleeping puppy, Haijai thinks to herself, what do? I can't just leave a newborn like this behind, as I thought. Should I take it home? Her concern then shifts to the boy holding the puppy. Then what about him? Those guys from the lab didn't seem like your run-of-the-mill bad guys. Having made a decision, Haijai runs off, calling back to a confused Jayo. Hold on a second. I'm going to call my sister. A short distance away, she makes the call. Sis, I handled it like you said, but I don't know where to go now. Jayo watches as she quickly finishes her call. You think that's best? Got it. See you later. He's left wondering what they talked about. Following Haijai's lead, the two of them, with the puppy in tow, leave the woods and head back towards the city. The chapter is titled Twijim, the name of the puppy. The scene shifts to a tall apartment building under the starry night sky. Jayo stands at the entrance to Haijai's apartment, looking at a normal home for the first time in years. As he thinks the word a home, Haijai welcomes him. Come on in, make yourself at home. He hesitates, feeling out of place. Is it really okay for me to go in? Someone as dangerous as me. Haijai casually tosses her bag aside, dismissing his fears with a smile. You risked your life to protect me, so how are you dangerous? She then adds, oh, and my sister said she wanted to meet you too. A startled Jayo asks, me? Haijai explains, yes, there's a case she's investigating, and she said she might be able to help since it seems related to the lab chasing you. Seeing his hesitation, she gives him one last push. Anyway, it's fine, so you can come in. As Jae-oh finally steps inside, he catches a glimpse of his reflection in a mirrored door and freezes, completely stunned. He lets out a terrifying scream, falling back in shock. Hae-jae rushes to his side, asking, "WH what? What's wrong?" He grabs Hae-jae by the shoulders, pointing frantically at his own regenerated face. "You have cheeks, a nose, and even lips. Your face is back." Hae-jae asks if he really didn't know, and he explains through a flashback to his horrifying, skeletal past. "I didn't know because my face hasn't properly regenerated since I was little. Regeneration was very slow at the lab. Plus, whenever it started to regenerate, they'd experiment on me." Jae-oh presses his hands against the mirror, staring at his reflection for the first time in a decade. "My, so this is what I looked like." Hae-jae takes a sip of water, trying to process the flood of shocking revelations. "The more we talk, the more shocking it gets. But this has been bothering me for a while." She looks him up and down, connecting the dots. "Now that you've fully regenerated, you really don't look like a middle-aged man. How old are you exactly? Even just a rough guess." The question catches Jae-oh off guard. "My age. It's been so long since I've thought about that." Jae-oh does a quick mental calculation, laying out the facts of his life. "I went into the lab when I was 7. I took the comprehensive year-end test 7 times, and the seasons changed 3 times since I escaped." Hae-jae spits out her drink in shock at his conclusion. 17 years old. She grabs him, completely flabbergasted by the revelation. "Then we are the same age? Why did you just let me call you Mr.?" Jae-oh looks away, a faint blush on his cheeks as he explains his simple reasoning. I just liked that you were addressing me like a person." His honest, vulnerable answer leaves Hae-jae completely speechless. She's flustered but can't help but find his innocence endearing. "WH what the? That's kind of sad, but cute." She quickly recovers, deciding to clear the air. "Let's just use each other's names and drop the formalities from now on. Okay, we're going to eat, so go wash up." Jae-oh agrees. Yeah. While Jae-oh is busy, the little puppy, Twijim, helps himself to a bowl of food on the floor. Soon after, Jae-oh sits down to his first proper meal in what must feel like a lifetime. He takes a bite and his eyes go wide with pure delight. It's delicious. The food is so warm and delicious." Hae-jae laughs, downplaying her cooking skills. It's just soy sauce egg rice. Sorry, I'm not really a good cook." Still, thanks for enjoying it. But Jae-oh is completely serious, his eyes shining with gratitude. "No, it's the best food I have had in years." As she starts to clean up, Hae-jae gives him an update on their plans. "Also, my sister said something suddenly came up and she can't make it today. It's probably because she's busy with work." In no time at all, Jae-oh has cleaned every single one of his plates. Hae-jae points to the couch, offering him a place to rest. "And you can sleep here tonight." A surprised Jae-oh asks, "H here?" She replies, "Why can't you sleep in a place like this?" He quickly backtracks, not wanting to seem ungrateful. "No, I'd be honored, but the floor is fine for me." Hae-jae just laughs and hands him a blanket. "Haha, it's okay, just use this blanket." He takes it, still a bit overwhelmed. Thanks." Hae-jae heads for her room, saying goodnight. "I have to do my school homework, so I'll be in my room. You go to sleep first." Jae-oh replies, "Why yeah, thanks." With a soft click, the door to her room closes, leaving him alone in the living room. Jae-oh stands in the quiet apartment, holding the blanket she gave him, a sense of peace settling over him for the first time. He looks around, his expression unreadable, taking in the unfamiliar but comforting space. Left alone in the living room, Jae-oh looks around in wonder at things he's only ever seen in books, if at all. TVs are that thin and big. He marvels at a simple pot of flowers, a sight completely alien to his previous life. People bring flowers into their homes too. It's so different from the lab. He sits on the sofa and is immediately shocked by the sensation. "It's incredibly comfortable. Sofas are this soft. It's softer than the bed I slept on in the lab." Meanwhile, the little puppy is struggling to eat from its bowl, pushing it around the floor. The puppy tries to eat so enthusiastically that it ends up coughing up some of its food. The sound startles Jae-oh, whose instincts from the lab immediately kick in, sensing danger. He sees the puppy choking and struggling to breathe. Forgetting all his own troubles, he cries out in pure panic, "Little guy!" He leaps from the couch and rushes over to the puppy, ready to save it. But he freezes, unsure of what to do, as the puppy simply continues to eat the food it spilled on the floor. The puppy looks up at him, its face smeared with food, completely oblivious to his panic. Realizing his overreaction, Jae-oh calms down, a small, embarrassed smile on his face. "Oh, it's nothing." Later that night, Jae-oh settles down on the couch, tucked into the blanket, with the small puppy sleeping soundly beside his pillow. He snuggles into the soft blanket, a feeling he's never experienced before. It's warm and cozy, so soft. I love it. The puppy wakes up and playfully clambers onto him. He smiles warmly at the little creature. You like it here too, huh? Looking at his new companion, he decides it needs a name. What should I name you? Since you're Gamja's puppy, Gamja, French fries. He settles on the perfect name. How about Twidgem? You like it, right? The puppy licks its chops in agreement. From now on, your name is Twidgem. As Twidgem sleeps peacefully, Jayo feels a warmth spreading through him that has nothing to do with the blanket. It's warm, so this is what they call happiness. As he drifts off, he takes stock of all the new, good things in his life, starting with the simple meal he was so grateful for. I ate a delicious meal. His thoughts drift to the feeling of the hot bath, a luxury he had never known. It's so warm. He continues his blissful inventory, remembering the simple joy of the bath. I got to wash up with warm water. He holds Twidgem close, savoring the feeling of safety. And I even get to sleep in a soft place like this. But as he lies there, a dark thought intrudes on his happiness. But his eyes snap open, the warmth replaced by a cold, hard realization. These are things that can easily be lost. His mind flashes back to the day of his escape. A chaotic scene of barefoot patients running for their lives down a sterile corridor. Everyone run. A younger, skeletal Jayo is among them, part of a desperate stampede towards freedom. The exit is that way. Suddenly their path is blocked by heavily armed guards. An order rings out. They are all Class A or higher heart mutants. Do not let them escape. An explosion erupts from the group of escapees, sending the guards flying. The floor is shattered, and several of the young mutants, including Jayo, are knocked to the ground by the blast. One of the surviving guards takes aim with a large, high-tech rifle. The weapon charges up, a swirling vortex of destructive energy gathering at its muzzle. From the barrel of the gun, a torrent of fire swallowed everything in its path. To the soldiers, those children and test subjects meant absolutely nothing. In their eyes, every single threat had to be eliminated. Embers drifted through the air, but something caught the soldiers completely off guard. Another escapee, a girl with the power to manipulate ice, joins the fray, unleashing her elemental fury to freeze the soldiers' flaming muzzles in their tracks. She sees Jayo still dazed on the ground and yells at him. Kim Jayo, snap out of it. As Jayo struggles to find his feet, another friend, a boy with slick-back hair, unleashes his power to hoist the heavy concrete, shielding him from danger. The two boys share a look of grim determination, united in their goal to escape. The ice user reaches out her hand, urging them on. Hurry up and get out. The exit isn't far. Jayo takes her hand, shouting right, as they continue their desperate flight. He remembers the sheer desperation of that moment, running alongside his fellow escapees. I escaped with so much difficulty. The memory of the escape fades, but the pain remains. But because we got separated at the very end. He looks at Twidgem, his thoughts turning to the friends he lost. They might be somewhere right now, suffering again. He gently pets the sleeping puppy, a silent vow forming in his heart. That's why. I won't let it be taken away from me ever again. His hand begins to glow with a faint red light as his resolve hardens. Even this small bit of peace, even this happiness, the source of his power, the heart of resurrection, pulses with a dark energy, reacting to his intense emotions. If anyone messes with it, his eyes fly open, glowing with a menacing red light. Then, a close-up on his glowing eye reveals the depth of his new conviction. No matter who it is, I won't let them get away with it. But the next morning, his newfound peace is shattered by a desperate scream that echoes through the neighborhood. Ag! Jayo, now dressed, runs frantically through the streets, his heart pounding with dread. He screams the name of his lost companion, his voice filled with panic. Twidgem! Twidgem! Tears stream down his face as he cries out in utter despair, his happiness snatched away in less than a day. Twidgem, where are you? Resolve shattered in a single day. As Song Haijai gets ready to leave, she calls out to Kim Jayo, Jia, I'm heading to school. He looks on, confused by the very idea, repeating, school. She adds a final instruction. Unnie said she'll be back this evening, so keep an eye on the house. Jayo, looking a bit stressed, replies, This evening? Yeah, she said she's got a lot of work. With a wave, she says, Okay, got it, have a good day. As the door closes, Jayo thinks to himself with a hint of longing, school must be fun. Just as Haijai is about to leave, a small puppy starts whining and scratching at the door, clearly wanting to go outside. Haijai turns back, asking, Twidgem, what's wrong? Jayo echoes her concern from inside. What's the matter with Twidgem? The two of them watch the eager puppy. Jayo wonders, is he bored? He doesn't seem sick or anything. Jai then gets an idea, asking, "Do you want to go out with me?" Jai seems conflicted, thinking, "What do I do? I have to go to school right now." But then gives in, offering, "Should I take you for a quick walk?" Jai immediately gets worried, asking, "Will it be okay? What if dangerous people chase us again?" But Jai reassures her with newfound confidence. "It's fine," he says with a grin. "They won't recognize me now that I'm back anyway." Hearing his confident answer, Jai looks relieved, murmuring, "Well, that's a relief." As she finally heads out, she gives him last-minute instructions. "If you're going for a walk, you have to put his leash on. The leash is in the second drawer over there. The door code is XXXX. The apartment door closes as Jai rushes off. Alone now, Jai thinks to himself, "Okay, see you later. She said the leash was here." But outside, things immediately get out of hand. The two puppies, Twidgem and his double, are a whirlwind of excitement, yipping and woofing as they get tangled in the leash, much to Jai's bewilderment. Jai starts to panic as he fumbles with the tangled leash, sweat dripping down his face. Uh-oh, you can't undo that," he mutters in distress. One of the puppies lets out a loud cry as it's caught in the leash. Jai looks on, concerned, asking, is it really uncomfortable?" The puppy's cry turns into a full-blown scream of "ack," making Jai think in a panic. "Did I tie it too tight?" The puppy's cries trigger a dark memory. Jai clutches his head in anguish, a terrible realization dawning on him. "Does it hurt him? I used to wear a leash like this too." The memory hits him full force. A vision of himself strapped to a chair, electricity coursing through his body. A voice from his past echoes in his mind. "If I moved, electricity would flow through it and burn my entire body." Shaken by the flashback, Jai looks down as another person walks by with their own dogs, reinforcing a difficult reality in his mind. He's torn, thinking, "But I have no choice. People might not like it if you're loose." "Please forgive me," he whispered, surrendering to the ghosts of his past and the crushing guilt. But the moment he opened his eyes and looked down, his heart sank. The leash was empty, and the puppy was nowhere to be found. Sometime later, Jai jolts awake with a horrified gasp, staring at the now empty leash. A terrible realization hits him. Gasp! You know how to escape, too. Panic sets in. Jai tears through the city streets, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Twidgem! Twidgem!" Tears stream down his face as his desperate cries echo through the streets. "Twidgem, where are you?" The story transitions to the next chapter. Resurrection Boy, Episode 5, Lost Twidgem. His frantic search continues as he sprints through an alleyway, yelling, "Where are you? Twidgem, please answer me." He grows more and more desperate, even resorting to digging through a trash can, shouting, "Is he here?" He checks under a parked car, his voice filled with anxiety. "Are you in here?" Exhausted and losing hope, he collapses against a dumpster, wondering where else he could possibly look. Or maybe here. Slumped amidst the garbage, Jai grabs his head as his mind floods with terrifying possibilities. What do I do? How do I find Twidgem? What if something happens to him? His imagination runs wild with horrible scenarios, the first being Twidgem running into the street in front of a speeding truck. What if he gets hit by a car? He then pictures the helpless puppy being cornered by a group of menacing thugs. Or if bad people hurt him, the weight of his failure crashes down on him. With tears in his eyes, he thinks, "I promised I'd protect him just last night. It hasn't even been a day." But as he sits in despair, a familiar sound catches his attention. He looks up from the alley and sees a schoolyard in the distance. He watches some students playing soccer, his mind still reeling. Is this a school? But then his eyes lock onto a small figure hiding in the bushes, and he gasps in shock. It's Twidgem, cowering and covering his face with his paws. A wave of relief washes over Jai as he cries out, "Twidgem." Finally having found him, Jai breaks into a sprint, shouting Twidgem's name. A thought crosses his mind. Did he chase Hyaji's scent all the way here? As Jai sprints toward the school, a man who looks like a teacher on patrol, holding a back scratcher, notices him and watches with a look of utter confusion. The teacher tries to stop the sprinting boy, calling out, wait!" But Jai is already flying past him. The man watches him go, stunned. He mutters, "That's what Mr. Lee was talking about," before wondering in disbelief, why is he so fast? In a burst of superhuman speed, Jai leaps over the high school wall, still desperately calling out, "Twidgem!" Wait. Inside the school walls, it's a normal day. Students are out on the field, including a red-haired boy named Tagu who seems to be the star player in a heated soccer game. Tagu aggressively leads the charge, surrounded by his teammates as they drive the ball towards the goal. Other students walk along the track, laughing and chatting as they enjoy the break. On the bleachers, some students gossip, while others are completely absorbed in games on their phones. Hiding behind a tree, Kim Jae-ho takes in the scene with wide, naive eyes. Everyone is having fun together. So this is a school. But his observation is cut short when his attention is drawn to a conversation happening nearby. Oh, he listens as a group of boys discuss a popular topic. One asks, "So the heart mutants actually started in some lab?" Another dismisses it. "Nah, that's just a rumor. The truth is actually." They're watching a video on a phone, which dramatically declares, "If you report an unregistered wanted mutant, the reward is 1 billion won." And there's a dark truth about organizations that trade mutants. The boys joke about the reward. "If we catch a mutant, we'd hit the jackpot lol." Listening from his hiding spot, a grim reality dawns on Jae-ho. So this is how the outside world sees heart users. He knows he can't stay here. He thinks to himself with a new sense of urgency, "I need to be careful. I have to find Twidgem and get out of here." Just as he makes his decision to leave, he spots a familiar, furry body running across the school grounds. Found him. Twidgem. Meanwhile, a group of girls are checking out a video they just filmed for a dance challenge. One of them excitedly asks, "How is it? Did it come out well?" Her friends immediately start gushing over the girl in the center, Minjeong. "Wow, total vibes tilde Minjeong is insane, drop-dead gorgeous, FR. Seriously, Minjeong's looks are intimidating. Unbelievable." Minjeong, basking in the praise, gives a smug smile and replies, "Whatever tilde, you guys are pretty." As they're talking, Twidgem trots right up to their group, catching them by surprise. One of the girls exclaims, "Oh my, what is this?" "A puppy." The girls squeal with delight. "Act so cute." Minjeong scoops the puppy into her arms, cooing, "Where did you come from? Who's your mommy?" They immediately decide to capitalize on the cute moment. "Let's take a pic of the baby and put it on our story. Come closer so the doggo shows up well." But as they pose for the photo, Jae-ho suddenly lunges into the frame from behind them, desperately reaching for his dog and screaming, "Puppy D!" Ack! The girls are terrified by his sudden appearance. They recoil, shrieking, "Who the hell is this guy? A stalker? Is he a hidden cam perv?" One of them yells, "Fuck, what a total pervert!" Realizing how his frantic lunge must have looked, Jae-ho quickly ducks behind a tree, stammering an apology, "SS sorry." Jae-ho tries to explain himself, looking flustered. Well, I didn't mean to startle you. You have Twidgem with you." But the girl's anger instantly vanishes the moment they get a good look at his face. They blush, thinking, "He's super cute." One asks, "Yeah, why is he so handsome?" Taking in his appearance, one of the girls observes, "Looking at his gym clothes, he must be a first year." Her friend adds, "Who is he? Never seen him before. Did he transfer?" Noticing their phone is still pointed at him, Jae-ho asks, "But excuse me, am I being filmed on that phone?" One of the girls casually replies, Yeah, we're making a TikTok. Wanna film with us?" Another girl scolds her friend, "Hey, what are you doing asking a stranger?" But the friend shoots back, "Who cares tilde he's handsome tilde lol. He's a first year anyway, right? We can be friends starting nows." Jae-ho, however, panics, exclaiming, "No, I can't be filmed in videos." Minjeong cuts in, holding out her phone with an Instagram profile open. She says coolly, "Give me your Insta ID." Still holding Twidgem, she pushes the phone towards Jae-ho, adding, "I'll tag you." Her friends are stunned, whispering to each other in shock. "What the? I've never seen Minjeong ask for an Insta before. With a face like that makes sense." One of them pressures him, "Hurry up and tell me. Minjeong has over 100K followers. If you get tagged, your followers will go up fast too." But Jae-ho is utterly lost, asking in. Minjeong assesses him with a predatory gaze, thinking to herself, "Well, he's definitely easy on the eyes. Him being shy is cute too. Would make good arm candy, no." As Jae-ho hesitates, muttering, but Minjeong scoffs internally. Playing hard to get, he's gonna give it anyway." But to her surprise, Jae-ho turns away, stating plainly, "I don't have anything like that." Minjeong is left speechless, her confident smile frozen on her face. Even Twidgem seems to sense the sudden shift in mood. Jae-ho bows deeply and formally rejects her. "I appreciate the thought, but I have to decline," he says, then adds for emphasis, "I mean it." Minjeong can only stare, dumbfounded. Her friends are in absolute shock, covering their mouths as they whisper, "Whoa, no way. Did Minjeong just get rejected?" Humiliation quickly turns to rage. Minjeong's face twists into a furious snarl as she thinks, "That is one massive wall he put up. UFC King. Playing so damn hard to get." She starts to lash out. "This is FC King ridiculous. I'm just trying to tag you, just give me the ID." But Jae-ho calmly interrupts her, taking Twidgem from her arms and declaring, This is my dog, so I'm taking him back. Ignoring the fuming girl completely, Jae-oh clutches his puppy tightly, apologizing softly. Twijim, I'm sorry. I'll never lose you again. Minjeong is left speechless behind him. On the other side of the schoolyard, someone was watching the guy happily flirting with the school goddess. Tagu, the school's top dog, had his face contorted with rage, his eyes burning with fury as he growled. What? Standing with Minjeong and her friends, who now look on with concern, Tagu growls, demanding to know. Who's that bastard? One of Tagu's friends points out Minjeong, nudging him. Hey Tagu, isn't that your crush? Tagu just growls in response. He glares at Kim Jae-oh, who is happily cradling Twidjum. Tagu mutters to himself. That guy's using a dog to hit on Minjeong. I've been watching him. Who the hell is he? His friend explains. You don't know. Transfer student maybe? Looks like our grade. But Tagu is consumed by rage, his teeth clenched as he thinks. That F** seeker is making a move on Minjeong right in front of me. Tagu suddenly calls out to his friend, Hey, toss me the ball. The friend looks confused, asking, Why the ball? As Tagu prepares to kick, his friend panics, yelling, W. Wait, you broke someone's nose with a ball last time. But Tagu has already unleashed a powerful kick, warping the soccer ball with the force of the impact. His friend can only think, that was. With a spinning kick, Tagu sends the ball flying with violent intent, coldly stating, Not my problem. The ball hurtles directly towards Jae-oh and the puppy in his arms. He barely has time to register what's happening, letting out a confused, Jae-oh's eyes widen in shock as the ball closes in, aimed right at his face. In his arms, Twidjum remains blissfully unaware of the danger, looking up with a happy, panting face. With a sickening crunch, the ball smashes into Jae-oh's face as he instinctively shields the puppy. The girls scream in horror at the brutal impact. Jae-oh stumbles back, clutching his face as one of Minjeong's friends rushes over, asking in a panic, Hey, are you okay? Bright red blood drips onto the pavement. The girl shrieks, BL, blood, are you all right? Tagu and his friends jog over, and Tagu puts on a show of false concern, saying, sorry, the ball slipped out of my hand. He continues the act, raising his hands innocently. My bad, total accident. He then turns to Jae-oh, asking with fake sympathy, Hey, you okay? Does it hurt? While Minjeong looks on, unimpressed. Leaning in close, Tagu drops the act, a smug grin on his face as he mutters a threat. Watch it. Jae-oh can only respond with a confused, Jae-oh looks up, his face covered in blood, but his eyes are cold with rage. Even Twidjum growls, sensing the hostility. Jae-oh's voice is low and dangerous. My dog almost got hurt. Apologize. Tagu throws his head back and erupts in laughter, pointing mockingly at Jae-oh's face. Puhahaha, double nosebleed. He immediately claps a hand over his mouth, horrified at his own outburst. He thinks to himself in a panic, gasp. Minjeong is watching, you are tarred. As Tagu tries to recover his composure, the other students gather around, concerned for Jae-oh. They ask, Hey, you okay? I think he got you right in the face, and suggest, shouldn't you go to the nurse's office? Still holding Twidjum, who is now growling at the bullies, Jae-oh calmly replies, I'm fine, but Twidjum almost got hurt. Be careful next time. Tagu scoffs, muttering, acting tough with a bloody nose. With a smirk, Tagu offers a lazy, insincere apology. Yeah, sorry, dogs are precious, right? Completely missing the sarcasm, Jae-oh accepts. Apology accepted. I'm really fine. Jae-oh turns to leave, calling out, I'm going now. Twidjum, let's go home. Tilda. As he walks away, one of Tagu's friends remarks, He's tougher than he looks. Tagu went easy on him, haha. Tagu angrily snaps, Shut up. His eyes fixed on Jae-oh's retreating back, Tagu gives an order to his lackey. Find out who that bastard is and what class he's in. He adds menacingly, I don't like his attitude. Walking away from the school, Jae-oh clutches Twidjum and smiles with relief. He thinks to himself, I was really scared I'd lose Twidjum. He looks down at the sleeping puppy, a gentle smile on his face. But thanks to Twidjum, I got to see a school, haha. I met a lot of kids my age too. For the first time, he feels a sense of belonging. It's fun, he thinks wistfully. If I went here, would I have made many friends? Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind him. Hey, friend. Jae-oh stops, turning around in confusion. It's Tagu, who slings a seemingly friendly arm around Jae-oh's shoulder. I'm really sorry about earlier, he says with a grin. Jae-oh is taken aback. Friend, Tagu laughs. We're in the same grade, so we're friends, right? Haha. Tagu continues his act. Since you got hit by the ball, I felt bad just apologizing with words, so I'll treat you to some bread. Jae-oh can only stare, completely bewildered. What? The word triggers a powerful reaction in Jae-oh, who has been deprived of such simple things. His mind fills with images of delicious-looking bread as he exclaims, "Bread." He stammers, completely won over. "Why, you're buying me bread." "Really?" Tagu pulls him along, sealing the deal. "Yeah, dude, ha ha ha, there's some really delicious bread over there." Jayo, completely innocent, even asks, "Is there stuff for Twijim to eat too?" Tagu replies with a grin, "Of course, Tilder, I'll buy everything." As Tagu leads him away, he mutters, "Since I was showing off in front of the girls, you must be hungry. I'll give you plenty of bread." Jayo just looks on, confused. The friendly facade vanishes in an instant as Tagu swings his leg, aiming a powerful kick directly at Jayo. Tagu delivers a vicious kick to Jayo's back, forcing him to his knees as he collapses forward with a pained cry. Cuck. Jayo collapses to the ground in a secluded alleyway, clutching Twijim to protect him from the fall. From behind, Tagu's friends mock him. "He actually followed us. This guy's real." Haha. Looking up from the pavement, Jayo finally starts to realize he's been tricked. Tagu looms over him, laughing. "You really followed us because we said we'd buy you bread? Ha 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 ha." Another bully appears, looking down on Jayo with a contemptuous smirk. Is he a little slow in the head? Tagu looks down at the fallen Jayo, a cruel smirk on his face. Surrounded by his gang, he reveals his true intentions. "Anyway, I'll feed you till you're full," he sneers before delivering the punchline. "A knuckle sandwich." Joe Tagu and his pack of vultures corner the lab rat, sneering at him like he's dirt on their boots. "Damn, what a pathetic loser." Tagu looms over him, Shadow swallowing the boy as he snarls. "Seriously, hey, who do you think you are, acting all big?" Kim Jayo just stares back with those dead eyes, barely blinking. "Acting big? About what?" Tagu's face twists. "Why are you hitting on Minjiang?" The red-haired delinquent cocks a fist, screaming in the boy's face. "You're the type who'd bawl on the floor after one punch. What's with the fake tough guy act? Should I wreck you for real?" Laughter rips through the air as the gang joins in, mocking the boy's weak frame and the small puppy in his arms. Tagu's teeth grit. This bastard, I swear, just, damn it." Jayo hides his face in his hand, a heavy sigh escaping. "I thought he called me out to be friends. Turns out he called me out to pick a fight." The boy turns to walk away, voice flat and tired. "Sorry if I'm making you uncomfortable. I'll leave." A bully named Jiyun in a green windbreaker steps in, blocking the path with a shark-like grin. "Where do you think you're going?" Jayo's gaze sharpens, a warning cold as ice. "Move, Fries is getting scared." The thugs only laugh harder. Jiyun lunges, hand outstretched like a claw. "Guess the mutt takes after his owner. How dare a dog bark at people?" Snap, Jayo's arm blurs. A fist connects with Jiyun's jaw, sending blood and teeth spraying into the air. Gah! Jiyun hits the asphalt like a sack of meat, unconscious before his head even bounces. The gang freezes in dead silence. "WH, what the?" Why's Jiyun on the ground over there? Tagu's pupils shrink to pinpricks as he tries to process the speed. "What was that? Did my eyes just trick me?" I just swung my arm and Jiyun went flying. Adrenaline turns to panic. The rest of the gang rushes in, screaming. "What the hell did you just do?" Tagu's voice cracks. "Did you send Jiyun flying?" Jayo stands his ground, the dog clutched tight to his chest as his eyes narrow into slits. No fear, just calculation. Deep in his chest, the resurrection heart ignites. Thump, thump. A biological furnace roaring back to life, pumping raw power through his veins. He moves, a blur of white and black. Another bully is launched into the sky, jaw shattered by a kick that moves faster than sound. The boy is a ghost, weaving through the chaos and slamming a thug's face directly into the hard ground. Rip, surge, reconstruct. You deliver a thunderous punch straight into Tagu's face. Your blinding speed leaves him completely rooted to the spot. The impact is sickening. The bully is slammed against the brick wall with such raw power that the entire structure groans under the pressure. Dust and debris explode. The brickwork shatters, spiderwebbing out from the point of impact. Tagu can only watch, paralyzed. This is just a small lesson from Jayo. Jayo steps back, the dog Fries yawning in his arms like nothing happened. "I told you to stop." Fries is scared. The survivors scramble back, eyes bulging at the cracked masonry. The brick. One of them turns tail and bolts, screaming in pure terror. "You freak! You monster!" The alpha has become the prey. Tagu stares at the crater in the wall, cold sweat slicking his neck. "No way!" Seriously, he cracked the wall. He collapses onto the pavement, his legs turning to jelly. "I'm screwed. If he hits me even once, something's gonna break for sure." Terror paints Tagu's face gray. "Did I mess with the wrong guy?" The bully is finally tasting fear. He drops to the ground, bowing his head in a desperate, pathetic grovel. I'm sorry. I'll never do it again." Tagu fumbles for his phone, thrusting it forward with a manic grin. "It's true. I've got a dog at home too, look. His name's BBOBBI. See cute, right? Jayo looks at the screen, his killing intent vanishing in an instant. Oh, he actually does have a dog. Maybe he's not totally awful, Tagu pleads. Just let me off this once. From above, they look like two lost souls in a wasteland of cracked bricks. Then a loud, rumbling growl echoes through the air. It's not the dog, it's Jayo's stomach. The boy rubs his belly, the monstrous power having burned through his reserves. Ah, guess using a bit of strength made me hungry. Come to think of it, I haven't eaten anything today. Tagu looks up, confused by the sudden shift. You're suddenly hungry, now of all times? The threat level just plummeted into absurdity. Tagu's mind starts racing. So that's it. This bastard. He's pretending to forgive me, but secretly hinting he wants food. What a sly bastard. In a quiet classroom, Song Haijai sits at her desk, unaware of the carnage her friend just unleashed. The title cards roll. Episode 6, Who is this guy? The scene shifts to the bright neon sign of the school store. A peace offering is in the works. Jayo's eyes sparkle as he looks at the mountain of bread and snacks. Thanks, I'll dig in, Tagu mutters. Yeah, enjoy it. The boy starts inhaling the food with the same intensity he uses to break bones. One bite after another, devouring the store's stock. He doesn't forget his furry companion, sharing a piece of bread with Twidgem. It's good, right? There are little strawberry-like bits in the bread. Tagu watches from across the table, his jaw clenched. What is this guy? He seems insanely strong, but he acts like a total dork. I seriously can't get a read on him. The image of Ji-yoon flying through the air flashes in his mind. I mean, with one punch he sent a guy flying into the air. Is he some pro boxer who used to compete or something? Joe Tagu stares at the shattered wall, his sweat turning cold. But even for a pro, can you really slam someone into a wall hard enough to crack it? He grips his phone, watching Kim Jayo feed the puppy fries from across the table. I've never seen anything like that in my life. I'll need to take some special measures. Enter Na Young Chul, a mountain of a man with a man bun and a floral shirt, eyes fixed on his cards and a cigarette dangling from his lip. Oh, Tagu, long time no see. Tagu's voice trembles over the line, his face a mask of desperation. Sir, could you please help me out just this once? I'm really screwed here. Young Chul exhales a cloud of smoke, his expression hardening into a sneer. What? You got your ass beat by some punk? You've gotta be kidding me. Hey, you halfwit, you get beat up and you come crawling to me? Do I look that free to you? Tagu whispers into the receiver, sweat drenching his face as he begs for a lifeline. It's because his fists are just too much. This is my first and last request. Please, just help me save face this one time. The thugs wonder, who is it? Young Chul leans back. Oh, just some junior named Tagu, says some brat who's good with his fists gave him a beatdown and now he's crawling to me for help. The gang bursts into laughter. What? Haha, how good can he actually be? I'm bored anyway, tell him I'll swing by. Young Chul just sighs in disgust at the idiots. Truly pathetic. Tagu's eyes light up with relief, a massive weight lifting off his shoulders as the voice on the other end announces. Fine, I've got business near your school today anyway, so just bring him out. Tagu stammers gratefully. Really? Thank you so much, boss. He snaps the phone shut, a jagged predatory grin splitting his face. You're dead now, haha. Suddenly a hand enters the frame, holding a bag of snacks. Hey, do you want some too? Jayo stands there with a blank expression, holding out a piece of bread. I felt bad eating alone. Tagu's brain short-circuits at the whiplash. Tagu waves it off, sporting a fake, nervous smile. No, you go ahead and eat. You can have it all. You can also have the other bread and drinks. They're all yours. Jayo crouches down to feed Fries, the image of innocence in a tracksuit. Tagu watches him, his internal monologue screaming, how is someone like this that strong? Fries happily munches on the snack. Jayo's simplicity is more terrifying than his strength. Tagu's gaze drops to Jayo's hands. Wait a sec. He smashed that wall with such insane force his hands should be mangled. So how the hell are they completely fine? No scars, no redness. The boy's skin is as smooth as if the wall-cracking impact never happened. Hold on. He's got crazy strength that can launch people. And his injuries heal super fast. He frantically racks his brain as a video of a masked fighter flashes in his mind. Depending on the shape of their heart, they can awaken unique abilities. If that's the case, no way. But they make up less than 0.001% of the population. You're almost never supposed to see one in the flesh. Tagu stands frozen, the truth hitting him like a freight train. Are you a heart mutant? PFFFD, Jayo sprays his drink all over the floor, coughing violently at Tagu's sudden question. Fries looks up, completely bewildered. Cough, I'm... not. But that reaction says it all. Tagu covers his mouth, his eyes wide with horror and awe. A heart mutant. I've never actually seen one before. He looks almost the same as a normal person. Tagu stops breathing at the revelation, his hand instinctively covering his mouth. But wait! If he's a heart mutant, doesn't that make him incredibly dangerous? Slam, Youngchul nearly shatters the table as he stands up, chips flying everywhere. A heart mutant. The room goes silent. Youngchul's face is a mask of pure adrenaline-fueled excitement. What if the guys I called get beat up too? That guy next to you is a heart mutant. Tagu cowers, whispering back into the phone. Why, yes, he's a heart mutant. I had no idea he'd be this scary. So maybe, since he's dangerous, we should just forget about roughing him up and... Youngchul cuts him off, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. No, that's even better. We'll give that punk a proper beating, so make sure he can't go anywhere. Jayo wipes his mouth and stands up, ready to head out. I'm finished. I'll be going now. Tagu freezes, desperately whispering into the phone. Ah, why yes, understood. Tagu's face goes pale as he searches for any excuse. Already? There's still lunch break left. Jayo gives a small, tired smile. Yeah, I need to head home now. Tagu's eyes narrow, the gears turning behind his red fringe. I'm supposed to keep him here until the guys arrive. In that case, cut to the wide-open expanse of the school's soccer field. Hey, instead of that, why don't we skip class and go hang out somewhere? Jayo stops. Skip. Class. A neon beacon appears. Game land. Jayo steps inside, the flashing lights and electronic music hitting him like a physical wave. Whoa, everything's so shiny. What is this place? Tagu smirks. First time at an arcade. Jayo's cheeks flush a deep red, his eyes wide and sparking with genuine wonder. Yeah, I didn't even know places like this existed. Wow. He walks deeper into the neon maze, Fries trotting alongside him. Everything's new. This is amazing. He stops in front of a glass box, his hands pressing against the cool surface. Oh, that's the same character keychain Haijai has on her bag. Tagu stands by watching, a look of pure disbelief on his face. What, is it his first time seeing a claw machine too? He muses. What the hell has this guy been doing his entire life? He pulls out his wallet. Hey, I'll put money in, you try it. Jayo hesitates. Emmy, I just do this, right? No, move over. The metal claw descends, hovering over a purple cat plushie. Jayo's face is glued to the glass. You just move this claw and grab the doll. The claw is moving. Whoa, the plushie drops into the prize chute. A clean win on the first try. Jayo clutches the purple doll to his chest, a massive, genuine smile lighting up his face. Now I've got the same doll as Haijai. Tagu watches the monster giggle over a stuffed toy, a dark shadow crossing his face as he smirks. Perfect, he's totally into it. No problem stalling him until the guys show up. Tagu leads him deeper into the neon belly of the city. Then I guess you've never been to a coin karaoke either. Jayo blinks lost. Coin karaoke. They cram into a tiny, soundproof box. You sing in these little rooms. Tagu grabs the remote, eyes scanning the list. Tell me a song you want to sing, I'll punch it in. Jayo scratches his head, a blush creeping up his neck. A song? I don't know any songs. Tagu rolls his eyes. Hey, just sing anything, don't act shy when it's just guys here. The screen lights up with cartoon monkeys and bears. A nursery rhyme. Then Jayo grips the mic like a lifeline, belting out the lyrics with terrifying sincerity. When I held my mom's tilde hand and went out to play tilde I ate cotton. Can, die. Tagu's jaw drops. Who sings a kiddie song in karaoke? How long are you going to keep this pure boy act up? Jayo stops, his face falling into a mask of sadness. Am I not supposed to sing this? It's the only song I know. The silence in the booth is heavy. Jayo looks at his shoes. Before I was separated from my family at 7, my mom taught it to me. After that, I couldn't live a normal life. So I never really learned any other songs. The words hit Tagu like a physical blow. Separated from his family at 7. Can't live a normal life. Tagu watches him cradle the puppy. The monster is just a broken kid. What is this guy? Are heart mutants all like this? Tears well up in Tagu's eyes, his face contorted with uncharacteristic empathy. Damn, he's hitting me right in the feels. He snaps out of it, slamming a 10,001 bill into Jayo's hand. So you couldn't live a normal life? Then you've got to live an extraordinary one. Come on, I'll show you a whole new world. Jayo is baffled, The arcade explodes into a frenzy of noise. They hammer away at the drums, a rhythmic war. Hit faster. Tagu roars, yoo-hoo. They face off in a classic brawler. Tagu screams as his character takes a hit. Hey, no cheating. That's not how you play, you idiot. Jayo looks focused. Isn't this how you're supposed to play? The dance floor lights up. Jayo tries to follow the arrows, his legs tangling as he slips. NGH. Tagu cackles, watching the powerhouse struggle with a rhythm game. Are you actually hopeless at this? Ha ha ha. Jayo pants, a small smile appearing. It's hard, haha. The sun begins to dip, painting the sky in shades of gold and blue. They stumble out of game land, the cool air hitting their sweaty faces. Tagu leans on his knees, gasping for breath. Huff, huff. I'm exhausted from playing. Tagu chugs a bottle of water, handing one to Jayo. I told you it'd be fun, didn't I? Jayo beams, truly happy. Arcades are really fun. I've never been anywhere this fun in my entire life. Vibrations, a sharp ringtone cuts through the moment. Tagu's phone is buzzing in his pocket. Huh. He checks the screen, his blood turning to ice. The realization hits like a sledgehammer. Anyway, who's even calling at this time? He stops. You little punk, haha. Na Youngchul's voice screams through the speaker, distorted with rage. You little piece of trash. Answer your damn phone when it rings. Cold sweat drenches Tagu. The mission, the hit. He forgot everything. Oh crap. Brother Youngchul. I was supposed to keep this guy here so he could beat him up for me. I totally forgot because I was busy having fun. He looks down at a strip of photos in his hand. 4 frames of genuine laughter. I even got excited and took God Life 4 Cuts photos with him. I'm actually an idiot, aren't I? The pictures tell the story. 2 boys making heart shapes with their hands. For a few hours, they weren't predator and prey. They were just friends. Tagu's gaze lingers on Jayo. The boy is busy with the dog, oblivious to the storm approaching. Overhead, the alleyway looks narrow and trap-like. Tagu watches Jayo walk away, the shadow of his betrayal looming large. The shadow takes form. A group of men block the path, their faces obscured by the gloom. What? Tagu prostrates himself, bowing as low as humanly possible. I'm sorry, sir. Turns out he's not actually a heart mutant. Na Youngchul looms over him, his face a mask of disappointment and fury. Are you screwing with me right now? Tagu grovels, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Tagu takes the heat, his face already bruised from the punishment. Yeah, all 3 of these. This isn't his fault. Flashback, Jayo in the booth, the puppy his only anchor. You're telling me that puppy is his only family. Tagu covers his face, the guilt gnawing at his gut. Damn it, that's so damn sad. He pulls out his phone, showing a picture of a small white dog. Honestly, I kind of get how he feels. My BBOB buys 17 now, so I don't know when he'll cross the rainbow bridge either. Tagu is a sobbing mess, the tough guy facade completely shattered. Just thinking about BBOBBI dying. It makes my eyes water. NGH? Honestly, when my buddies tried to mess with my dog, I nearly killed them. Oh man, it's okay. Back in the present, Tagu looks up, a new resolve in his eyes. Right. This isn't about him, it's about the dog. If he dies or disappears, what happens to the puppy? Wham! A massive fist connects with Tagu's face, sending him reeling. Gah! Tagu trembles on the ground, his body racking with fear and pain. Fingers wind into his red hair, yanking his head back with brutal force. Tagu. Na Youngchul's eyes are cold, dead pools of violence. Do I look like I'm joking to you? Where's the mutant? Kim Jayo sits at the arcade, completely tuned out while Tagu screams in his ear. One guy is playing a game, the other is playing with fire. Shadows loom in the alleyway, metal pipes and wooden bats. A pack of wolves waiting for the signal to rip into their prey. Na Youngchul grips Tagu's hair like he's holding a piece of trash. He growls, asking if the kid thinks everyone gathered here just to catch one person. Tagu's hands are pressed together in a desperate prayer. He begs, stuttering that it's all a misunderstanding and he was with the guy all day. He spins a web of lies to protect his friend. Jayo is just an average loser who got winded playing a rhythm game and collapsed. Tagu shouts it into the predator's face. Jayo is just a pathetic nerd, and he's sorry the big man came all this way for nothing. Youngchul stares him down. Cold, unmoving, he doesn't buy a single word of the desperate performance. He scratches his head with a frustrated sigh. So according to the brat, there is no mutant. The predator shifts tactics. He pulls Tagu into a mock embrace, asking if the kid is upset that he raised his voice and laid a hand on him. Youngchul lights a cigarette, the flame dancing in his eyes. He tells the brat that a lie is written all over his face. He leans in close, the smoke curling around them. He wants to know why the story suddenly changed. The world has gone to hell because of mutants. He claims they have to do this much just so they can all walk away fine. Youngchul laughs, a cruel, mocking sound. He finds it cute that the brat was actually worried about them. Tagu's face is slick with sweat and blood. He tries to protest, but the words die in his throat. Youngchul holds up a hand, 5 fingers extended. 500, the price of a friend's soul. The offer is on the table. Turn the mutant over to the boss and walk away with a fat stack of cash. Clean and neat. Tagu freezes as the realization hits him like a freight train. This isn't just a gang fight. This is human trafficking. The news is full of it. Heart mutants disappearing into thin air. Research labs and government facilities paying top dollar for live specimens. Tagu's hand trembles against the cold pavement. The man he idolized as a big brother is just another predator in a floral shirt. He keeps the lie alive, pleading with the monster to just believe him. Jai-O is nothing special. Patience snaps. Young Chul's leg swings in a brutal arc, his foot connecting with Tagu's chest. You little shit. The force of the kick sends Tagu flying through the air. He's nothing but a ragdoll in the path of a storm. He hits the ground hard, gasping for air that won't come. His lungs are screaming, his chest feels crushed. Young Chul looms over him, fury etched into his features. He's been letting things slide, but now he's officially pissed off. A heavy boot grinds into Tagu's back. The predator is done playing games. Young Chul barks an order to his lackeys. Beat the boy until his resolve breaks and the truth comes spilling out. The circle closes in. Fists and feet rain down on Tagu as he curls into a ball, trying to protect what's left of himself. The pain is a white-hot blur. Every blow is a reminder of his own weakness. The past bleeds into the present. A younger Tagu, smaller and more fragile, takes the same beating from a group of bullies. He cries out for them to stop, but the world is deaf to a loser's pleas. The punches keep coming. Then a shadow falls over the bullies. A voice cuts through the violence, asking who gave them permission to bully their own friend. The bullies scatter like rats in the light. Young Chul stands tall, the hero of a story that's actually a horror. Young Chul reaches out a hand. He calls the boy's name, pulling him up from the dirt. He tells the kid he's his Hyung now. A big brother who won't let him get beat up just for existing. Back then he seemed loyal. He seemed cool. He was everything a weak kid wanted to be. Tagu wanted that life. He wanted to be the one standing over others, looking cool and untouchable. Now the reality is blood on the pavement. The brat isn't saying anything, and the lackeys are starting to doubt if he knows anything at all. Young Chul isn't fooled. He's watched this kid for years, and he can spot a lie in a single look. He squats down, his voice dropping to a low, sinister rumble. If Tagu tries to sell the mutant on his own, he'll only get a fraction of the price. Tagu stares up with a shattered expression. Loyalty is a luxury for those who don't have their bodies on the line. Young Chul stands up and gestures to his men. Bring the chains. The interrogation is entering its final, most brutal stage. He wraps the cold iron around his fist. Metal on bone. He tells the boy that making real money and being unashamed is how you live the coolest life. Now Young Chul flashes a jagged smile, the chain wrapped tight around his fist. Let's both live cool lives, you and me. A predator's invitation. He yanks Joe Tagu's hair, the cold iron biting into his scalp. Tagu spits through the pain. Sir. Sorry, but. Tagu stares into the eyes of his former idol. The illusion shatters. Right now you look really uncool. Reality sets in. Tagu's heart hammers against his ribs. What did I just say? Young Chul's voice drops to a lethal whisper. That's so. Fury erupts. Young Chul's face contorts into a mask of pure hate. I see. Tagu, you little piece of shit. Tagu's hands fly up, a useless shield against the inevitable. Sir, I'm sorry. I misspoke. The chain-wrapped fist descends like a wrecking ball. Just die, you bastard. Snap, the world stops. A hand clamps onto Young Chul's wrist, halting the kill shot midair. Kim Jai-O stares at the metal. Analytical, cold, the chain, about as thick as a pinky finger. And it's got weld marks and rough edges. He stands there, casually holding Twidgem like he's out for a stroll. If you beat someone with this, the wounds'll last a long time. Shock ripples through the alley. The thugs freeze. Tagu looks up, his world spinning. How does he? Jai-O squats down, his eyes never leaving the target. I came to find you. You were taking too long, so. Tagu's voice is a broken rasp. He begs his friend to escape. Run, I know these guys. The truth pours out, bitter and bloody. I'm the one who called them. I called them to rough you up, Jai-O. He lays it all bare, the ultimate betrayal. And I even told them you were a heart mutant. Jai-O's response is a haunting whisper. Why? Tagu's teeth grit. The weight of his own pettiness is crushing. He confesses the pathetic truth. Because I was so pissed that you hit me. He chokes on a sob. I'm sorry. Then a firm no. Jai-O isn't listening to the apology. He's looking at the iron. I'm asking why you're letting them hit you with this. Young Chul stares down at the boy who shouldn't be here. Tagu gazes at the monster he had secretly recognized as a friend. Crack, a wooden bat swings with full force, shattering the silence against Jai-O's skull. Jai-O takes the hit. No dodge, no block, just the sound of wood meeting bone. The pack descends. Bats and pipes rain down in a rhythmic thud-thud-thud against Jai-O's prone form. Twidgem isn't staying quiet. The small dog barks with a fury that matches the tension. Woof, you-ah, woof. Tagu reaches out, his spirit breaking. No. A thug squats over the mess, a cruel smirk under his mask. So you're the heart mutant, huh? You had the nerve to walk right into. Blood drips from Jayo's fingers, staining the pavement. The resurrection heart begins to pulse. The thug's eyes go wide. Something is wrong, the air is getting heavy. Huh. Boom, Jayo explodes upward. A fist connects with the thug's jaw, sending teeth flying. Goo. He moves like a blur of shadow and vengeance. A spin, a strike, a body hitting the floor. Another thug goes down hard, face first into the unforgiving stone. Thud. The remaining gang members back away. Their target isn't just standing, he's evolving. Jayo stands on the stairs, shadows veiling his face. The predator has become the prey. Young Chul's voice is a frantic scream. Kill him. They charge again, desperation in every swing. Beat him to death. Shatter Jayo strikes through the center. A whirlwind of bone-breaking force. A kick sends a man soaring. Impact, the sound of ribs snapping like dry twigs. Blood mists the air. The alley is a slaughterhouse, and Jayo is the butcher. A palm strike to the face. The world goes black for another lackey. He launches himself, a human projectile. A kick pins a thug against the wall with sickening force. Jayo's eyes lock onto his next target. Empty, terrifying. Whack, a bat connects with his head, blood spraying. But he doesn't flinch. He counters with a strike that silences the attacker instantly. The cycle continues. Impact, a thug hits the fence with bone-crunching force. Metal groans under the weight of Kim Jayo's power. The alley goes cold, the survivors tremble. What the? How is he that strong? Another gasps. Is he even human? A dark shadow looms over the thugs, as Jayo hoists one of them into the air by the throat with only his left hand. Young Chul charges, the blade of his knife catching the dim light. He's lost his mind. You idiots, just stab him. The steel sinks in. Once, twice. Young Chul screams into the boy's ear. He's human too. Get stabbed and you die all the same. Flesh tears, blood sprays. Young Chul's face is a mask of pure sadistic glee. How's that, huh? It hurts like hell, right? The monster in the floral shirt doesn't stop. He stabs again and again. You son of a die, you freaking monster. Crimson paints the pavement. The sound of cold steel slicing through flesh is chilling to the bone. But suddenly that hand moves, clamping down on the jagged blade. Young Chul's eyes bulge, bloodshot and wide. He stands there, paralyzed by those movements he just witnessed. Jayo turns, no pain, no fear, just a bored, heavy gaze. He looks at his attacker and says, "Stop stabbing him." Snap, he yanks the serrated blade right out of the boss's hand. He doesn't even flinch as the metal bites into his palm. Young Chul's confidence shatters like glass. His knees shake. What the hell are you? He stammers. What kind of heart lets you get stabbed and stay fine? Jayo tilts his head. Blood drips from his chin, but his voice is steady. Me. Crack, he drives the blade deep into Young Chul's thigh, sending him into total shock. Jayo's voice is the last thing he hears before the darkness swallows him. You don't need to know. The rats are deserting the sinking ship. T told you we shouldn't have messed with a heart mutant. I'm out. Me too. Pat, a blur of speed. The wind whistles as Jayo closes the distance in a heartbeat. His eyes ignite, a crimson glow that promises nothing but suffering. Now that you know what I am, the sentence is a death sentence for their escape. None of you get to run. Twidgem barks a victory song. Woof! The tiny dog is the only witness to the carnage. Bodies litter the concrete, broken bones and bruised egos. One thug groans a final, pathetic goo. Jayo stands in the center of the graveyard of thugs, holding the remnants of the gang by their hair. He looks down at the boy on the floor. Joe Tagu looks up through the tears and the swelling. Jayo. He crawls through the dirt, his voice cracking with desperation. Are you okay? You got stabbed. He fumbles for his phone. I'll call 911. I'll call them right now. Just hold on. Jayo touches the hole in his chest. The meat is already knitting itself back together. It's fine, I'm okay. Tagu freezes. The world stops making sense. Huh! He stares at the vanishing wound. Your wound. The anxiety fades, leaving only pure humiliation. Blood flows from Tagu's nose like a faucet. He bows his head to the pavement. The weight of his betrayal is heavier than any beating. I'm sorry. Thud, Tagu's inner monologue is a screaming choir of regret. You freaking idiot, Joe Tagu. You should have just died instead. I told you to choose your friends more carefully. Jayo looks at him, completely dazed, while Tagu's voice remains thick with regret and fury. You even tried to sell your friend, you bastard. The dam breaks. Tagu sobs into the ground. I'm sorry. I sold you out. I used to hang out with those guys all the time. The pathetic truth spills out. Whenever I was with them, it all just seemed okay somehow. I thought that was what cool looked like. Turns out I'm just a thug no different from those bastards. Jayo reaches into his pocket. Suyuke? He pulls out something white and absorbent. He holds it out to the crying mess on the floor. You've got a nosebleed, here. Tagu blinks through the tears. You're giving me this to wipe the blood? Jayo nods. Yeah. He takes it, then the realization hits. This is... He stares at the quilted fabric. A puppy pee pad, you bastard. He presses the pad to his face anyway. Still, I should wipe before I get hit again. While he's bracing himself for another round of blows, Jayo speaks softly. You said it yourself just now, that someone like you doesn't even deserve to be called a friend. A rare, small smile touches Jayo's lips. So it wasn't just me who thought of us as friends. That's enough for me. Tagu's heart swells. The silence is louder than the fight ever was. Juroruk, new tears flow, but these ones are different. He lunges forward, throwing his arms around the boy he tried to sell. Jayo? Gah. Uwa. He wails into Jayo's shoulder, a mix of grief and gratitude. I'm sorry. You're seriously a damn cool guy. Na Youngchul drops to his knees, his massive frame trembling as he begs. Let me go. I've learned my lesson. The coward cowers before his subordinates, desperately trying to buy his freedom. I won't tell a soul that you're a heart mutant. You have my word. Joe Tagu grits his teeth, looking down at the pathetic display with pure contempt. Ha! Snap! Joe Tagu's leg whips out, his boot connecting with the heavy man's jaw. Fuwook you! You should have apologized first, you fat pig. He snarls. Stop acting like a tough guy, you piece of shit. Another strike. Joe Tagu doesn't let up, his face twisted in rage. Jayo, this guy is a total scumbag. You bloated yourself up like a hog. Impact, the force sends Na Youngchul's head snapping back as he gasps. Cough, Tagu. Wait, I knew you were all talk the moment I saw you. Kim Jayo stands back, clutching the small dog to his chest as he watches the one-sided beating. Didn't you say you guys were friends? Joe Tagu roars back. Just die, you pig. Joe Tagu turns to the boy with the cold eyes, looking for orders. Jayo, what should we do with these scumbags? Hand 'em over to the cops. Or should I beat 'em senseless first so they keep their mouths shut about you? A sudden shout cuts through the alley, freezing the violence in its tracks. Wait a second. Na Youngchul presses his hands together in a frantic prayer for mercy. I won't say a word, I swear. Just please don't call the police. Red and blue lights flicker against the brick walls. The law has arrived. Excuse me, gentlemen, could you step over here for a moment? Two officers approach with professional detachment. We're from the Siatam police substation. We received a report from a neighbor. We'll need your cooperation. The rest of the gang freezes, their faces pale under the sudden scrutiny of the police. Joe Tagu pivots instantly, putting on a helpful act as he greets the officers. Officers, you're just in time. I was about to call you myself. The predator becomes the prey. Joe Tagu points a finger at the bruised thug. These guys are absolute pieces of shit. These bastards are out here selling people. The accusation lands like a hammer blow. If you go to their hideout, you'll find plenty of evidence. Na Youngchul's face is a swollen mess of desperation. They're over 20. They're real criminals. Lock them up already. He can only stutter. W8. A guttural scream erupts from the alley as the gravity of the situation sinks in. Og. Na Youngchul collapses onto the hard pavement, thrashing like a landed fish. Help! Someone help me. The thug plays his last card, pity. I think my bones are broken. He even stabbed me in the leg. Kim Jayo watches the performance with a blank stare. What the hell is he doing? Tears and snot stream down the man's face as he yells for the police to save him. Officers, thank God you're here. That bastard beat us half to death. Look at what he did to us. Joe Tagu explodes, his face turning red with disbelief. What kind of bullshit is that? Who beat who? Kim Jayo remains completely dazed. The contrast between his pristine appearance and the pathetic wrecks at his feet is jarring. You guys were the ones trying to kidnap me. So why are you the ones covered in blood? Na Youngchul points a trembling finger at the silent boy. Look at him. That bastard doesn't have a scratch on him. We're the ones who got hurt. That punk just started wailing on us out of nowhere. The scene is a chaotic mess of bodies and shouting. Na Youngchul screams, No, I'm the proof. Look at my face. We took way more hits. I can't breathe, boss. Gak. Joe Tagu fires back. Officer, these bastards are all full of shit. The police try to regain control of the volatile crowd. Everyone, calm down. We'll sort out the details at the station. Na Youngchul leans in, his eyes wide with a dangerous secret. More importantly, that guy, he's a heart mutant. Silence. Kim Jayo's pupils contract as the secret he fought so hard to hide is dragged into the light. Na Youngchul spits. Is a heart mutant allowed to just beat people up like this? The officer's expressions shift to something much more dangerous. A heart mutant? Don't we have that mutant special act for this? The law closes in, demanding an identity that doesn't exist. Are you sure you're a heart mutant? Give me your ID card or registration number. A cold sweat breaks across Kim Jae-yo's brow. I don't have anything like that. The officer's eyes narrow, sensing a major violation. You're a heart mutant and you aren't registered with the state. You realize that's a violation of the Mutant Special Act. The situation spirals. The police surround the boy like wolves. We'll start by getting you registered, state your identity and your ability. Trapped, the words echo in his mind like a death sentence. Identity, registration, flashback to the agony. The skeleton in the tank. Jae-yo remembers the horror. If those bastards from the laboratory find my info, what then? I finally stopped looking like a skeleton. It's harder for them to find me now. One wrong move and the lab finds him. He thinks, but the moment I register, they'll track me down instantly. The officer's hand drops to his belt. Sir, I need you to cooperate. A voice breaks the tension, a girl rushing into the center of the conflict. Wait, hold on. Song Hae-jae stops, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she forces a smile. Huff, huff, hello. The officers look at the high school girl with confusion. Who are you? Song Hae-jae thrusts her phone forward, the screen glowing with a call from my sister. Can you take this call? Just take it, please. The officer takes the device, his skepticism clear. Hello. A sharp, authoritative voice rings through the speaker. This is Superintendent Song Hae-in, team leader of the Mutant Special Team. My ID number is A031111S. You can verify it yourself. Officer Han Seok-jin snaps into a rigid salute, terror leaking through his voice. Salute, he bellows into the phone. This is Officer Han Seok-jin from the Seotum Police Substation, ma'am. The voice on the other end is ice cold, cutting through the chaos. This case is an attempted kidnapping of a heart mutant. Process the kidnappers according to standard procedure. The heart mutant is our witness. Release him without further questioning. The officer's mouth hangs open as he shouts his compliance. Yes, ma'am, we'll follow your orders immediately. As team leader, I'll take full responsibility. Report that to your superiors. The table has turned. Han Seok-jin barks orders to his men. Officer Kim, Officer Lee, arrest these thugs and let the others go. Hands behind your back. Na Youngchul's face hits the pavement as he screams in disbelief. What's going on? Why are you only taking us? He spits. I told you we're the ones who got beaten up. The weight of the law crushes the life out of his excuses. Who the hell was on that phone to make you lock us up like this? A golden light in a dark alley. Song Hae-jae waves with a triumphant smile. Jo Tagu stares, brain short-circuiting. Who the hell is that girl? Kim Jae-yo blinks, his voice low as he cradles the small dog. Hae-jae, what exactly is going on here? He asks her. How did she even know to come to this place? Flashback, from the safety of the school windows, she saw the storm brewing. Oh, well, I saw you coming to school. Some creeps were surrounding you, so I followed. Creeps, Kim Jae-yo gestures to the red-haired boy. You mean Tagu? Yeah, exactly. Song Hae-jae looks at the battered remains of Jo Tagu's pride. But why does he look so ugly? Wait, never mind. What the hell happened here? Kim Jae-yo sighs. He just got the hell beaten out of him by some thugs. Jo Tagu's eyes widen as recognition hits him like a freight train. She's the school goddess. It's Song Hae-jae. She recoils. Isn't this guy a creep too? Kim Jae-yo defends him. No, Tagu's a good guy. The way he's looking at me is a bit. Relief and jealousy mingle in the air. Anyway, my sister took care of those bastards. More importantly, Jae-yo, are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine. Jo Tagu sobs. You said you had no friends, you lucky bastard. I'm so jealous. The interrogation begins. Kim Jae-yo leans into the police car, eyes burning into Na Youngchul. More importantly, who were you planning to hand me over to? Vengeance tastes like static. He growls. Was it the Hermes laboratory? The thug shakes his head, genuine confusion in his voice. What? The laboratory? I've never heard of that place. We were just gonna hand him over to a broker working this area. Kim Jae-yo's brow furrows. A broker. The underworld economy exposed. There are brokers who specialize in trading heart mutants. Usually, we just sell mutants to them. A new target acquired. Those brokers, I want to meet them. Hunting the broker. Episode 8 begins. Fear ripples through Song Hae-jae's voice. No way. Hae-jae slams her hand on the table as they eat their convenience store meal. That's way too dangerous. Do you have any idea how psycho those brokers are? Shadows of monsters loom in their minds. My sister told me they only hunt heart mutants. They're absolute monsters. I heard a lot of those brokers are mutants themselves. Kim Jae-yo doesn't flinch. He chews slowly, eyes cold. In that case, I want to meet them even more. Song Hae-jae stares at him, unable to comprehend the drive. Why are you so obsessed with finding a broker? He wipes a smudge of food from his face. Well, I was thinking. The lonely boy speaks of a bond forged in hell. Maybe I could find my friends through them. Joe Tagu leans in, skeptical. Hey, you said you didn't have any friends? Yeah, the past bleeds into the present. Not out here, back in the laboratory. They were the friends I lived with. Flashback to the nightmare. Guards tower over a skeletal boy in a cage. Life in that lab was nothing but painful experiments and torture every single day. A collar around his neck, he's dragged through sterile halls. Then one day, I was dragged off to somewhere unknown. I'd never traveled for that long before. I was terrified. The unknown is worse than the familiar pain. I wondered what kind of agonizing experiments they had planned for me this time. And the place they threw me into was. Blades whistle through the air. Swords. Steel bites into glass, vibrating with lethal intent. The swords are flying. Agony white-hot. The skeletal boy screams as he imagines those blades piercing through his fragile frame. Are they going to use those to stab me over and over again? I am so scared. A shove forward into the abyss. Those men behind me. They're scary too. Get in there, now. He trembles. If I don't go in, there's no telling what they'll do to me. Clank, the heavy door slides shut, locking him in the dark. The learning class. A room of monsters. Wasps swarm, ice shatters, and daggers fly. The boy's hollow, eyes widen at the sight of others just like him. Snap, a tiny hand shoots out, snatching the long, shimmering blade right out of the air. Lee Ki-won, a boy with a sword and eyes full of murder. A flash of steel as the child slashes through the air. But suddenly, his entire body is encased in a thick layer of ice. The skeletal boy screams silently inside his frozen tomb. A chilling welcome. A room full of children in numbered gowns, their eyes sharp with a survival instinct no child should ever possess. Skeletal Jayo trembles as daggers whistle past his head. Yuhana delivers a sharp slap to the back of Lee Ki-won's head, her voice full of lecture. What the hell are you doing, you psycho? The brat cringes, pointing a finger. Isn't that thing a monster? She snarls back. No, you idiot. She gestures to the terrified skeleton. Look at the lab coat, moron. Can't you tell? He's a test subject just like us. Skeletal Jayo's jaw hangs open in disbelief. He's not a freak here. He's just another piece of meat. Wait. What? The others crowd around, their curiosity overriding their fear. He really is a skeleton. A living skeleton. The shock is still fresh. He hides his face behind his hands, trembling like a leaf. Don't look at this hideous face. Faces of fellow mutants peer down at him. Not with disgust, but with the cold recognition of shared trauma. Lee Jun leans in, his tone surprisingly gentle. Hey, come on, you look fine. You just look like a skeleton because you're a mutant. His body slowly relaxes as the care from those his age begins to sink in. Scary, isn't it? Are you okay? Is this your first time in the learning class? Skeletal Jayo stammers. Ah, yeah. They introduce themselves, the monsters claiming their names. I'm Lee Jun, nice to meet you. Hi, I'm Lee Ki-won. I'm Yuhana. Shin Ha-yoon waves with a sheepish grin. Sorry for calling you skeleton, Ha-young. I'm Shin Ha-yoon. For the first time, the hollow sockets of his eyes seemed to brighten. That was the first time I met my friends. What's your name? Back in the present, Kim Jae-oh stares into his convenience store bun, the memory bitter. Turns out, that place gathered test subject kids from various labs and gave us a basic education. Since we were all test subject, every single one of us was a heart mutant. The bond of blood and misery. Maybe that's why we bonded so quickly. Classes only happened a few times a year, so we didn't see each other often, but he trails off, the weight of the years pressing down on him. Joe Tagu is a blubbering mess, tears and snot streaming down his face. Damn it! Jayo, just what kind of life have you been living? Song Haijai watches him, soft-eyed. So you actually had friends like that? The question that haunts every survivor. Then where are they now? He whispers, my friends. Chaos, blood, running for their lives as the lab lights flicker red. On the day we escaped the laboratory together, the lab was chasing us. We had to scatter. Song Haijai connects the dots, her gaze sharpening. I see. So that's why you're looking for the broker, because they might have targeted your friends after you all split up. He nods slowly. Yeah. She places her hands on the table, determination in her eyes. Jayo, I really hope you find them. I'll do everything I can to help. Joe Tagu pumps a fist. I'll help too. Thanks, both of you. A thief's intuition pays off. Joe Tagu holds up a sleek smartphone with a smirk. Good thing I swiped Young Chial's phone. The broker's number should be in here. He taps the screen, revealing a chilling conversation. Aha, found it, look at this. He was planning to grab you and hand you over at 7:00 tonight. Kim Jae-oh's eyes widen as he checks the clock. 7 o'clock. That's right now. Somewhere in a desolate warehouse, the silence is shattered by a guttural scream. Ag, damn it. Thugs swarm like rats, blades glinting in the dim light. Everyone grab your weapons, stab him to death. They rush toward a lone, hooded figure. This guy effortlessly slips through the thug's slashes. A silver flash glints before his eyes, catching his attention as he speaks. A blade. Watching the thugs swing their blades in a chaotic mess with a bored expression, the hooded figure raises his hand. A blade slowly grinds out, tearing through his palm from the inside. If you swing it like that, rip, snap, shred. Thugs collapse in sprays of crimson as he passes through them like a ghost. It won't cut a thing. Bodies pile up on the cold concrete. The hooded boy hasn't even broken a sweat. A desperate thug levels a pistol, his hands shaking. Knives won't work on this bastard. Before the trigger can click, the barrel is sliced clean off. Kill him with a goo. The gunman stares at his useless weapon, paralyzed by the cold gaze of a predator. Lee Ki-won lowers his hood, a lethal smirk playing on his lips. If you use it right, you can even cut through steel. The heart of the sword, a core pulsing with a sharp metallic thirst. The survivors turn tail and run, their morale shattered along with their bones. Thump, a thrown blade finds its mark in a fleeing back. No one escapes. Lee Ki-won stands amidst the carnage, flicking blood from his blade. Try to do better next time. The buzzing of a phone cuts through the silence. Who's texting me now? He stares at the screen, the scar across his eye twitching with boredom. 2 new messages from the pig. The game is back on. The chat glows with the promise of a fresh harvest. I caught it. I want to sell it right away. Is today possible? Lee Ki-won smirks, his fingers dancing over the keys. Looks like a new customer. A figure lurks in the crimson dark, blades poised to strike. This isn't a meeting, it's a trap. Kim Jae-oh steps into the desolate alleyway. He narrows his eyes at the looming structures, thinking, this is the meeting spot. I have to be careful. He's here for a lead, a broker who traffics heart variants. The only way to find his lost brothers. Jae-oh stares into the shadows. Rumor has it the broker might be a heart variant too, a hunter of his own kind. Song Hae-jae grabs his sleeve, her face pale. She whispers, Jae-oh, are you really going to meet the broker? She knows the danger. These are guys who commit crimes against heart variants. I heard that sometimes they're heart variants themselves. Jae-oh doesn't back down. Doesn't that mean they've met a lot of other mutants? I might be able to find out a lot about my friends. Hae-jae's eyes tremble with unspoken fear. Jae-oh tries to ease the tension, telling her he'll just watch from a distance. But he knows better. He crouches among the rubble of the construction site. He told her not to worry, but his instincts are screaming. His jaw sets. These bastards have been selling out mutants like me. If the chance arises, I'll just capture them myself. He spots a heavy wrench, a makeshift weapon. Should I look for a weapon to stage an ambush if it comes to a fight? He grips the cold steel. Charging in blindly against a mutant is suicide. First, he has to figure out their ability. Whistling air, a flash of silver. Blades tear through the silence. Impact, the metal pins him against the pole. Jae-oh screams in agony. Arararg. A sword cold, lethal. It misses his neck by an inch, a sword. A voice drifts from the gloom. What kind of little rat are you? Seeing as you came alone, you don't look like someone here to trade a mutant. The hooded killer stands over him, eyes hidden in shadow. Are you a cop? Jae-oh checks the glowing screen. The text messages don't lie. This person is the broker. He sizes up the blade. Since they use a sword, are they a normal person, not a mutant? His fingers dig into the concrete. If they're just human, he can end this now. If they're a normal person, it'll be much easier to catch them. He lunges forward, a movement of pure decisiveness and blinding speed. He lunges forward with a preemptive strike to overwhelm his opponent. I won't give them even a single second to react. The hooded figure remains motionless, not even bothering to dodge, even as Jae-oh's fist is inches from his nose. Shock freezes Jae-oh's blood. He stands frozen, staring at the close-up of this face. A ghost from the lab. Lee Ki-won? Nice to meet you, I'm Lee Ki-won. That greeting echoes from 10 years ago. The killer's eyes turn lethal. How do you know my name? A horizontal slash. Blood erupts as Jae-oh is tossed through the air. He slams into the dirt. Dust settles over his broken form. He groans, trying to pull himself up. His limbs aren't responding. He looks at his feet, shredded meat. I can't put any strength into it. My tendons were cut. He looks at the monster standing over him, and sword skills that defy common sense. This is a professional. Flashback 10 years ago, chaos in the lab. Everyone this way, hurry, run. A boy's voice leads them through the carnage. The ceiling caves in. Tons of concrete rain down on the fleeing children. Through the dust, a skeletal face looks back in terror as the group finds themselves cornered. But suddenly, streaks of light tear through the massive concrete slabs. Before Jae-oh's very eyes, A boy with a sword in hand slices through the thick concrete as if it were mere butter. Jae-oh is completely blindsided by his friend's terrifying display of power. Ki-won was there. He remembers the cold determination in those eyes as the boy turned back and declared, "I'll open the path." Back in the present, the killer demands answers. "How did you know my name?" "It's definitely Lee Ki-won." Jae-oh realizes the truth. Then the impossible happens. The boy with the severed tendons starts to stand up. Ki-won stares in disbelief. "You're standing up even though I severed all your tendons. Are you a heart variant by any chance?" Jae-oh shouts, blood dripping from his lips. "Ki-won, it's me, Kim Jae-oh, skeleton Kim Jae-oh." The killer's world shatters. The dead boy from the lab is standing right in front of him. "What?" "Skeleton." Lee Ki-won freezes, finger trembling in the air as the realization hits like a sledgehammer. "Wait, if you're Kim Jae-oh, then from the lab." Kim Jae-oh offers a pained, bloody smile. The nightmare of the past is standing right in front of him. "You were alive, Lee Ki-won. It's been a long time." The sword doesn't drop. The attacker's eyes are wide with a mix of shock and suspicion. "You're really Kim Jae-oh?" Jae-oh doesn't flinch, standing tall. "Yeah." Jae-oh steps forward, the ghost of the lab finally given flesh. "The Kim Jae-oh who took classes with you at the lab. Somehow I've completely regenerated. You finally recognize me." He rushes in, desperate for a reunion after a decade of hell. "Ki-won, it's been so long." A silver flash. The reunion is cut short by cold steel ripping through skin and bone. Agony. Jae-oh's eyes widen as blood sprays. He stumbles back, the sound of the blade still ringing in his ears. The wound is deep, but the betrayal hurts more. Jae-oh clutches his arm, teeth gritted. "I thought you recognized me?" "Why?" Ki-won stares, unmoving. His icy gaze catches the light as he speaks. "Seeing your wounds heal, you really are Kim Jae-oh." Flesh knits together. Steam rises from the closing gash. "Exactly, look at this." No more talking. The assassin dives back in, a blur of lavender hair and lethal intent. The sword arcs through the air, a crescent of death. Jae-oh hits the dirt, rolling as the blade whistles over his head. "Wah, what the?" He claws at the ground, trying to find his footing. "Why are you attacking me?" Ki-won doesn't stop. Her sword is an extension of her cold fury. "That is something you should know better than anyone, right?" Another strike. Her speed is inhuman. Jae-oh's jacket is shredded. Blood stains the white fabric as he groans. He way too fast. Every dodge is a millimeter late. I'm trying my best to dodge, but I keep getting cut. At this rate, I'm just going to waste blood." He has to close the distance. "Suppress the source, I have to suppress her first." A desperate gamble. Jae-oh lunges forward, searching for an opening to close the distance. But before he can even make a move, his fist is halted as a blade pierces straight through his arm. A close-up of Ki-won's superior combat skills. In a single fluid motion, he effortlessly dodges the attack and impales Jae-oh with a lethal strike. Ki-won smirks. "Do you really think a punch will work against me when I'm holding a sword?" Jae-oh's eyes burn with a dark fire. "I know just how good you are with a sword." Realizing the hidden meaning behind Jae-oh's words, a flicker of hesitation flashes across his face. A grip like a vice. Ki-won wonders in disbelief. Is he holding onto the blade while his arm is still regenerating? The sword is stuck. Ki-won tries to wrench it back, but it's wedged tight in the flesh, giving Jae-oh just enough time to reach out and seize his arm. Shock turns into utter disbelief. As Jae-oh twists his body with explosive force, a panicked Ki-won gasps. What kind of monstrous grip strength is this? Jae-oh plants his foot firmly into the ground, his body arching back like a drawn bow. With a monstrous burst of strength, he hurls Ki-won straight into the construction scaffolding. Dust and metal clatter in the silence of the construction site. Ki-won scrambles to his feet. "I thought you were just some scrawny, weak loser. But now that you've put on some muscle, you actually look somewhat useful." He glares intensely at Jae-oh, the scar over his eye twitching. "If you had this kind of power all along, then why the hell did you run away that day?" The accusation hits Jae-oh harder than any blade. "I ran away." His voice chokes up with a decade of resentment. "That's right. That day when we all escaped that lab together." Flashback, the smell of ozone and burning flesh. Soldiers in black gear surround the terrified children in the corridors of Hermes' lab. Huddled against the cold concrete, the kids wait for a miracle that never comes. A younger Ki-won, her face smudged with dirt, screams for help. "Kim Jae-oh, we're short on iron. Get me that steel pipe over there." A skeletal figure stands shrouded in darkness. Known only as the skeleton of the laboratory, an iron pipe lies discarded at his feet. Your memory is a nightmare stained with betrayal. In that moment, when we were all surrounded and staring death in the face, the skeleton turned his back. He ran away, leaving the others to face the muzzles of the guns alone. Along with a cold accusation, You ran away by yourself. Back in the present, Jayo looks away, sweat beading on his forehead. He stands amidst the rubble of the construction site, the same way he stood in the lab. I had no choice. If I had stayed, we all would have died. Ki-won's hand slowly brushes against the rusted steel frame, his knuckles turning white from the grip. You coward. From Ki-won's hand, a dark, organic corruption spreads rapidly, creeping through the very lattice of the steel frame. Blood vein-like roots pulse and crawl across the metal, transforming the entire structure into a weapon for his cold fury. He looks down at the boy who by all rights should be dead, his voice echoing through the hollow construction site. I've seen it all. The full extent of your regeneration. Jayo's heart thumps against his ribs as the air grows thick with lethal intent. What? If you're in pieces, it'll take you quite a while to recover. Go ahead, try running away again. No sooner had the words left his lips than a rain of blades cascaded down from the shadows. Steel bites deep. Kim Jayo crosses his arms, flesh shredding as he shields his vitals. I have to block with my arms to recover. The impact should have crushed him, but his eyes snap open as he detects a sword's flash slicing through his torso. No, it's something else. So the rain of swords was nothing but a smokescreen for a single fatal strike. Ki-won flashes past him with a brutal slash, his blade slicing through the thick steel frames as if they were nothing. The entire site shudders, the structures giving way and collapsing. People on the street scream as the sky is swallowed by dust. What the hell is this? Ji-yoon clutches her chest, her eyes wide with terror as she stares toward the heart of the collapse. Isn't that where Jayo went? Quick, hurry, call the emergency services. Taegu asks, his voice trembling with worry. Shouldn't we get there first? Amidst the settling grit, a name is whispered like a ghost story. Kim Jayo. Ki-won stares at the boy standing amidst the ruins, his wounds already knitting back together. Your regeneration has become incomparably faster than before. To think you're unfazed after taking that hit. Jayo wipes a smear of blood from his jaw, his gaze steady and ancient. It seems you've misunderstood something. I never ran away. The weight of 10 years of survival flares in his eyes as he faces Ki-won. The day we escaped the lab, I fought to the bitter end to protect everyone. Even coming here today was to save our friends, just in case they were captured. Ki-won's eyes narrow, the mask of the killer cracking under the weight of his truth. You're saying there was a misunderstanding. The dust finally settles, revealing the wreckage to the world outside. Voices from the crowd filter into the jagged silence. Is there someone inside? Isn't that a mutant? Jayo watches the shadows of the curious and the scared gathering. The hunt is over. People, that's enough for a special greeting, Ki-won says, wrenching his hand away from Jayo. With a sharp click, Ki-won sheathes her blade. The bloodlust vanishes, replaced by cold calculation. I've caused too much of a scene. If you want to talk more, come to my hideout. He turns to leave, the hood once again hiding the scar on her face. A lot has happened in the meantime. We'll have a lot to talk about. Jayo stands alone in the center of the destruction, the silence of the site ringing in his ears. He watches him figure disappear into the urban sprawl, a ghost from the lab. Ki-won's personality seems to have changed a lot, a memory of a sunnier hell. Young Ki-won, grinning despite the lab gowns, offers a scrap of food. I made this myself, you should try it, lol. The skeletal Jayo shakes his head. I'm already stuffed. She used to be a much brighter and more cheerful kid. The current reality hits him with a bitter aftertaste. Who could have guessed his sanctuary was nothing more than a broker's den? What on earth happened to Ki-won? Snap, a blade flashes, but this time the target isn't flesh and bone. Jayo's jaw drops, his eyes practically popping out of his skull. Slices of onion and tomato dance through the air in a display of impossible precision. Behind the counter, a blur of motion decimates a tray of onions in milliseconds. The gathered crowd is mesmerized. Jayo can only stare in mute shock at the transformation. What the hell is going on here? The chef is a machine of pure culinary efficiency. The crowd is losing it. Wow, incredible. He's making 3 at once. Meanwhile, Jayo can only wonder, is this really the hideout? The ingredients descend in perfect, gleaming layers. Just what? A towering masterpiece of grease and glory is assembled. To Ki-won, the legendary killer, the scar-faced nightmare of the lab, presents the plate with a professional smile. Please enjoy our new burgers till the Jayo's world resets once again. What on earth happened? Forget the shadows. Lee Ki-won is at a burger joint, basking in the spotlight of his fans. He slides a tray across the counter, grinning as girls squeal over his looks. He just laughs it off. Haha, thank you. Kim Jayo stares, eyes wide and sweat pouring down his face. His brain is struggling to process the scene. This is Ki-won's hideout, a literal fast food restaurant. Jayo walks up with his team, thinking, what the hell is going on? In the back, Kiwon stands before a mirror, tugging at his mouth to fix a perfect customer service smile. Chapter 10, Hideout. He drops into a booth, the red striped apron making him look like a completely different person. This is where I work. Jayo can barely speak. Work, you have a job. Kiwon leans back, his eyes narrowing. And you don't? Well, no, actually. Then the manager hits him with the truth. So you're unemployed. Kiwon looks past him, sizing up the newcomers. Anyway, who are they behind you? Jayo quickly introduces them. Oh, this is Hyaji. She really helped me out. And this is Tagu. We just met by chance. Hyaji offers a soft hello, but Tagu is already leaning over the partition with a scowl. And I'm the chance acquaintance, Cho Tagu. Kiwon isn't impressed. A friend. He looks at Jayo with a mix of disbelief and pity. Must be nice, unemployed, but you still made friends. Tagu loses it, lunging toward the table. You son of a, you don't know a thing, I'll choke you. Hyaji tries to pull him back, shouting, not at all, Jayo has had it really rough. Jayo tries to keep the peace. Haha, guys, relax, Kiwon's a good guy, don't be so tense. He waves them back to a booth. Jayo, we'll be right here, if anything happens, just shout. The laughter stops. Kiwon gets serious, leaning in. All right, tell me again what you were saying. You claim you didn't run away that day. Jayo looks down at his cup, the memories flooding back like poison. Back then, there was a bomb right where we tried to escape. A decade ago, the laboratory was a cage about to burst. The moment they surrounded us, soldiers had the children pinned down in the rubble. A charred, skeletal Jayo stared at the ceiling, his heart hammering. I heard it clearly, the ticking of a time bomb. He knew the sound of death. They tested explosives on us so many times. I remember that sound and the hiss of the fuse perfectly. The lab didn't want any survivors. Those bastards from the lab surrounded us, and they were gonna blow the building to bury us under the rubble. He pictured the bodies strewn across the floor. If it went off, the strongest might have survived, but I knew for certain that the weak would surely die. He didn't hesitate, so I grabbed as much of the explosives as I could carry, and I just ran. A small figure sprinting into the dark with a payload of fire. He made it clear of the others, and then the world turned into white heat. Back in the present, Jayo's hands are steady. I don't know if the blast threw me back, but I woke up in the middle of some deep woods. He looks at Kiwon with a heavy gaze. I went back right away, but no one was there anymore, so I believed that you all managed to escape. Kiwon looks away, the memory clicking into place. A bomb! I definitely heard an explosion in the distance then. He turns back, his eyes sharp and suspicious. You really carried the bomb away yourself? Jayo just nods. Yeah, I can survive an explosion, so. Kiwon buries his face in his hand, a dry laugh escaping him. Ha, and you expect me to believe that? Jayo leans in, desperate for him to understand. I know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth. There were too many bombs, no time to explain. A single tear rolls down Kiwon's cheek. I believe you. Jayo is caught off guard. Huh, he didn't expect him to crack that easily. Suddenly, Kiwon's hand is a blur. A knife flashes, and an onion is pulverized into perfect rings in a heartbeat. Jayo stares in total shock. The speed is beyond anything a normal human can do. Ingredients explode into the air. Tomato, lettuce, onion, all dancing in a perfect arc. Kiwon is a whirlwind behind the counter, flipping components and building a masterpiece with lethal precision. He sets a gourmet burger down with a flourish. I knew it would end like this, from lab rat to master chef. Jayo's eyes are like saucers. What does this all mean? Is this all for me? Kiwon slides it over. I heard you had a rough time, so here, a gift. Jayo digs in, moaning at the taste. Thanks, this is delicious. Behind them, the fans are back. Manager Opa, can we take a picture with you? Me too. Kiwon flashes a peace sign for a selfie, the model professional. Sure, no problem. He sits back down with Jayo, the fans still squealing in the background. I'm sorry, Kim Jayo. Thank you, Opa. He looks down, his expression heavy. I almost cut you down without even listening. Jayo just shrugs, unbothered. Whatever, it didn't even hurt that much. Jayo stuffs his face, eyes sparkling with envy. Man, this is really good. Do you eat like this every day? I'm jealous. Kiwon smiles, pushing the tray closer. If it's not enough, have more. He points to the badge on his chest, glowing with pride. I am the store manager after all. Jayo is genuinely impressed. So cool, you look like a totally normal person. Kiwon just chuckles. It's a piece of cake. Kiwon isn't just surviving, he's thriving. He looks Jayo in the eye, the fast food lights reflecting in his gaze. Nothing to it, you can be normal too. Then comes the pitch. Want a job here. Jayo's face is a mask of pure disbelief, sweat beads forming on his forehead. Seriously, Kiwon doesn't blink. I'll use my authority to give you 151 above minimum wage. In the back, Tagu's eyes narrow with suspicion. He's kinda weird. Hyaji whispers. SHH, he can hear you. A palm slams into the air, a command for silence. Wait, Jayo isn't letting it go. He levels a finger at his old brother, the burger joint mask starting to slip. Now that I think about it, we met at the place where the broker meeting was set up. Why were you working as a broker? The atmosphere shifts, the red background screaming of the lab's shadow. Those bastards kept us in the lab and did God knows what. How could you possibly work for them? He spits the word like a curse. You scumbag. Ki-won remains calm, his voice a low vibration. If you're really a broker, it's an act. Jayo's finger wavers. Huh. Ki-won scratches his head, the manager persona fatting into something more calculated. Pretended to be a broker. He leans in, sharing the secret. In my spare time, I pretend to be a broker, to lure out and catch the people who kidnap mutants. His eye turns cold, a predator's focus. I'm doing this to wipe those filthy animals out. Jayo's eyes light up with sudden hope. Really? Ki-won gives a sharp nod. Of course. The tension snaps. Jayo exhales, the weight of the world lifting. Phew, what a relief. I was scared you'd actually become a broker. He looks at Ki-won, admiring the hustle. So you work here and go undercover as a broker? Ki-won shrugs. Well, someone's gotta do it. Jayo flashes a thumbs up, a wide grin spreading across his face. Awesome. Ki-won hides his face, a faint blush of embarrassment. I know, you idiot. Jayo can see the effort. You're really giving it your all. Jayo goes back to the burger, his mouth full as he talks. Glad to hear it. If you ever need help, just say the word. Ki-won blinks. Huh, the mission isn't over. I met up with you to find out how our friends are doing, so if you need help, just tell me. Ki-won freezes, the offer of genuine help striking a nerve. He slams his fist onto the table, a grin splitting his face. You bet. The predator is back. I actually need to take down a certain broker. He looks at Jayo with predatory confidence. With your power, it'll be a breeze. Jayo doesn't skip a beat, stuffing his face while he plots. If we corner them, we might find out where the others are. Oh, deal. Ki-won points a heavy fist at him, sealing the pact. You'd be a huge help, Kim Jayo. Knuckles collide, the sound of a deal in the dark. Anytime. Outside, the sun is setting on the MDB restaurant. Ki-won waves them off. The shop is swamped, so I've got to get back to work. I'll tell you the plan later when I call you. Jayo waves back. Yeah. The trio walks down the darkening street. Thanks for waiting. Thanks to you, I finally got to talk to an old friend. Hyaji smiles. Come on, you haven't seen him in forever. Jayo is buoyant. Good thing he's not some shady character. Tagu isn't buying the fairy tale. His brow is furrowed, suspicion etched deep. Is that guy really your friend? He could be feeding you lies. You said it's been 3 years. That's a long time. Hyaji's worry returns, her eyes searching Jayo's face. True. I was scared when you said your friend was a human trafficker. Is everything okay? Jayo looks back at the fatting light of the restaurant. Yeah, a vision of the past. A young Ki-won in a lab gown, fist raised in a promise of survival. He hasn't changed a bit since we were kids. Well, that's good. Reality check. Hyaji realizes a logistics problem. You said he's gonna message you, but how? You don't even have a phone. Jayo grins. Not true, I have a phone. Tagu just stares. Jayo whips out a device. Look. Hyaji's jaw drops. Wait, isn't that Na Yonchial's phone? Have you been using that this whole time? Scene shift. The sound of slapping footsteps on wet pavement. Shadows pursue a desperate target. Don't let him escape. The unknown oil mutant stumbles through the alley, lungs burning. Corner the bastard in the alley. Agony in every breath. Damn it! Stop chasing me already! He coughs, a thick yellow liquid dripping from his chin. He turns, spitting a stream of viscid fluid. What the hell? Oil! The thugs scramble. Watch out, it's that scumbag's ability. Looking back at his pursuers, who were finally slowing down, a smirk spread across his face. I'm alive. A heavy fist connects. The sound of bone on flesh ringing out. He hits the deck hard. A hulking shadow looms over him. Where do you think you're going? The mutant's scream echoes. Arr! He begs from the dirt, tears mixing with the grime. Please, I beg you, my heart. It's really nothing special. All it can do is spit out oil. A thug grabs a handful of hair, wrenching his head back. Wow, this pathetic loser is a heart mutant. They look down on him with pure disgust. Not all mutants are strong. Trash like him is no better than a regular human. The thug laughs. Seriously, ha-ha-ha. A jagged grin and a cigarette. Well, it's easy money for us. They're paying a whole billion for one head. The unknown oil mutant, a pathetic figure in a bloodied purple tracksuit, lets out a soul-shattering scream. Teeth gritted, tears mixing with filth. Arg! A cold presence enters the alley. Lee Ki-won, a killer in a green jacket and white hoodie, stands over the thugs. Is that all they're offering? The thugs spin around, eyes wide. Huh, a challenge from the gutter. The thugs bark. Who the hell are you? Lee Ki-won stares back, his scar-riven eye cold and empty. Movement too fast to track. A blade rips through the air and a thug's neck is opened. Blood spray. Gah, how did you get in? Ki-won stands amidst the panic, a lethal calm on his face. If we're risking our lives like this, they should pay more. He counts his prey. About 10 of them. The thugs scream in terror. This freak's a mutant, kill him. Lee Ki-won doesn't flinch, he just accelerates. Better finish this quickly. The alleyway becomes a butcher shop. Limbs fly, blood paints the walls, a symphony of zack, 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 as the thugs are dismantled. A survivor fumbles for his weapon, hands shaking. Pull out your guns, bastards. A hand clamps onto the barrel with the strength of a hydraulic press. Lee Ki-won whispers, you know what? He leans in, the smell of cordite and death between them. Your gun is made of metal, too. Inside, the resurrection heart thumps with a mechanical rhythm. Surge, rip, reconstruct, metal spikes explode from the heart's core. The pistol groans, its molecular structure buckling under Ki-won's influence. Pure terror washes over the thug's face as he pulls the trigger over and over. Click, 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 but the gun refuses to fire. What the hell is this? A wet crunch as spikes of rebar erupt from the gun, shredding the thug's hand and piercing his torso. Agony white-hot, the thug's final breath is a scream. Arrgh. Lee Ki-won stands over the carnage, his silhouette sharp against the night. The thug collapses with a final gack. He turns away, the casual violence of the moment already forgotten. Next time, try collapsing somewhere without all this damn rebar. The unknown oil mutant looks up, sobbing with gratitude. Thank you for saving me. A desperate hope flickers in his eyes. You're a heart mutant too, just like me. Hope overflows on his face. I thought I was a goner when those thugs showed up. Thank you so much. But Lee Ki-won's voice is cold as ice. Shut UP. The mutant's smile vanishes instantly. Huh. He pulls out his phone, the screen glowing in the dark. Yes, boss. I've recovered the stolen mutant. The unknown oil mutant's world shatters. What? The lab? Ki-won's report is clinical. He can be sent straight to the lab. The realization of betrayal hits harder than a punch. What do you mean? Ki-won looks at the phone, his expression bored. You're too loud. I'm the broker who's selling you. In a sterile room filled with the bodies of lab rats, the boss, unnamed, listens with a smirk. Classic Lee Ki-won. The boss's voice is thick with greedy satisfaction. He works efficiently. You can always count on him. He's on a completely different level compared to those useless lab rats lying around. Lee Ki-won isn't finished. Also, there's something else I need to report. The air in the alleyway goes cold. I found Kim Jae-oh. On the other end, the boss's smirk vanishes. Kim Jae-oh. Lee Ki-won stands among the corpses, a merchant counting his profit. You promised any reward if I caught him. Is the deal still on? The boss's grin returns, wider and more predatory than before. Then, of course, the deal is struck in blood. Lee Ki-won looks into the distance, a predator tracking his next meal. I'll hand him over to you tomorrow. Standing over the bodies of some thugs he just took out, Lee Ki-won pulls out his phone to check in on a deal. He wants to make sure the reward he was promised for capturing Kim Jae-oh is still on the table. The person on the other end confirms the deal, and Ki-won can't help but let a dark smirk cross his face. It looks like everything is going according to plan for the broker. Ki-won promises to hand over his target by tomorrow, keeping his voice cold and professional. He stands amidst the blood-stained floor, already thinking ahead to the next day. The scene shifts from a violent industrial zone to a quiet kitchen where someone is expertly dicing carrots. It's a jarring contrast to the carnage we just saw. Surprisingly, it's Ki-won himself behind the stove, wearing an apron and stirring a pot. Even while cooking, he's still obsessing over how he's going to bring in Jae-oh. He knows luring him out will be easy since Jae-oh trusts him completely and doesn't suspect a thing. A close-up on his scarred eye shows just how focused he is on the betrayal. Ki-won thinks back to how much stronger the kid has gotten since their days in the lab. He's no longer just a weak skeleton, he's a legitimate threat now. The biggest issue is that Jae-oh's regeneration is insane, meaning he can heal instantly even if he's chopped to pieces. Ki-won realizes he needs more than just a sharp blade to win this fight. Since ordinary methods are useless against a guy who won't stay dead, he decides he needs a location packed with iron to use his abilities to their full potential. He salts his food, settling on a plan as he finishes up. He lifts a steaming pot of potato curry, looking like any normal guy making dinner for his family. It's hard to reconcile this domestic side with the cold-blooded broker. Ki-won brings the meal over to his younger sister, Lee Ki-yun, who is waiting in her wheelchair. She lights up immediately, cheering for her big brother's cooking. He gives her a warm smile, explaining that he made sure to pack it with extra potatoes just for her. For a moment, the scar on his face doesn't seem so intimidating. Ki-yun takes a bite and absolutely loves it, declaring it the best meal ever. She looks genuinely happy, clearly having no idea what her brother does for a living. Ki-won kneels down to pat her head, telling her he'll cook whatever she wants whenever she asks. He seems like a totally different person when he's with her. When Ki-yun asks him to sit down and eat with her, his expression shifts slightly. He's already preparing to leave for his job. He hangs up his apron and tells her he can't stay because he has somewhere important to be. The brotherly mask is starting to slip as he gets ready for the hunt. Ki-yun looks bummed out that he's leaving again, her shoulders slumping a bit. She's used to him being busy, but it clearly still stings. As he heads out the door, he tells her to save the leftovers and promises he'll come back to finish them later. The heavy click of the lock signals his return to the underworld. The scene shifts to another apartment building under the night sky. Inside, a much warmer vibe is brewing. Song Hae-jae is in the kitchen peeling fruit, thinking about how much Jae-oh has been through lately. She mentions that he's probably exhausted after taking care of Fritter all day. She starts stir-frying some meat and veggies, convinced that a mix of protein and fruit is exactly what he needs to recover. It's a weird combo, but she seems determined. She pours a dark glaze into the pan, getting a little creative with the flavors. She's really going all out for this recovery meal. A spark of inspiration hits her, and she decides to take things a step further. She's about to create something truly unique. The result is a plate of braised short ribs topped with fresh tangerines and strawberries. It looks colorful, but you have to wonder if it actually tastes good together. Hae-jae checks her phone, admitting she got the recipe from an AI. Apparently, the computer thinks these ingredients are a perfect match. The AI even gave her a full breakdown of the nutrients and the exact cooking method. She's following the digital instructions to a T. She scrolls through the fail-proof ratios, feeling pretty confident about her kitchen skills. She never thought she'd be making oyster and strawberry ribs, but here we are. She tosses the food in the pan with a big smile, starting to think she might have a hidden talent for cooking. The experimental meal is almost ready. A message pops up on her phone from her older sister, asking if she's eaten yet. She quickly jumps into their chat history. Her sister says she'll be home late, so Hae-jae brags about the crazy fruit ribs she just made. She even sends a sticker of a character puking a rainbow to show her excitement. Her sister's reaction is basically, but Hae-jae just thinks she doesn't appreciate high-level cuisine. She decides to be nice and saves some for her anyway. She heads over to Jae-oh, who is sitting on the floor with his phone and a plushie. She tells him that since her sister is coming home late, he can turn in early if he wants. Jae-oh says he's fine and that he's just waiting for his friend to get in touch. Hae-jae looks a little surprised by his dedication. She asks him if he's really that happy about reuniting with his friend today. She can tell it means a lot to him. Jae-oh hugs his dog plushie and lets out a big, genuine laugh. He admits he really missed the guy. Hae-jae notes that even though they haven't known each other long, this is the most relaxed she's ever seen him. Jae-oh just nods, his eyes soft. A flashback takes us back to the lab, where a younger Ki-won stands with a confident smirk. For Jae-oh, he's always been more than just an acquaintance. He was a lifeline. Back then, a skeletal Jae-oh was always huddled by himself in the back of the room. Young Ki-won would approach him, asking why he was always alone. Jae-oh would stammer, looking incredibly nervous under the other boy's gaze. Even in skeleton form, his fear is palpable. He would curl into a ball, trying to make himself as small as possible. He didn't know how to handle the attention. One day, Ki-won noticed something was missing and grabbed Jae-oh's sleeve, shouting in shock about where his arm went. Jae-oh screamed for him to stop, clearly in pain. He tried to cover up the empty shoulder, making excuses about it being an old wound from an experiment. He pleaded with Ki-won not to look too closely at the sensitive area. Younger Lee Ki-won stands over young Kim Jae-oh with a casual smirk. He asks if Jae-oh was really feeling down over something so trivial, his eyes narrow and dismissive. Without warning, Kiwon reaches out and pulls back Jaeho's sleeve, demanding to see his arm. Jaeho looks completely caught off guard, stammering out a question as to why he wants to see it. Kiwon dramatically yells "Tada!" as he presents his handiwork. Jaeho catches a glimpse of himself in a nearby mirror, his eyes widening in pure horror at what he sees. A huge, gleaming metal blade has been crudely attached to Jaeho's missing arm. The skeletal boy lets out a terrified shriek, completely overwhelmed by the upgrade. From above, we see Kiwon looking proud of his creation while Jaeho stands frozen in shock. Kiwon asks him what he thinks, genuinely convinced that a sword for an arm is the coolest thing ever. Suddenly, another girl in a patient gown walks in and calls out Kiwon for bullying Jaeho again. Kiwon flinches, clearly not expecting to be caught in the middle of his experiment. Kiwon immediately gets defensive, claiming he didn't bully anyone and was just making Jaeho look cooler. Jaeho, surprisingly, starts nodding along, mesmerized by the idea of an arm that's a sword. A close-up of Jaeho's skull shows a faint blush as he stares at the blade with starry eyes. He whispers that it's actually awesome, his initial fear completely replaced by admiration. The girl just stands there with a drop of sweat on her head, looking completely confused by the logic of these two boys. She clearly doesn't see the coolness in a permanent weapon attachment. Kiwon is thrilled that Jaeho understands his sense of style, calling him a little punk with a smirk. He thrusts his fist forward in a sudden gesture. Jaeho stares at the fist, tilting his head in total confusion. He spent so much time isolated that he has no idea what this human gesture even means. Kiwon explains that when friends truly trust each other, they bump fists to prove their bond. The girl in the background just watches, thinking the whole display is incredibly cringy. We see the moment their fists connect, a small thump indicating the start of their friendship. To Jaeho, this simple act makes them feel like real friends for the first time. Back in the present, Kim Jaeho has a soft smile on his face as he hugs his dog Plushie. He tells Song Hae-jae that Kiwon was a really cool friend back then, and he spent all his time following him around. Hae-jae looks absolutely baffled, struggling to understand why anyone would think having a blade attached to their arm is a good thing. She just stares at Jaeho, her mouth slightly open in shock. She looks at Jaeho as he curls up with the plushie, feeling a bit of relief. She can see how happy he is just at the thought of being reunited with his old friend. Hae-jae decides to shake off the weird story and announces it's time to eat. Jaeho looks a little guilty for not helping with the cooking, but she assures him she prefers working alone in the kitchen. She presents a large pot with a flourish, announcing that today's menu is fresh sweet braised ribs. It's a dish that looks as experimental as it sounds. Jaeho's eyes nearly pop out of his head when he sees the contents of the pot. He lets out a loud whoa, completely stunned by the bizarre appearance of the meal. Hae-jae stands proudly with her spatula, calling it her special recipe. Jaeho just stares at it, barely able to find the words to respond. A close-up of the dish reveals braised meat mixed with whole strawberries and slices of tangerines. Jaeho admits he's never seen anything like this in his entire life, and frankly, neither has anyone else. He decides to take the plunge and picks up a piece of meat with his chopsticks, announcing he'll eat well. He's being a good sport about the frutan meat combination. Jaeho takes a big bite, chewing thoughtfully as Hae-jae leans in with a worried expression. She asks him how it is, her heart probably racing as she waits for his verdict. Tears actually start to well up in Jaeho's eyes as he declares the food unbelievably good. It turns out the AI recipe might actually be onto something after all. A montage of Jaeho digging in shows him praising everything from the delicious strawberries to the meat, and even the oysters. He's eating with a level of enthusiasm that suggests he's found his new favorite meal. While he's stuffed his face, he notices the dog, Fritter, watching him intently from the side. He wonders if he should share a little bit of the feast with the pup. Fritter en hin lern v letter 1 edb, I doyam letter 1 eft, kan bu letter 1 ed3, and ba nh letter 1 e5t co th letter 1 ec3. Ro rang la dang them thu letter 1 ed3, and gmi letter 1 ebf, and gth letter 1 ecbt doa letter 1 eafm. No dang trin di letter 1 ec5, and m letter 1 ed9t man, zin and b letter 1 eadcth letter 1 ea7y. Jaeho asked the little puppy if it wanted some, But Haijai quickly shut down the idea, warning that feeding it human food carelessly could be dangerous. She leaned down and promised the dog she would cook a special meal just for it later. However, the little guy immediately shook its head in a frantic no. Jai-O continues to shovel food into his mouth, his cheeks bulging as he thanks Haijai profusely. He tells her it's the best thing he's ever eaten, which is a huge compliment given his history. Haijai is beaming with joy, her eyes closed in a happy smile. She promises to make him something even better next time, clearly encouraged by his reaction. Jai-O gives her a thumbs up and a muffled okay, while his mouth is still full. It's a rare moment of pure domestic peace for him. Suddenly, a phone on the table starts vibrating with a loud zzzt, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Jai-O looks over, his expression immediately turning serious. We see the phone screen showing an incoming call from someone labeled Broker. It's a name that carries a lot of weight in Jai-O's world. Jai-O answers the call, realizing it's Ki-won on the other end. A panicked voice screams through the speaker, begging Jai-O for help. Jai-O is instantly on high alert, asking what happened. Ki-won explains that he was chasing guys from the laboratory when things got way too dangerous for him to handle alone. The mention of the laboratory sends a visible shiver through Jai-O, his face hardening as the past comes rushing back. He repeats the word in disbelief, his eyes narrowing. Jai looks terrified, her hand going to her chest as she realizes what this means. She knows exactly how much that place has haunted Jai-O. Ki-won's voice is frantic as he asks if Jai-O can come help him right now. Without a second thought, Jai-O shouts back that he's already on his way. The call ends abruptly, leaving a final message on the screen with an address for an abandoned factory. The location is precisely where Ki-won is supposedly trapped. Jai-O stands up so fast he nearly knocks over his chair, his mind completely focused on the mission. He tells Jai that his friend is in serious danger and he has to leave immediately. He takes one last, heavy swallow of the food in his mouth, the meal no longer tasting as sweet as it did a few seconds ago. Jai-O looks at Haijai one last time, apologizing for not being able to finish the delicious food she worked so hard on. Haijai just looks at him, knowing that the unfinished meal is the last thing on anyone's mind right now. Jai-O shouts back over his shoulder that he's going to rescue his friend, his voice filled with a sense of duty. He doesn't even wait for a response before he's out the door. Jai tries to follow, shouting that she's going with him. Jai-O stops her firmly, insisting it's too dangerous and telling her to stay put while promising he'll be right back. Jai-O arrives at the abandoned factory, a cavernous, gloomy space filled with rusting iron shelves and heavy machinery. The silence in the massive building is heavy and unsettling. He cautiously peeks around a heavy metal door, his eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of life. He's already on edge, the air in the warehouse feeling thick with tension. Jai-O mutters to himself, wondering why it's so quiet if this is the place Lee Ki-won mentioned. He steps further into the room, his footsteps echoing against the metal walls. A close-up of his eyes shows him narrowing them as he realizes something is off. He stops in his tracks, his body tensing as he tries to process the environment. He notices the textures of the space around him, the rusty metal of the shipping containers, and the diamond plate pattern of the floor. Everything around him is made of iron. The realization hits him that even the very floor he's standing on is made of iron plates. Iron pipes, bolts, and scrap metal are scattered everywhere. Jai-O's expression turns to one of shock as he realizes this entire space gives Ki-won a massive tactical advantage. His mind races, trying to understand why his friend would be in trouble here. It makes no sense to him that someone as capable as Ki-won would get taken down in a place like this. He looks around the vast warehouse, the scale of the trap beginning to dawn on him. He tells himself he needs to stay alert so he doesn't get caught as well. His face is etched with worry, but he continues to move deeper into the building. He imagines Ki-won somewhere nearby, captured and trembling in fear. This mental image only fuels his desire to hurry, despite the growing sense of wrongness. Suddenly, a low, mechanical humming sound vibrates through the metal floor. Jai-O's eyes go wide as he feels the ground beneath his feet shifting. Sharp, curved metal blades erupt from the iron plating with a terrifying speed. They slice through the air, appearing like a forest of steel teeth rising from the ground. Before Jayo can react, dozens of blades shoot upward, filling the entire corridor. The speed of the attack is impossible to dodge in such a confined space. The blades tear through Jayo's body, impaling him in multiple places. He lets out a choked gasp of pain, blood splattering across the metal as he's lifted off the ground. A close-up of his face shows his teeth bared in agony, a thin trail of blood escaping his lips. He looks down at the steel piercing his chest in total disbelief. Jayo is suspended in the air, held up by the very blades that are wounding him. His limbs hang limp as he struggles to comprehend the sudden, brutal assault. From his perspective, we see more blades erupting behind him, ensuring there is no escape. The attack is calculated and devastatingly efficient. In the shadows above, Kiwon crouches on a shipping container, looking down at Jayo with a cold, unreadable expression. He asks Jayo what the hell he thinks this is, his voice devoid of concern. Kiwon thanks Jayo for coming, his hood casting a dark shadow over his eyes. He looks completely in control of the situation, showing no signs of having been captured. Jayo asks through gritted teeth what he's doing, reminding him that he said he was the one who was captured. He looks up at his friend, desperate for a logical explanation. Kiwon simply replies that it's exactly what he sees. He looks down at Jayo with a chilling calmness, the scar on his eye catching the dim light. A close-up of Kiwon's face reveals the cold truth. There was no danger, only a lure. He watches Jayo struggle, his gaze steady and pitiless. He tells Jayo bluntly that he was fooled before leaping down from his perch with a sword in hand. The betrayal is now complete and undeniable. Jayo lets out a pained groan as he tries to pull himself off the blades, his hands slick with his own blood. He's barely holding on as Kiwon approaches him. Kiwon lands gracefully on the floor and immediately goes on the offensive, his sword a blur of motion. Jayo, wounded and shocked, can only try to defend himself as best he can. The two exchange a series of rapid strikes, their blades clashing in the dark warehouse. Despite his injuries, Jayo fights with a desperate intensity born of survival. Kiwon delivers a brutal kick to Jayo's chest, the impact sending him flying backward. The sound of the blow echoes through the empty space, signaling the end of the brief scuffle. Jayo coughs up a thick spray of blood, his body slamming hard against a pile of wooden crates. He looks completely broken, both physically and emotionally, by the betrayal. He crashes through the crates with a loud splintering sound, debris falling all around him. He lies in the ruins of the wood, unable to find the strength to stand back up. Kiwon stands over him, looking down with an air of cold indifference. He hasn't broken a sweat, his expression as hard and unyielding as the iron floor. He tells Jayo that he was actually really happy to see him today, even as he holds his sword ready to strike again. The sentiment feels twisted and cruel given the circumstances. Kiwon mentions that he'd only seen Jayo as a skeleton for 7 years, so seeing him like this felt a little strange. He walks closer, his footsteps deliberate and menacing. Jayo groans in pain, clutching his wounded stomach as he listens to his former friend's monologue. Kiwon continues, saying that talking to him reminded him of the old days. A close-up of Kiwon's shoes shows him stopping right in front of Jayo. He admits casually that he lied to him, his voice flat and unapologetic. He reveals his true identity, stating clearly that he really is a broker. The word hangs in the air, confirming Jayo's worst fears about the man he trusted. Kiwon explains his job. He captures heart mutants and hands them over to the laboratory. He says this as if he's simply describing a mundane business transaction. The final revelation is the most devastating of all. Kiwon tells a shell-shocked Jayo that he came here specifically to send him back to the laboratory. The chapter ends on Jayo's horrified face as the true scale of the trap is revealed. Chap 11. Kiwon drops the friendly act, standing tall with a blood-stained blade. He admits he's a broker through and through, working for the very people they once feared. His mission is simple: drag Kim Jayo right back to the hellish laboratory he escaped from. The warmth in his voice from before is completely gone, replaced by a cold, professional edge. Jayo stands there in absolute shock, blood dripping from his chin. He can't wrap his head around why the friend he just shared a meal with is suddenly holding a sword to his throat. Without another word, Kiwon reached out to the cold metal, mobilizing his power for a fresh wave of attacks. Suddenly, something sharp glinted in the shadows behind him. Jaio's eyes widened as he sensed a thick killing intent radiating from the darkness. A swarm of blades thrust from behind Jaio with a deafening roar, nearly impaling him on the spot. He barely managed to lunge aside, the wind from the close call whipping directly across his face. Kiwon doesn't let up for a single second, diving down from the scaffolding with his sword raised high. He looks like a predator closing in on his prey, his movements fluid and precise. Jaio barely dodges a horizontal slash that would have taken his head clean off. He scrambles back across the grimy floor, his heart hammering against his ribs. Looking at Kiwon's eyes, it's clear he's not holding back even a little bit. This isn't a game or a misunderstanding. He's genuinely trying to end Jaio's life right here. Desperate for a defense, Jai-O rips a heavy iron plate off a nearby machine to use as a shield. He braces himself, his knuckles white as he grips the cold metal. Sparks fly everywhere as Kiwon's katana slams into the makeshift barrier with incredible force. The sound of metal on metal rings through the empty factory like a death knell. Jai-O screams at Kiwon to snap out of it, his voice cracking with desperation. He's still searching for some trace of the kind friend he remembered from the lab. But those eyes are cold and void of any emotion. There's no hesitation in Kiwon's gaze as he stares down at the boy he's betraying. Kiwon shoves the plate back with a grunt, coldly telling Jaio to just give up and surrender. He speaks as if this outcome was inevitable from the start. Without warning, iron spikes burst through the center of the plate, catching Jai-O completely off guard. The metal tears through his shoulder, pinning him for a split second. He grits his teeth as the jagged metal shreds his flesh, the searing pain making his vision blur. The reality of the betrayal finally sinks in, and the hurt in his heart is worse than the physical wound. He skids backward across the floor, blood pooling on the grimy surface beneath him. He gasps for air, his body trembling from the shock of the attack. He demands to know if Kiwon is really still in bed with that criminal organization. The thought of his friend working for the people who tortured them is almost too much to bear. Jaio grabbed a nearby piece of scaffolding to haul himself up, his breathing heavy and ragged. He refused to stay down, even as his wounds continued to bleed out. He roared, hurling the iron fragment straight at Kiwon, telling his old friend to wake up as he prepared to strike back with everything he had left. He was done being the victim in this twisted reunion. Kiwon's eyes flare with a sinister, predatory red light. He doesn't look like a human anymore. He looks like a weapon designed for a single purpose. With one swift, devastating motion, he slices through the massive metal pipes like they're made of wet paper. Steam hisses into the air, further obscuring the battlefield. Jaio clicks his tongue in frustration, his gaze hardening as he looks at the destruction. He realizes that talking is a complete waste of time at this point. He knows that if he wants to survive this night, he has to stop being the victim and start being the monster they made him. He prepares his body for the next wave of attacks. Kiwon slams his open hand onto the floor, sending a shockwave through the metallic ground. He manipulates the iron within the structure, turning the building itself into an extension of his will. A forest of jagged metal spikes bursts upward in a deadly, rhythmic wave. The floor ripples like water as the iron takes on a life of its own. Jaio looks around in horror, realizing the entire factory is basically a giant weapon for Kiwon to control. There's nowhere to hide and nowhere to run. With a sudden flinch and a backward leap, Jaio narrowly avoided a fatal blow from Kiwon's eruption of spikes. He coughs up a thick spray of blood, the life draining from his face as he looks down at the spike. He realizes just how meticulously Kiwon had prepared for this confrontation. Looking back, Kiwon didn't slow down at all as more metal rippled toward his target. He was cutting off every escape route, forcing Jaio into a fight with no way out. Jaio shouts, his voice filled with a mixture of rage and disbelief. He asks if Kiwon really thinks going back to that lab is a better fate than just dying right here. Kiwon lunged forward, raising his katana high above his head for the finishing blow. To him, the morality of the situation no longer mattered. The mission was everything. Jaio's expression suddenly shifts, his eyes going dark and focused. Fine, If a monster is what his friend wants, he's going to give him exactly that. He lunged forward with explosive speed, throwing a straight punch at Kiwon, but the assassin twisted his body and dodged it effortlessly. A diagonal slash tore across Jayo's body. He spat out a mouthful of blood but kept the pressure on, refusing to back down for even a second. He moved like a madman, completely ignoring the long, jagged wound carved across his chest. For the first time in the fight, a flicker of genuine surprise crossed Kiwon's face. He hadn't expected Jayo to still be able to move after that last blow. Then a direct punch to Kiwon's face landed with a sickening crack that echoed throughout the warehouse. It was a desperate, brutal strike that caught the broker completely off guard. Kiwon's eye widens as the impact rattles his brain and sends stars dancing across his vision. He stumbles back, his grip on his weapon loosening slightly. He realizes something is very wrong with this fight. The damage he's dealing should have killed any normal person 10 times over, but it isn't slowing Jayo down at all. It's just as he suspected. Years of horrific suffering and endless experiments in the lab have built up a terrifying resistance in Jayo's body. Back then, he was just a skeletal test subject, a bag of bones used to push the limits of human regeneration. The researchers watched with cold curiosity as he healed over and over again. Now his body reacts to trauma almost instantly, healing wounds before the blood even hits the ground. He uses those small openings to launch his own savage counterattacks. Lee Kiwon presses the advantage, his blade a blur as he strikes with precision. He's determined to overwhelm Kim Jayo before he can even think about a counterattack. "I'll cut him so fast he won't even get a chance," he mutters to himself. He knows the Resurrection Heart's healing is fast, but he believes it has its limits. Kiwon continues his relentless assault, betting on the idea that if Jayo is stuck constantly regenerating, he won't have the energy left to strike back. Blood splatters across the industrial floor with every swing. He narrows his eyes, focusing every ounce of his lethal intent into the next strike. The cold, calculating look in his gaze shows he's treating this like a professional execution. Jayo grits his teeth, the metallic tang of his own blood filling his mouth. The pain is a sharp, visceral reminder of a nightmare he thought he'd left behind years ago in the lab. The scene shifts back to the sterilized, horrific halls of the Hermes laboratory. This wasn't just any day. It was the beginning of yet another twisted experiment designed to push their limits. A heavy metal restraint clicks into place, locking Subject 1 into the testing chamber. The sound of the lock echoes through the room like a prison gate slamming shut for the final time. The 225th Regeneration Response Experiment officially begins as the researchers watch from behind the safety of the observation glass. A skeletal, younger version of Jayo waits in chains, looking up at his captors with hollow eyes. The heavy doors slide open, flooding the dark room with a harsh, artificial light. A shadow steps through the threshold, small and trembling in the doorway. It's a young Kiwon, dressed in the same hospital whites, his face pale with dread. He looks at his friend and whispers his name, his voice barely audible over the hum of the facility. Young Jayo's eyes widen in shock as he realizes what's happening. He recognizes the fear in his friend's gaze and the cold steel weapon he's been forced to hold. A voice over the intercom explains the goal. They want to see how the Resurrection Heart recovers when stimulated by the lethal power of the Sword Heart. It's a clinical description of planned torture. The command is issued for Subject 824 to attack with everything he has. Young Kiwon just stands there, his knuckles turning white around the hilt of his sword. "Are you insane?" he screams back at the observation window, his voice cracking with rage. He refuses to lift a finger against the only person who makes this hell bearable. He throws his head back and yells that he won't do it, his defiance echoing through the chamber. He'd rather leave this place or die than hurt his best friend. The response from the lab is immediate and agonizing. A surge of high-voltage electricity rips through the collar around Kiwon's neck, dropping him to the tiles as his body convulses. Jayo watches in horror as his friend is tortured for his sake. He shouts at Kiwon to stop wasting time and just follow the orders before they kill him. "I'm fine, just do it," Jayo lies, his raspy voice filled with desperation. He can't stand the sight of Kiwon being electrocuted over and over on his behalf. But Kiwon just grips his throat, his face contorted in a silent scream as the shocks continue. He'd still rather die from the electricity than draw his friend's blood. The electricity crackles again, lighting up the room with a sickening blue glow. Kiwon's resolve is barely holding on as the pain reaches an unbearable level. Seeing no other way out, Jae-oh decides to play the villain to save his friend. He calls Kiwon a weakling, trying to provoke him into a protective rage that will end the torture. Kiwon looks up, his eyes bloodshot and confused by the sudden insults. He can't understand why Jae-oh is mocking him while he's suffering for him. "All you can do is cut with a sword anyway," Jae-oh sneers, his voice cold and biting. He mocks the sword-hard ability, calling it pathetic compared to the other powers in the facility. The words hit Kiwon harder than any physical blow could. Being called weak is a trigger for him, and Jae-oh knows exactly which buttons to push to get a reaction. Jae-oh continues the act, telling him to stop being useless and just finish the experiment. He promises that he'll regenerate eventually, so there's no reason to hesitate. Something finally snaps inside the young boy. Driven by a mixture of torture and desperate anger, he draws his blade with a guttural, pained roar. His eyes go cold and focused, mirroring the predatory look he has in the present. The sword heart awakens fully, and he lunges forward to strike. The blade finds its mark, tearing through Jae-oh's fragile skeletal frame in a spray of dark crimson. The sound of the impact is sickening, a sharp contrast to the previous silence. For a split second, even Jae-oh looks stunned by the sheer violence of the attack. He wonders if his plan to provoke his friend worked a little too well. But the researchers demand more data, and Kiwon complies, his movements becoming a blurred frenzy of steel. He continues to slash at the boy on the floor, the room turning into a slaughterhouse. "How about now?" he yells, his voice cracked and hollow as he strikes again and again. He's fully committed to the role now, his whites soaked through with blood. Blood pools on the white tiles, steaming slightly in the cold air of the chamber. Jae-oh collapses into the crimson puddle, his body a map of fresh, jagged wounds. The experiment is finally declared complete, and the researchers record the results with clinical indifference. Kiwon stands over his fallen friend, his breathing ragged and heavy. He's covered in blood from head to toe, his eyes wide and unfocused as he looks down at the carnage. He looks completely drained, both physically and mentally. Jae-oh lies in the center of the room, gasping for air as he tries to process the pain. He mutters about how much it hurts, but there's a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He looks down at his own chest and then back at his friend. "Wait, it doesn't hurt as much as I thought it would," he whispers, his voice thin. Kiwon kneels beside him, leaning in close so only Jae-oh can hear. He tells him to stay still and pretend he's in more pain than he actually is so the researchers don't get suspicious. Jae-oh's eyes widen as he sees Kiwon's own arm. It's covered in deep, self-inflicted gashes that mirror the ones he just gave Jae-oh. He realized his friend cut himself too. "Shut up and don't get us caught," Kiwon mutters, his gaze sharp and protective once again. He's exhausted, but he's making sure their secret stays hidden from the cameras. Jae-oh is stunned and asks why he would do something so reckless. He knows his own body would have healed eventually without the extra help. Kiwon looks away, his expression grim. He knows the lab bastards intentionally keep Jae-oh's blood levels low so he can't regenerate properly. They're trying to starve his power. He tells Jae-oh not to try the same self-sacrifice act on him ever again. By cutting himself and covering Jae-oh in his own sword-heart blood, he was secretly giving his friend the nutrients he needed to survive the lab's cruelty. Back in the lab, a younger Lee Kiwon offers a bloodied grin, dismissing the weight of his sacrifice as something trivial between friends. The lab-issued patient whites he wears are stained a deep, visceral crimson from his self-inflicted wounds. The memory fades, replaced by the cold, hard gaze of the man he has become. Kiwon stands ready in the present day, his presence far more lethal than the boy who once walked those hospital halls. He lunges forward with predatory speed, the blade of his sword carving a bloody arc through the air and across Kim Jae-oh's torso. The spray of crimson hits the industrial floor as the impact sends Jae-oh reeling backward. A boot slams down onto the metal grating, stabilizing a stance as the heavy sounds of the struggle echo through the vast warehouse. The air is thick with the scent of ozone and iron. Seizing a split-second opening in the assault, Jae-o drives his fist directly into Ki-won's jaw. The force of the blow snaps Ki-won's head back, but his face remains a mask of cold concentration. The two are locked in a savage exchange of blows and steel. Jae-o pushes forward with a desperate intensity, trying to find a way to break through the defenses of his former friend. Suddenly, Jae-o pulled his punch just before it reached Ki-won. Ki-won's body went rigid as he stared down his opponent with a sharp, unpredictable gaze. The sudden silence in the room was more deafening than the sounds of the fight. Jae-o remained steadfast, searching for any trace of the friend he once knew within the cold, hollow eyes staring back at him. Ki-won narrows his eyes further, his gaze flickering with a mix of calculation and a disturbing lack of empathy for the boy he once protected. He grits his teeth so hard they audibly creak, the sound lost beneath the sharp **shing* of his blade. He delivers another shallow cut, more of a cold provocation than a killing blow, drawing a sharp grunt of pain from Jae-o. Jae-o's hand scrapes against the textured metal floor as he struggles to maintain his footing. Every muscle in his body is screaming, but his regeneration is working overtime to knit his flesh back together. "I'm not fighting, get lost," he shouts, his voice echoing through the vast, empty space. He is trying to find any possible way to end this senseless confrontation without more blood being shed. Ki-won's expression remains fixed and impassive, his brow furrowed as he tracks Jae-o's every movement with a predatory focus that allows no room for mercy. Jae-o turns and sprints through the warehouse, weaving between the stacks of heavy cargo containers. Behind him, Ki-won's voice rings out, cold and mocking, telling him to just give up and accept his inevitable capture. Ki-won lunged forward like a dark silhouette against the warehouse lights, his sword raised high in a threatening stance. He began listing names, Song Hai-jae, Jo Tagu, calling out the only people Jae-o had left to lose in order to provoke Jae-o's fighting instincts. The mention of his friends stops Jae-o dead in his tracks. He slowly turns around, his eyes wide and trembling as the weight of the threat to those he loves finally sinks in. In that split second, Ki-won closed the gap and delivered a swift slash. Fist collided with cold steel, and a sickening crack echoed as Ki-won's blade clean-cut through Jae-o's arm. More blood splatters onto the cold floor, the bright red droplets standing out in stark contrast against the dull gray of the industrial metal. A close-up shows the two mutants locked in a confrontation, with Jae-o using his own flesh and blood to block Ki-won's blade. Despite the brutal situation, Ki-won's eyes glint with a twisted sense of amusement. "Now you're finally looking at me properly," he sneers through the blood and the force of the punch. He continues to speak, his voice muffled but dripping with malice. He points out how easy it is to find ordinary high school students in a city this size, reminding Jae-o that they have no protection. A dark, sinister smile spreads across his face, even as he feels the pressure of Jae-o's knuckles against his teeth. He's found the perfect leverage, and he intends to exploit it to the fullest. Overwhelmed by a protective fury for his friends, Jae-o lunged with a lightning-fast movement, shoving his arm deep into Ki-won's mouth to seize it. His movements began to transcend human limits as he attempted to choke the life out of the man threatening those he loved. The close-up reveals the sheer brutality of the act, with Jae-o's fist jammed deep as Ki-won continues to gurgle through the blood pooling in his throat. Neither of them looks human anymore. Jae-o looms over him, his eyes glowing a menacing, supernatural red as he delivers a final guttural warning. "Don't cross the line," he growls, his voice barely recognizable as human. Ki-won stares back, his expression unchanging even as blood drips down his white hoodie. Jae-o reaffirms that Hai-jae and Tagu are his friends, and they are strictly off-limits. He explains that he was willing to listen to Ki-won's side of the story because of their history, but that patience has finally run out. The connection they once shared is officially severed. Within his chest, the resurrection heart pulses with a violent crimson light, the organ clearly visible through the gaps in his spectral ribcage. It is no longer just keeping him alive, it is fueling a cold, focused wrath. Jae-o's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated fury, his eyes burning with an intense inner fire. The time for talk is over. He's decided to end this once and for all, vowing to smash Ki-won to pieces. Kim Jae-oh glared at Lee Ki-won, growling a warning not to even mention his friends. Jae-oh's eyes go cold as he declares he's done caring about whatever excuse Ki-won has. He's ready to end this fight right now. Ki-won's eyes widened as he realized the tables had turned. Jae-oh was taking advantage of the open wound to drain Ki-won's own blood. A surge of crimson flows directly from Ki-won into the open veins of Jae-oh's arm. It's a gruesome biological fuel transfer. Deep inside the resurrection heart, the foreign blood cells rush in like a tidal wave. The stolen energy is exactly what the system needs to jumpstart. Jae-oh's stump begins to churn and bubble with raw gore. New bone and muscle knit together in a violent, high-speed growth spurt. In a matter of seconds, a brand new hand bursts forth from the bloody mess. It's fully formed and ready for a fight. Ki-won can barely process what he's seeing. The arm he personally severed is back as if it was never gone. Jae-oh doesn't give him a second to think, lunging forward with a heavy strike. His fist connects squarely with Ki-won's chest, the impact echoing through the factory. The force of the blow sends Ki-won skidding across the checkered metal floor. He's losing ground fast against this sudden surge of power. Ki-won hunches over, coughing and gasping for air. The iron in his body usually makes him a living tank, but that hit actually hurt. An internal scan reveals the damage. 3 of his iron-reinforced ribs have been snapped clean. Jae-oh's physical strength has jumped to a completely different level. Jae-oh is already on top of him again, eyes glowing with a predatory intensity. Ki-won realizes another clean hit like that might actually kill him. A brutal punch lands right on Ki-won's jaw. The impact is so heavy it distorts his face, sending a spray of blood into the air. Ki-won's head snaps back, his vision likely swimming from the sheer speed of the assault. He can't even get a word out before the next move comes. He's sent flying into a pile of industrial scrap, crashing hard against the steel beams. He realizes too late that Jae-oh's speed has become impossible to track. Jae-oh looms over his former friend like a shadow, fist raised for another executioner's blow. Ki-won's reflexes can't keep up with this pace. Another heavy fist sinks into Ki-won's face, pinning him against the floor. The sound of metal meeting flesh fills the room. Ki-won tumbles across the scrapyard floor like a ragdoll. Every part of his body is screaming as the iron plating starts to fail. He pushes himself up with gritted teeth, blood dripping from his chin. He can't understand where this insane level of strength is coming from. Ki-won slams his palm onto the metal deck, desperate to regain control. He knows the blood Jae-oh absorbed is the key to this sudden evolution. Jagged steel spikes erupt from the floor, creating a deadly barrier between them. He needs to widen the distance before he gets pulverized. Jae-oh doesn't slow down, weaving through the rising blades with inhuman agility. He's moving like he already knows where the next spike will appear. Ki-won watches in disbelief as his best traps fail to even graze the kid. He wonders if Jae-oh is actually predicting the future. It's not prediction, it's pure reaction. Jae-oh flips through the air, dodging a forest of steel with absolute precision. Ki-won stares into Jae-oh's eyes and realizes the resurrection heart is doing more than just healing. It's boosting every single physical sense to its absolute limit. The realization hits him like a freight train. This isn't just a variant who can't die, it's a perfect combat machine that's still evolving. Jae-oh closes the gap in an instant, fist clenched tight. He's completely unbothered by the metal forest Ki-won threw in his way. Ki-won knows he's about to lose if he doesn't do something drastic. He presses his hand harder against the floor, ready to tap into a forbidden technique. Deep cracks spread across the factory floor as he starts drawing in every bit of iron from the surroundings. He didn't want to go this far, but he's out of options. Iron particles rush into his arm, glowing with a dangerous white light. The process is excruciating, tearing at his internal organs as the metal merges with his cells. Inside his chest, the sword heart begins to pulse violently. Dozens of miniature blades start piercing his own organs from the inside out. An explosion of steel erupts from Ki-won's body, shredding his jacket into rags. The sheer pressure of the transformation is enough to push back the air around him. He stands there as a living porcupine of jagged steel, hundreds of blades protruding from every inch of his skin. This is the sword heart's ultimate, self-destructive form. Ki-won yells out, declaring that no amount of regeneration can save Jae-oh now. There's no way to get close without being turned into mincemeat. Jae-oh doesn't even hesitate, sprinting straight toward the wall of blades. He isn't looking for an opening, he's looking for the kill. Jae-oh's expression doesn't change as he closes the distance. He looks completely indifferent to the hundreds of sharp edges waiting for him. The blades sink deep into Jae-oh's chest and shoulders as he makes contact. Blood sprays everywhere, but he keeps pushing forward. Despite the metal spikes pinning him, Jae-oh throws a massive haymaker. He uses the momentum of his own impalement to drive the punch home. The blow slammed straight into Ki-won's chest, sending a shockwave rippling throughout the factory. Ki-won's mouth filled with blood as his ultimate defense was shattered. Jae-oh stares into Ki-won's eyes with a chilling calm. He tells him that a few metal spikes through the gut don't hurt at all. Inside his body, the blades have pierced his ribs and even his heart. But for someone who's lived through the hell of Hermes' lab, this level of pain is nothing. Kim Jae-oh's dark eyes reflect his intense focus, his pupils narrowing as he prepares for a final strike. He tells Lee Ki-won that the physical pain is nothing compared to the emotional betrayal he's feeling. Jae-oh launches into a relentless assault, his movements so fast they leave afterimages in the air. Ki-won is completely overwhelmed, unable to defend against the flurry of strikes. Ki-won coughs up blood, his body reeling from the impact of Jae-oh's punches. The shards of his iron-shielded skin fly through the air as his ultimate defense is systematically dismantled. Jae-oh's rage is palpable as he shouts that the worst part isn't the blades piercing his body, but the fact that a friend is doing this to him. His fist is bloodied, but he doesn't slow down for a second. A final, massive punch connects squarely with Ki-won's face, the force of the blow rippling through his skin. The sound of the impact echoes through the metal scrapyard. Ki-won is driven into the ground, a shockwave of dust and debris radiating from the point of impact. He lies broken and defeated, his transformation finally falling apart. From a high angle, the two of them look small amidst the sprawling metal waste. The violence of their fight has left a visible crater in the industrial floor. Jae-oh stands over his fallen opponent, his back to the camera. He quietly admits that this betrayal hurts more than any of the blades that just impaled him. Ki-won looks up with empty, glazed eyes, his face covered in bruises and blood. He listens as Jae-oh speaks about their 10-year history and the horror of being sent back to the lab. Jae-oh looks down at the broken man, his expression a mix of grief and exhaustion. He still can't wrap his head around why his closest friend would sell him out like this. The factory is silent, save for the sound of metal cooling and Jae-oh's heavy breathing. He demands to know what the laboratory could have possibly promised in exchange for his life. Jae-oh's shadow falls over his face, hiding his eyes as he speaks about the lab's cruelty. He knows Ki-won understands that place better than anyone, making the betrayal even more bitter. Ki-won's mouth is a mess of blood and broken teeth as he struggles to respond. His grip on the ground is weak, his spirit clearly as broken as his body. Jae-oh clenches his fist, blood dripping from his knuckles onto the cold metal floor. He's shaking with a combination of physical strain and the raw weight of the betrayal. A wide shot shows Jae-oh standing alone in the vast, empty factory space with Ki-won lying at his feet. The silence is heavy, the air thick with the aftermath of their brutal confrontation. Ki-won finally speaks, his voice a raspy whisper. He bluntly admits that he was going to sell Jae-oh back to the laboratory for his own gain. Jae-oh stares at him, his face contorted in disbelief. The words are a final, devastating blow, confirming that their friendship is truly dead and buried. Jae-oh grits his teeth, a low growl escaping his throat as the reality of the situation sinks in. He looks like he's on the verge of either crying or launching into another fit of rage. Jae-oh suddenly snaps, delivering a series of frantic, emotional punches to Ki-won's face. He screams, asking what on earth the man is even talking about. Each hit is fueled by desperation, as if he can beat the truth out of his old friend. He can't accept that the person he trusted most could be so cold-blooded. Ki-won's head is snapped back with each blow, his face a swollen, bloody mask. Jae-oh tells him not to just decide that everything is over on his own. Jae-oh's punches continue, blurring into a single, violent motion. He shouts that Kiwon can't just run away from their past by claiming it's over. Jae-oh grabs Kiwon by the collar, pulling him up so they're eye to eye. He begs for an explanation, even if it's just a lie to make the pain more bearable. His eyes are wide and watery as he looks for any sign of the person he once knew. He just wants to understand why his world has been turned upside down. Jae-oh's face is just inches from Kiwon's, his breath hitching. He asks if Kiwon ever truly considered him a friend during all those years in the lab. Kiwon's single open eye looks back at him, devoid of any visible emotion. He simply says, "Yeah," confirming their past bond even as he destroys it. The word friend hangs in the air, triggering a sudden, vivid memory for Jae-oh. He remembers a time when things were much simpler between them. The scene shifts to a bright, sterile hallway in the laboratory. A younger, healthier Kiwon is running playfully while other children in lab gowns look on. They were all just children then, forced into a nightmare but finding moments of joy together. A boy in a skull mask laughs as Kiwon chases after him. The flashback continues with the kids playing a game, their laughter a sharp contrast to the cold, clinical environment of the Hermes lab. For a moment, they weren't test subjects, they were just kids. They even had moments of shared fun, like stealing a basket of apples to eat in secret. The memory is bittersweet, a reminder of the bond that's now been shattered. Back in the present, Kiwon stares at the ceiling, his voice flat and cold. He tells Jae-oh that he has nothing left to say, ending any hope for a real explanation. Suddenly, the darkness of the factory is pierced by multiple high-powered beams of light. The heavy thud of tactical boots echoes through the building. Jae-oh's head snaps toward the source of the noise, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. The sudden arrival of outsiders in the middle of their confrontation is a terrifying development. Dozens of armed tactical officers in urban camo swarm the factory floor. They move with military precision, their rifles held at the ready as they surround the two variants. Jae-oh shields his eyes from the blinding spotlights, panic visible in his expression. He frantically looks around, trying to figure out who these people are and why they're here. His breathing becomes shallow and fast as the traumatic memories of the laboratory start to flood back. The sight of armed men in uniforms is a direct trigger for his past nightmares. The SAT officers take their positions, their laser sights dancing over Jae-oh and the unconscious Kiwon. The air is thick with tension as the order to aim is given. From a wide angle, the scale of the operation is clear. Dozens of rifles are pointed directly at Jae-oh, who is completely boxed in with nowhere to run. An officer speaks into his radio, confirming that the heart mutant has been detected. He requests immediate backup inside the factory to secure the target. Jae-oh's face is pale with terror, his pupils blown wide. He realizes with a jolt that these people aren't just police, they're linked to the laboratory he's been trying to escape. The scene shifts to a past memory of a similar standoff. A team of armed men surrounds a younger version of the test subject, a bright spotlight pinning him in place as they prepare to suppress him immediately. The flashback intensifies, showing a younger Kim Jae-oh in a hospital gown being riddled with bullets by lab security. He coughs up blood, his small body jerking with each impact as they attempt to suppress the child with the resurrection heart. A top-down view shows a dozen armed men in a circle, relentlessly firing their weapons at the central target. The order to maintain fire echoes through the past, a cold command to transport the captured subject at any cost. Back in the present, Jae-oh's face is slick with sweat, his eyes wide as the traumatic memories of the laboratory threaten to paralyze him. He gasps for air, the weight of his past and present situations crashing down on him all at once. Shaking off the terror, Jae-oh hoists the unconscious Lee Kiwon onto his shoulder, his mind screaming that he needs to run before it's too late. The tactical team looms in the background, a silent wall of military force. Jae-oh grabs a sturdy metal pipe, his knuckles white as he uses it to pull himself and his heavy burden upward with desperate strength. Every muscle in his body is strained to the breaking point as he tries to find an escape route. He breaks into a sprint across the industrial floor, the weight of the larger man slowing him down significantly. Behind him, the tactical officers begin their pursuit, their boots thudding rhythmically on the metal deck. Jae-oh leaps over obstacles with focused intensity, his eyes darting around the factory for any sign of a way out. The pursuers remain close, their red-visored helmets bobbing as they keep pace with the fleeing mutant. The tactical team shouts that the mutant is escaping, their rifles leveled as they prepare to intercept him. Their movements are practiced and efficient, cutting off Jayo's potential paths with military precision. Jayo skids to a halt, his sneakers screeching against the floor as he realizes he's run directly into another group of armed men. His options are disappearing, and the walls of the factory seem to be closing in on him. His pupils contract in sheer panic, his gaze darting from one masked soldier to the next. He is completely cornered, the realization hitting him like a physical blow. A dozen rifles are pointed directly at Jai-O as he stands hunched over with Kiwon on his back. The tactical officers stand ready to fire, their red visors glowing menacingly in the dim light of the factory. The officers report over the radio that the escape route is secured, and they have the targets surrounded from both front and back. The tactical net has been pulled tight, leaving no room for a miracle. Jayo gasps for air, his chest heaving with exhaustion and fear. He looks at the surrounding soldiers, his mind racing through every possible scenario and finding only one that leads back to the lab. From high above, the two small figures look incredibly vulnerable in the center of the massive ring formed by the tactical team. The scale of the force arrayed against them is overwhelming, a clear sign that they were never meant to escape. I am Jin-wook, a tall and stocky man with a tan complexion and a neatly groomed goatee, stands amidst his tactical unit as their commanding officer. He barks orders into his radio, identifying both Jayo and Kiwon as heart mutants that must be secured. Jayo's eye trembles as he listens to the commander's cold assessment of their status. The thought of being captured and sent back to the sterile hell of the laboratory makes his blood run cold. The memory of the laboratory's imposing, monolithic building looms in his mind, a place of endless pain and dehumanizing experiments. It's a tomb that he's terrified will become his reality once again. I am Jin-wook prepares to give the final order to fire, his eyes fixed on Jayo with a mixture of professional detachment and underlying tension. He tells his team to be ready once the final firing preparations are complete. Suddenly, a slender hand reaches into the frame and calmly takes the radio right out of I am Jin-wook's hand. The suddenness of the action catches the seasoned commander completely off guard. Song Hye-in, a poised woman with short black hair and sharp eyes, wearing a tailored pinstripe suit, steps into the chaotic scene. She stands calmly amidst the armed soldiers, her presence immediately shifting the balance of power in the factory. Song Hye-in announces that she is taking control of the scene, her voice steady and authoritative. The text identifies her as the Mutant Special Police Task Force Leader, a role that carries significant weight. I am Jin-wook stares at her in shock, his jaw nearly dropping as he recognizes the high-ranking official. He is stunned that someone from the task force would appear in person at a field operation like this. The tactical officers are equally bewildered, their confusion visible even through their gear as they mutter about her sudden arrival. They wonder how such a high-level leader could have gotten there so quickly and without warning. With a single, calm command, Song Hye-in orders everyone to lower their guns, an order that is immediately echoed throughout the factory. The sudden ceasefire creates a heavy, expectant silence in the room. The rhythmic clicking of high heels echoes on the metal floor as Song Hye-in walks toward the panting, blood-stained Jayo. He stands his ground, still carrying Kiwon, his expression a mix of suspicion and defensive aggression. Song Hye-in stops just a few feet from him, her gaze cool and observant as she identifies him by name. Jayo grits his teeth, wondering how this stranger knows who he is and what her true intentions are. She leans in closer, her voice low and reassuring as she tells him not to be afraid. She claims she's there to help and that she's already heard about his entire situation. Jayo's eyes widen in surprise when she reveals her personal connection to him. She explains that she is Song Hye-jae's older sister, a revelation that clearly catches the wary protagonist off guard. Song Hye-in offers a small, mysterious smile as she introduces herself properly. She looks directly into Jayo's eyes, her expression unreadable as she welcomes him to their meeting. Song Hye-in leans in close to Kim Jayo, introducing herself with a calm, confident smile. Jaeho's eyes widen in realization as he remembers the name. This woman is Song Hae-jae's older sister. She tells him not to worry, promising that she'll handle the entire situation from here on out. Turning to the special assault team, she asks if they're only there for the mutant incident as a soldier snaps a salute. She immediately starts taking command, ordering the squad to restrict civilian access and call in paramedics. But Captain Jin-wook isn't ready to step aside just yet, shouting for everyone to wait a minute. He gets right in her space, demanding to know if her task force thinks they can just ignore standard field protocols. Hye-in doesn't flinch, coolly asking the captain if he's unfamiliar with the laws governing police officer duties. Her assistant steps in, explaining that when dealing with wanted mutants, their team takes priority over the scene. He shoves a warrant for Lee Ki-won toward the captain, bluntly telling the man to back off. Jin-wook lets out a scoff, claiming that there's a big misunderstanding about who they're really after. He points a gloved finger past them, clarifying that he wasn't talking about Ki-won, but the kid in the black t-shirt. Jaeho freezes as the captain explains that CCTV footage has already identified him as another mutant. The captain insists that since Jae-o is an unregistered mutant, he counts as a civilian and falls under police jurisdiction. He shouts for his men to hold their fire while they prepare to move in on their new target. Then he gives the order to detain Jaeho immediately, and a wall of tactical rifles is leveled at the boy. Jaeho grits his teeth, looking around at the circle of guns and wondering how he's going to get out of this. Suddenly, a sharp snap of fingers rings out across the warehouse floor. Intricate red geometric lines instantly begin crawling over the surface of a soldier's rifle. The glow spreads like a virus, covering every weapon held by the assault team in a fraction of a second. With a violent spray of shrapnel, the firearms shatter into 1,000 pieces in the soldier's hands. The elite squad is left standing in shock, staring down at their empty palms and the scrap metal on the floor. One of the officers whispers in terror, finally realizing that this is team leader Song Hae-in's specific mutant ability. Hae-in stares them down, stating that they clearly haven't grasped just how out of their depth they are. Captain Im is absolutely furious, screaming at her for turning her power against her own allies. She doesn't offer an apology, responding only with another nonchalant snap of her fingers. Jin-wook cried out as the terrifying pressure from her ability began to take its toll on him. She stands with her arms crossed, completely unfazed by the captain's shouting. She leans in closer, revealing that this case is actually a special investigation tied directly to the Hermes lab. The mention of the lab hits the captain like a physical blow, his face twisting with sudden, genuine concern. Hae-in tells him to just look around at the wreckage if he doesn't believe her. She points to the floor, showing off the brutal traces left behind by the battle between the two mutants. The captain looks at the two boys again, the gravity of the situation finally starting to sink in. He realizes these aren't just delinquents, but the high-risk subjects the Hermes lab was obsessively researching. He knows that getting tangled with mutants of this caliber means his men are putting their lives on the line. Grudgingly, he tells her she should have said so from the start, before ordering his team to hand over control. Two soldiers roughly haul Lee Ki-won to his feet, causing a worried Jaeho to ask where they're taking him. The assistant explains that since Ki-won is a wanted criminal, he'll be processed through formal arrest procedures. Jaeho watches as his friend is handcuffed and led away, wondering if Ki-won really did something that bad. The man in the suit then turns his attention to Jaeho, stating that they're going to need his testimony as well. He informs Jaeho that he'll be taken in for a private interview with the team leader. Jaeho looks at the towering figure of Song Hae-in, feeling a new wave of nervousness as she stares him down. Song Hae-in sits across the table, her gaze fixed on the files in front of her. She looks up, a subtle, confident smirk playing on her lips. Kim Jaeho shifts in his seat, visibly uncomfortable under the woman's intense scrutiny. He sits alone in the center of the clinical interview room, the silence between them growing heavier by the second. Song Hae-in gets straight to the point, tapping her chin as she looks through the documents. She reveals that her team is currently hunting down the Hermes laboratory. She notes that she already heard from Song Hai-Jai about his escape 3 years ago. She slides a document across the table, explaining that Jayo is still being kept in the dark about the lab's real activities. Jayo's face goes pale as she delivers the news. All of his fellow escapees have already been recaptured. She explains the lab's catch and release policy, where they let subjects escape just to hunt them down and break their spirits. It's a calculated move to force them into total submission, by showing them they can never truly be free. Jayo stares into space, realizing that Lee Ki-won might have been broken by that very same tactic. In another part of the facility, Ki-won sits in silence, his head bowed and hands bound. An assistant enters the room, announcing that the witness they've been waiting for has finally arrived. Jayo looks up, wondering who could possibly have any information about what's going on. A young girl in a wheelchair is brought into the room, looking fragile and overwhelmed. The man in the suit steps back, letting Lee Ki-won take center stage. Song Hai-in kneels down to her level, gently taking the girl's hand to put her at ease. She promises not to force her to speak, but explains they need to understand her brother's motivations. Ki-won looks down, a single tear beginning to roll down her cheek. She trembles, sobbing that everything that happened was entirely her fault. Her hands clench into tight fists as she cries that her brother wasn't always the kind of person he is now. The girl is clearly terrified, fearing that speaking out will only lead to her losing her brother again. Hai-in maintains her smirk, warning the girl that staying silent will only leave Ki-won to take the fall alone. Ki-won wipes her eyes, realizing she can't let him carry that burden by himself anymore. She finally looks up, agreeing to tell the task force everything she knows. She takes them back 3 years, to the day her brother first came home. Ki-won bursts through the front door, still wearing his blood-stained hospital gown from the lab. He stops in his tracks, staring into the dark and derelict living room of his childhood home. He finds his sister sitting alone in the shadows, her body broken and her eyes hollow. Ki-won is frozen in shock, his face contorted as he realizes both their parents have passed away. He collapses and hugs her tight, sobbing as he apologizes for being so late. To pay for her mounting medical bills, Ki-won takes on backbreaking labor at a construction site. But without a legal identity, he's constantly short on money and exploited by his bosses. The small amount he earns isn't enough, and Ki-won's condition worsens until she's coughing up blood. One day, their small slice of peace is shattered when tactical units kick in the door. Ki-won is tackled to the floor by multiple armed men, pinned down instantly. Ki-won screams for her brother, reaching out in vain as the soldiers roughly restrain him. Ki-won roars in a desperate rage, threatening to kill them all if they don't get their hands off his sister. A man in a suit walks in, looking down at the defeated boy with a cold, mocking smile. He crouches down and offers Ki-won a deal, an identity, a job, and the money to save his sister. Lee Ki-won listens as the lab offers a devil's bargain. They'd pay for everything his family needed, as long as he agreed to do their dirty work in the shadows. Lee Ki-won explains the depth of the lab's support, from medical bills to their very home. In exchange, her brother was sworn to absolute secrecy about his horrific tasks. Tears flow as she admits her crushing guilt. She knows now that every bit of help she received was bought with the crimes her brother committed for her sake. She apologizes through her sobs, her head bowed in shame. The small interrogation room feels heavy with the weight of her confession. Kim Jae-oh watches her, his expression hardening as he processes the truth. He realizes the man who betrayed him was just a desperate brother trying to buy a life for his sister. A guard wheels the sobbing girl out of the room, leaving a lingering silence. Song Hai-in notes that this covers the full history of the incident. Song Hai-in pulls out a document, her tone becoming professional again. She wants to make sure one thing is perfectly clear to the boy sitting across from her. She leans on her hand, pointing out that despite the tragic motive, the betrayal was real. Lee Ki-won still made the choice to hand Jae-oh back to the people who tortured him. She reminds him of the narrow escape. If the plan had worked, he wouldn't be sitting in this office. He'd be back under the lab's knives. Jae-oh looks down, acknowledging the harsh reality. He knows Kiwon's crimes go far beyond just this one betrayal, and justice is coming for him. Song Hye-in gestures toward the wall-mounted phone. She offers him one final chance to speak to Kiwon before the legal system takes over completely. Jae-oh stares at the black receiver, his face battered and bruised from the fight. He weighs the anger against the need for closure. He finally gives a small nod, accepting the offer. He needs to say what's on his mind one last time. He steps up to the phone and begins to dial the number. The sterile room feels even colder as the line starts to ring. He waits with the receiver to his ear, his torn clothes a reminder of the battle they just survived. He doesn't say anything when the other side picks up. Lee Ki-won is on the other end, holding the phone in silence. He knows exactly who is calling before a single word is spoken. Jae-oh finally speaks, his voice low and steady. He tells the man that he heard everything his sister had to say. He lists the details, the lab, the sister, the reason for the betrayal. He wants Ki-won to know that the secret is out. He demands to know why Ki-won kept it all bottled up. If they were supposed to be brothers, why didn't he just say something? A weary sigh comes through the speaker. Lee Ki-won has no words left to defend himself. Jae-oh's voice gets sharper, his patience wearing thin. He's not looking for an apology, just some kind of truth. He tells the man to speak up and explain why he did what he did. The silence on the other end is deafening. His anger flares as he calls Ki-1 a traitorous bastard. The betrayal still stings more than any of the physical wounds he took. He grips the receiver so hard the plastic groans. He demands at least one excuse, wondering if the man is too ashamed to even open his mouth. He slams his hand down, cracks spiderwebbing across the counter. He reminds Ki-won that he tried to sell out a friend just to drag him back to that living hell. Lee Ki-won bows his head, the words hitting him like physical blows. He doesn't offer a single word of defense. Jae-oh tells him to spend the rest of his life rotting in the regret of what he's done. This is the end of whatever bond they had left. Lee Ki-won closes his eyes, accepting the sentence. He looks like a man who has already given up on everything. He finally speaks, admitting that Jae-oh's words are fair. He isn't going to ask for forgiveness he doesn't deserve. He moves to hang up the phone, ready to disappear into the system. It's a clean break from the life he tried to protect. Jae-oh stops him with one last piece of information. He mentions that the police have already promised to take good care of his sister. He pauses, the intensity of his grip softening just a fraction. The heavy silence between them shifts into something else. He tells Ki-won that while he's definitely trash, his sister is innocent. He's made sure she won't be the one paying for his mistakes. He tells him to serve his time and get out. Then he adds a final, unexpected request for another burger later, admitting the last one was actually good. Jae-oh slowly lowers the receiver, the line going dead. The conversation is finally over. A memory of the lab surfaces, showing a skeletal Kim Jae-oh. Even when he was barely human, he was still looking out for those around him. A younger Lee Ki-won is shown with full cheeks, eating whatever scraps they could find. They were just kids trying to survive in a nightmare. Back in the present, Ki-won sits alone in the dark. He whispers a final thank you to the boy he almost destroyed. Jae-oh hangs the phone back on the hook, finally done with the past. He stands there for a moment, letting the silence settle. Song Hye-in looks up from her screen, surprised by how he handled it. She notes that he's a lot more generous than she would have been in his shoes. Jae-oh turns his back to her, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. He admits he truly believed his other friends had managed to find freedom too. He looks down at the floor, the weight of the missing friends heavy on his mind. He just wanted to believe they were living happier lives than the ones they had in the lab. Kim Jae-oh stands by the phone, his back to us as he absorbs the reality of the situation. He realized he was wrong about his friends being free. Those bastards at the lab are still holding them captive and using them however they want. Song Hye-in listens as Jae-oh makes a desperate plea. He looks back at her, his voice heavy with a new resolve as he asks for her help to save the others still trapped in that hell. A faint, knowing smile plays on Song Hye-in's lips. She sets her phone down on the table, her gaze fixed on the boy who's finally found a reason to fight beyond just surviving. She leans forward, her expression turning more serious as she asks if he's really going to be okay with what comes next. Jae-oh doesn't hesitate, telling her it doesn't matter as long as they get the job done. He looks down at his hand, his muscles bulging and veins glowing with a strange, dark power. He knows he's not that weak skeleton from the lab anymore. He has the strength to change things. His eyes narrow with a fierce intensity that shows he's done running. He vows to save his friends and tear that entire laboratory to pieces, no matter what it takes. Later that night, the city is quiet as the scene shifts to an apartment building. The windows are lit up, but behind one of them, things are far from peaceful. Inside the apartment, Song Hae-in bursts through the door, her professional persona completely gone as she shouts for Song Hae-jae. Jae-oh follows behind, looking bewildered by the sudden change in energy. She practically tackles Song Hae-jae in a massive hug, doting on her like a completely different person. She's been gone for days and demands to know if her adorable little sister missed her. She rubs her cheek against the younger girl's, ignoring the protests. Song Hae-jae struggles to escape the suffocating affection, telling her sister to knock it off. The doting continues as Song Hae-in scolds her sister for not washing up as soon as she got home. She's convinced her little sister must have been lonely without her and refuses to let go. Jae-oh watches the scene from the hallway, completely dumbfounded. He never would have guessed that the terrifying woman from the interrogation room was such a softie for her family. Jae-oh recalled the way Hae-in looked at Captain Jin-wook compared to her image now. He realized his first impression of her being a scary, cold professional was only half the story. She goes right back to hugging her sister, making it clear that Song Hae-jae is the center of her world. Jae-oh just stands there, trying to process this domestic side of his new ally. Song Hae-jae finally manages to get a word in, looking over at Jae-oh with genuine concern. She asks if he's all right, having heard about the serious trouble he had with his friend earlier. He awkwardly scratches the back of his neck, looking down as he thinks about the mess with Lee Ki-won. It's a lot to explain to someone who wasn't there. He manages a small smile, telling her it's fine now that her sister took care of everything. He's grateful for the help, even if the situation was a disaster. Song Hae-jae's face lights up with relief, happy to hear that things worked out. She pulls away from her sister's grip, her attention shifting to something else. She asks Jae-oh if he's ready for some of the galbai jjim he couldn't finish before. He blushes slightly, giving her a quick nod as his stomach reminds him he hasn't eaten properly in ages. Song Hae-in looks at her phone, her face going pale as she reads a message from her sister. The text mentions a recipe involving strawberries and oysters, accompanied by a sticker of a rabbit vomiting a rainbow. Song Hae-jae presents a massive pot with a proud flourish, urging them to try her sweet and sour galbai jjim. The steam rises from a bizarre mixture of meat, whole oranges, and strawberries. Song Hae-in stares at the pot, her skeptical expression saying everything her words haven't yet. She carefully lifts a piece of orange with her chopsticks, wondering why on earth there are oysters in a beef dish. She asks which bastard taught her to cook like this, her professional vocabulary slipping out by accident. Song Hae-jae is taken aback by the language, forcing her sister to quickly pivot and ask where the recipe came from. The younger girl happily pulls out her phone to show off GBT, the AI that gave her the high-end recipe. She's convinced that because the details were so thorough, it must be a masterpiece. Song Hae-in's expression turns deadly serious, her eyes fixed on the bizarre meal. She wonders if this AI bastard is actually trying to mock human intelligence with this culinary disaster. She stares intensely at the glistening orange slice, her mind racing through the logic of flavor profiles. The background swirls as she tries to comprehend how fruit and fatty meat could ever work together. After a long silence, she delivers the cold, hard truth. She looks her sister in the eye and tells her straight up that this mess isn't even edible. Song Hae-jae holds up her phone, proudly showing off a recipe she found online. She claims she tweaked it specifically to help her sister recover some energy with extra vitamins. Song Hae-in looks at the bizarre concoction in the pot with visible doubt. Behind her, Hae-jae enthusiastically explains that she modified the AI-provided recipe to make it even better. Hae-in stares down at the dish in disbelief, her mind racing with the certainty that this meal is going to end in a massive stomach ache. A pair of chopsticks lifts a glistening orange segment from the bowl. Someone is actually brave enough to take the first bite. Kim Jae-oh digs in without a second thought, shoveling the fruit and meat mixture into his mouth. Hae-jae watches him nervously, telling him he doesn't have to force himself if it's terrible. Hae-Dashin's expression clearly showed that she couldn't stand the taste, but she still struggled to give an enthusiastic thumbs up just to reassure her little sister. Seeing their reactions, Hae-jae beams with joy, her eyes sparkling with the success of her experimental cooking. Hae-in struggled to hold back her vomit, blushing as she forced herself to admit that the bizarre combination of oysters, strawberries, and meat was surprisingly delicious. Hae-jae clenches her fists in triumph, thrilled that her unique recipe is such a hit with everyone. In contrast, Jae-oh gave a thumbs up with tears of joy streaming down his face, deeply moved by his first real meal in years, while Hae-in wondered how the kid could possibly praise such a culinary torture. Jae-oh devours the contents of his bowl, claiming he could eat this every single day. He's completely sold on Hae-jae's bizarre culinary skills. Hae-in watches him with a serious gaze, wondering if his lab experiments somehow broke his taste buds along with everything else. To her, his level of praise seems almost suspicious. Within minutes, every single bowl on the table is scraped completely clean. The meal ends, and a heavy silence falls over the table. Hae-in sets her chopsticks down and announces that they need to discuss a serious matter regarding Jae-oh's future. Pointing her chopsticks toward him, Hae-in brings up the awkward reality of his current living situation. She points out that having a healthy man staying in a house with two women isn't an ideal setup, and it might not be great for Hae-jae's social development. Hae-jae looks down, realizing the difficulty of hiding someone who is being actively hunted by researchers. She asks where else Jae-oh could possibly stay. Hae-in explains that while she considered having him stay at police headquarters, it's safer to keep his identity a secret for now. Jae-oh sits there quietly, clutching the small dog, Twijum. Taking matters into her own hands, Hae-in pulls out her phone to see if there are any other options. She makes an urgent call, asking for any vacancies in an official police residence. Jae-oh and Hae-jae wait anxiously in the background. Hae-in listens to the response with a neutral expression, while the two teens wait for the verdict. She hangs up and reports that the residences are completely full, and it will take a while for a room to open up. She seems slightly relieved that a solution is at least on the horizon. Since there are no other immediate options, she tells Jae-oh he can stay with them temporarily. He lights up with joy, thanking her profusely for the hospitality. The tension breaks as Jae-oh and Hae-jae celebrate the news, with Twijum letting out a happy bark to join in. Before Jae-oh can get too comfortable, Hae-in starts scribbling a list on a piece of paper. She makes it clear that the stay isn't going to be unconditional. Jae-oh's smile fades instantly, as he realizes the atmosphere has shifted back to a more serious tone. With a sharp slap, Hae-in pins the paper to the table, her expression turning cold and authoritative once again. She lays down the law. Jae-oh's living space is limited to the living room, and he is never, under any circumstances, to enter Hae-jae's bedroom. The list contains 10 rigid house rules that Jae-oh must sign and follow. They cover everything from bathroom usage to kitchen boundaries. Hae-in leans over him, whispering that the consequences for breaking these rules are worse than anything he can imagine. Jae-oh looks terrified as he grips the edge of the paper. She fixates him with a dark, intense glare, making sure he understands the severity of the rule regarding her sister's room. Jae-oh trembles as he holds the list, his face pale with fear after the sudden, chilling threat. He quickly agrees to follow every single rule while Hae-jae looks on, a bit overwhelmed by her sister's sudden intensity. Hae-in stands up and tells Jae-oh to follow her outside, putting an abrupt end to the domestic discussion. Jae-oh swallows hard, wondering what kind of ordeal he's about to face next as he follows her out. As they head out, Hae-in explains that it's time to officially test the extent of his mutation. They arrived at a secluded construction site. The place was completely deserted, making it the perfect spot for what Song Hae-in had in mind. She gets straight to the point. If Kim Jae-oh wants to help take down the lab, she needs to know exactly what he's capable of before they move forward. Jae-oh starts with the basics of his regeneration. He explains that as long as he's not killed outright, his body can repair itself from almost any injury. He looks down at his hand, detailing the catch. His healing factor consumes blood, and if his reserves run low, his ability to regenerate drops off significantly. Hyen narrows her eyes, not fully convinced that's all he's got. She looks at him with a sharp, analytical gaze, suspecting there's more to his power. She brings up the scene of his fight with Lee Ki-won. The damage he left behind didn't just look like the work of a healer. It looked like it came from someone with insane physical strength. Jae-oh clenches his fist, admitting he's always felt a bit different. He figures the heart mutation has permanently boosted all his physical stats well beyond the average person. Hyen stares him down, her silence speaking volumes. To her, better than others was a massive understatement for the destruction she saw at the factory. He explains that back at the lab, he never actually got the chance to fully recover or push himself. It was only during the recent chaos that he realized his true potential. There's a catch to the strength, too. He's noticed that his physical abilities seem to spike even higher whenever he's absorbed fresh blood. Hyen processes this, tapping her temple thoughtfully. For him, blood isn't just medicine, it's essentially a high-octane fuel source for his entire body. She turns her back and starts walking away, signaling the start of the real test. In that case, she mutters, setting the stage. Something heavy flies through the air and skids across the dirt right in front of him. It's a piece of tech she brought specifically for this assessment. Jae-oh picks it up, looking a bit unsure as he handles the device. It's a grip dynamometer and her instructions are simple: squeeze it as hard as he can. Memories of the lab flash back as he stares at the tester. He's seen these before, usually held by people who viewed him as nothing more than a lab rat. He settles his grip on the handle, ready to see where he stands now. This isn't just a test for her, it's a chance for him to see his own growth. Jae-oh braces himself, focusing every bit of energy into his right arm. He prepares to tap into that hidden reservoir of strength he's been feeling. Veins start to bulge and glow through his skin as he forces blood into his hand. The sheer pressure building up in his limb is visible even from the outside. He grits his teeth, letting out a sharp breath as he applies maximum pressure. The intensity in his eyes shows he isn't holding anything back. With a sharp crack, the dynamometer completely shatters into pieces. Springs and plastic shards fly everywhere as the device fails to contain his power. Hyen's cool exterior finally cracks as she stares at the wreckage. That tester was designed to handle up to 500 kilograms, and he just turned it into scrap metal. In her mind, she's already doing the math on his power level. His raw grip strength is officially higher than that of a full-grown gorilla. Jae-oh immediately starts panicking, waving his hands around as he tries to apologize. He clearly didn't expect to break the expensive equipment. Hyen just watches him, her expression shifting to something more serious. He's significantly stronger than she initially calculated, which changes things. Without warning, she raises a hand, and the rocks around them begin to float into the air. The atmosphere shifts instantly as she reveals her own mutation. Jae-oh freezes, his eyes wide as he looks up at the levitating boulders. He wasn't expecting an actual combat demonstration from her. She doesn't hesitate, launching the jagged stones at him with lethal speed. It's a sudden, high-stakes test of his reflexes and survival instincts. Jae-oh blurs into motion, twisting and diving to avoid the projectiles. He moves with a predatory grace, his body reacting faster than his mind can keep up. Finally, a stone caught him right on the forehead, making him yelp in pain. Even with his speed, her telekinetic control remained completely unpredictable. Hyen stops the assault, looking moderately impressed. She was throwing those in random, chaotic patterns, and he managed to dodge almost all of them. She delivers her verdict. Based on that performance, he's officially a high-rank heart mutant. Jae-oh just looks confused, rubbing the spot where he got hit. He asks if her mutation is some kind of superpower, still trying to wrap his head around what he just saw. The way those stones moved seemed alive to him. Hyen gives him a deadpan look, clearly unimpressed by his choice of words. She's not exactly the type to indulge in superhero fantasies. She shuts him down immediately, explaining that everything they can do is strictly within the realm of science. To her, impossible superpowers simply don't exist. She adds a caveat, Her specific mutation is a national secret, so he shouldn't expect a detailed breakdown. She's keeping her own cards close to her chest. Turning away, she gives him his first real order. He needs to keep his abilities hidden and stay under the radar as much as humanly possible. Her gaze turns chillingly intense as she delivers one final warning. She knows he's used to being a weapon, but out here, that's a liability. Jae-oh stares back, the weight of her words sinking in. He realizes she's right. Being too conspicuous is exactly how he ends up back in a cage. He thinks back to all the fights he's been in since escaping the lab. He's been throwing his weight around recklessly, and that kind of attention is dangerous. The tension is broken by a sudden shout from the distance. Song Hae-jae is heading their way, lugging a plastic bag and looking as cheerful as ever. She waves a cold can of soda in the air, announcing that she's brought some refreshments for the hardworking pair. Her arrival brings a much-needed bit of normalcy. Jae-oh's mouth practically waters at the sight of the drinks. After a morning of being tested and hit with rocks, he's more than ready for a break. Song Hae-in watches the boy with a rare look of sympathy. Despite the power he holds, she realizes that deep down, he's really just a kid who's lost everything. She prepares to head out for a work call, leaving the two of them alone at the construction site. Song Hae-jae asks where she's going, and the older sister tells them to save some food for her return. Kim Jae-oh takes a massive, desperate gulp of the cold soda Hae-jae brought him. She watches him with a bright, curious smile, eager to hear his thoughts on the Coca-Cola. He nearly chokes on his own excitement, shouting that it's absolutely delicious. The sudden burst of sugar and carbonation is a sensory overload after years of lab rations. Jae-oh stares at the red can like it's a miracle in a bottle. He describes the sensation in vivid detail, the sweetness, the tingle on his tongue, and the sharp sting as it hits his throat. He tells her it feels like a literal switch just flipped inside his head. Hae-jae laughs at his over-the-top reaction, genuinely happy that he's finding joy in something so simple. His expression suddenly shifts as he looks down at the condensation. There's something hauntingly familiar about the taste that triggers a long-buried memory. A flashback hits him. Lee Ki-1 standing in a makeshift kitchen, serving up a massive burger with a rare, genuine smile. It was the only real food he'd ever had before escaping. The realization hits hard, and Jae-oh's face darkens. He remembers that Ki-1 was the one who made that burger for him back when they were both prisoners in the lab. Hae-jae notices the sudden change in his mood and leans in with a worried look. The cheerful atmosphere from a moment ago has vanished instantly. Jae-oh just looks away, his eyes shadowed by the weight of the past. He mutters that it's nothing, trying to push the painful memory back down where it belongs. She doesn't seem fully convinced, watching him with a concerned gaze. She can tell that the simple act of drinking a soda just unlocked something heavy in his mind. He closes his eyes tight, finally admitting the truth. He was just thinking about his friend for a second, and the grief is still clearly close to the surface. The two sit together on the construction bench, the city skyline fading into the background. Jae-oh confesses that it wasn't just Ki-1, he was close with all the other test subjects too. Hae-jae listens quietly, remarking on how much he clearly cherishes his friends. She remembers how comfortable he seemed back at the burger shop, surrounded by people who understood his pain. He turns his gaze back to the ground, his voice dropping to a somber whisper. To him, those other kids weren't just colleagues, they were his only family. A horrific montage flashes through his mind of the experiments. He remembers being strapped to a chair as a living skeleton, while scientists in gas masks treated him like a broken toy. But even in that hellhole, they found small moments of humanity. He remembers them gathering around a tiny, makeshift cake, trying to pretend they were just normal children for a few minutes. He remembers his closest friends, the ones who gave him a reason to keep breathing through the torture. They were his anchor in a sea of endless pain. In the present, Jae-oh looks completely devastated. He had always dreamed of them all escaping together and finding happiness, but he was the only one who made it out alive. His face contorts with a mix of rage and sorrow as he thinks about his friends still trapped in the lab. The survivor's guilt is clearly taking a toll on him. He clenches his fist so hard it shakes, the skin turning white over his knuckles. He makes a silent, ironclad vow that he's going to go back and save every single one of them. He looks ready to burn the world down, declaring he'll tear the entire laboratory apart if that's what it takes. The intensity in his eyes is enough to make anyone shudder. Haijai just watches him, her expression a mix of pity and silent support. She sees the scars the lab left behind, both on his body and his soul. Jae-oh snaps out of it and looks at her, his voice softening as he tries to be modest. He tells her he's not a mutant like her sister, so he doesn't know how much help he can actually be. He offers to do whatever he can to help her in return, and she responds with a beaming, supportive smile. She tells him he can count on her for anything, anytime. Jae-oh blinks, caught off guard by her unconditional kindness. It's a far cry from the cold, transactional life he's always known. A rare, genuine smile touches his lips as he thanks her. For the first time, he feels like he might actually have a real ally on the outside. A few days later, the scene shifts to the imposing gates of Samil High School. It's a completely new world for someone who spent his life in a concrete bunker. Inside the classroom, the news of a transfer student spreads like wildfire. Two girls whisper to each other, their curiosity piqued by the mysterious new arrival. A group of girls at a nearby desk are already losing their minds over his looks. They're calling his visuals insane and already planning to hunt down his social media. The history teacher slams his book down, trying to get the rowdy class to settle. He announces the transfer student, while Jae-oh stands at the front, feeling completely exposed. Inside his chest, his mutated heart is thumping like a drum. He's gripped by a sudden, paralyzing fear that he'll never be able to blend into a normal life. He looks out over the sea of curious faces, his mind racing. He still doesn't quite understand how Hye-in managed to pull the strings to get him here so quickly. Jae-oh tries to speak, but his voice is shaky as he introduces himself to the class. He looks like he's about to faint as he remembers Hye-in's promise about meeting a friend here. He forces out his name, sweat beading on his forehead as 100 eyes stare him down. This social pressure is more terrifying than any experiment he's ever faced. After he's seated, he stares blankly at the blackboard, still in a state of shock. He can't wrap his head around the fact that he's actually sitting in a real classroom. Classmates continue to whisper all around him, and the social anxiety starts to peak. He looks pale and nauseous, wondering if he's going to puke right there on his desk. In the row behind him, the girls are already making their move, whispering about how cute he is. The unwanted attention is the last thing he needs right now. The boys are just as relentless, bombarding him with questions about where he's from and if he plays soccer. Jae-oh just looks down, feeling completely overwhelmed by the noise. We jump back to a few days prior, where the plan was first hatched. Hae-in stands in the kitchen with a heavy bag, telling Jae-oh that she's giving him his first mission. Over dinner, she explains that she's been working on this for a while. To stay safe and act normal. His first objective is to attend high school and blend in with the other kids. Kim Jae-oh reaches into a brown shopping bag, his fingers brushing against a piece of crisp white fabric. He looks down at the unexpected item, confusion clear on his face. He pulls out a neatly folded school shirt, realization hitting him as he holds it up. Beside him, Song Hae-jae is equally stunned, her eyes wide as she confirms it's her school's uniform. Song Hae-in's voice rings in his head, cold and authoritative. She informs him that starting tomorrow, he'll be attending the same school as Hae-jae, calling it his very first mission. The scene shifts to the hallways of Samil High School, where the school bell chimes with a familiar ding-dong-dang-dong. It's a sound of normality that feels completely foreign to the boy. The camera follows the frantic movement of students' feet as they rush through the tiled corridors. Slides and sneakers slap against the floor, a chaotic morning ritual in full swing. Inside the classroom, Jae-oh is instantly swarmed by his new classmates. They lean over his desk, bombarding him with questions about his social media, his workout routine, and even his favorite video games. He tries to navigate the barrage of inquiries, stumbling over his words as they ask where he transferred from. The intense curiosity of the students leaves him looking completely overwhelmed. He recalls a conversation with Hye-in, who didn't mince words about his presence. She told him bluntly that he reeks of the lab and needs to learn how to blend in like a normal person for the sake of the investigation. Hye-in leans forward, her gaze piercing as she emphasizes the importance of his goal. To survive and help her, he must master the art of being unremarkable. Back in the present, the social pressure continues to mount as a group of girls swoon over his clear skin and handsome features. Jae-oh remains tense, knowing he cannot afford to let anyone suspect his true nature as a heart mutant. He hunches over his desk, sweat beading on his brow as the students keep pushing. Between club invitations and weekend plans, he's drowning in the social expectations of high school life. Panic starts to set in as he looks around at the sea of eager faces. He can't help but think that he's already messed up, and his cover is blown before his first day has even really begun. Suddenly, a loud quang echoes through the room as a massive hand slams down on Jae-oh's desk. A sharp command to stop rings out, silencing the curious crowd. Jo Tae-gu stands over the desk, his red hair and athletic build giving him an intimidating presence. He glares at the other students, calling them out for crowding the new guy and freaking him out. Tae-gu casually throws an arm around Jae-oh's shoulder, taking charge of the situation. He rattles off a fabricated backstory about Jae-oh being a local transfer who's retired from gaming but excels at every sport, especially soccer. Jae-oh stares at his unexpected savior, shocked to see Tae-gu in this setting. The other students whisper among themselves, noting the bizarre contrast between the two as if they belong to different genres of fiction. With a confident thumbs up, Tae-gu doubles down on his story, claiming he and Jae-oh are childhood friends. Jae-oh can only watch in silence as Tae-gu spins a web of lies to protect his secret. Tae-gu shoos the crowd away, telling them to come back later so he and his old friend can catch up. The students finally disperse, leaving the pair alone at the back of the class. Once the coast is clear, Jae-oh looks up at Tae-gu with a genuine, relieved smile. He softly thanks the red-haired boy for stepping in when he needed it most. Tae-gu's expression turns serious as he leans in, his face shadowed. He mentions that he heard everything from Hi-Jae and knows exactly what Jae-oh needs to do to pass as a normal student. Jae-oh's smile widens, feeling a surge of confidence now that he has an ally who knows the school inside and out. He realizes that having Tae-gu in his corner is going to make this mission a lot easier. Tae-gu strikes a dramatic pose, giving another thumbs up as sparkles seem to surround him. He enthusiastically tells Jae-oh to ask him anything if he finds himself stuck or confused. However, the confidence is short-lived when Tae-gu is called on during class. He looks completely drained, his face turning a pale blue as he stammers out that he doesn't know the answer. The history teacher at the front of the room sighs in frustration, scolding Tae-gu for not even memorizing the basic material with exams approaching. He tells the boy to be quiet and prepares to move on to the next victim. The teacher asks the class what bacteria caused the Black Death. Tae-gu tries to play it cool, resting his chin on his hand as he claims the teacher is underestimating his intelligence. With a sudden burst of misguided confidence, Tae-gu shouts "COVID" at the top of his lungs. The sheer absurdity of the answer leaves the room in a brief, stunned silence. The history teacher wastes no time whacking Tae-gu on the head with his pointer. The rest of the class erupts into laughter as the teacher berates him for the ridiculous response. Jae-oh can't help but chuckle at the scene, his nerves finally starting to settle. Tae-gu sulks at his desk, rubbing the spot where he was hit. The teacher's gaze then shifts to the back of the room, pointing his finger at Jae-oh. He decides to test the new transfer student to see if he's any better than his loud-mouthed friend. Tae-gu's eyes widen in terror for his friend, thinking that Geo is surely doomed. He knows Jae-oh is physically strong, but he assumes the boy is just as much of a dummy as he is when it comes to academics. To everyone's surprise, Jae-oh raises his hand and answers clearly, "It's Yersinia pestis." He delivers the complex name with a calm, confident smile. The history teacher is visibly taken aback, his eyebrows shooting up in surprise. The other students in the room are equally impressed, murmurs of "Oh tilde" spreading through the rows. A girl in the front row whispers to her friend, laughing as she notes that Jae-oh is nothing like Tae-gu at all. The comparison only adds to Jae-oh's growing popularity. The teacher adjusts his glasses, his interest piqued. He asks Jae-oh if he's been studying ahead, then tosses out a follow-up question about the social hierarchy of India. Before the teacher can even finish the sentence, Jai-O correctly identifies it as the caste system. His lightning-fast response leaves the entire room stunned. The teacher begins a rapid-fire interrogation, firing off questions about the Crusades and Roman history. Jai-O doesn't miss a beat, correctly identifying Jerusalem and Diocletian as the students watch in awe. The barrage continues with the French Revolution, and the spark of World War I. Jai-O nails every single one, his knowledge seemingly limitless as he lists the Sarajevo incident and the motto of liberty. The history teacher pushes up his glasses with a trembling finger, his eyes hidden behind the glare of his lenses. He can only utter a single word: unbelievable. He turns to the rest of the class, declaring that in all his years of teaching, he's never seen a student answer so instantly. He leads the room in a loud round of applause for the new genius. Jai-O scratches the back of his head, blushing from the unexpected praise. His classmates whisper in excitement, convinced that they have a literal genius in their midst. Tagu's entire world seems to crumble as he stares at Jai-O with a horrified, blue-tinted expression. He can't believe he was so wrong about his friend being a dummy. Outside, the sun shines brightly over the impressive campus of Samil High School. The academic mission has gotten off to a much more explosive start than anyone could have predicted. Joe Tagu is losing his mind over Kim Jai-O's sudden history genius. Jai-O just looks confused while he continues packing his bag. Tagu specifically brings up the Sarajevo incident. He's completely baffled by how the new guy knows such obscure details from a textbook. Jai-O calmly corrects the pronunciation, looking at his friend with a blank stare. To him, it's just information he's picked up. He flashes a bright smile while zipping up his school tracksuit. He admits he doesn't actually know what the incident was about, just that he's heard of it. Tagu is left standing there with a face full of question marks. The logic of someone knowing the name, but not the context, is just not computing for him. He follows after Jai-O, demanding to know how he got every answer right on the test if he doesn't know the subject. Jai-O just gives a vague response as they head out. We get a glimpse into Jai-O's past as a skeleton trapped in a padded lab cell. He explains that the scientists let him read textbooks just to have something to do. It's a heartbreaking sight, a little skeleton monster finding solace in study. He tells Tagu that he stayed happy by imagining he'd have things to talk about if he ever made friends. Back in the present, Tagu is dead silent. The grim reality of Jai-O's upbringing is starting to sink in for him. Tears start streaming down Tagu's face as he processes the story. He's completely moved by the lonely life his friend had to endure. He starts bawling his eyes out, feeling terrible for the hardship Jai-O went through. He can't wrap his head around someone memorizing books just to cure terminal boredom. Tagu eventually pulls himself together and tries to act cool, throwing his jacket over his shoulder. He tells Jai-O that PE is next, and he's going to show him what real fun is like. The scene shifts to the school gymnasium, where the entire class has gathered for their period. The PE teacher stands front and center, holding a volleyball. He announces that today's class is a joint dodgeball match between two different sections. The students are immediately fired up, trading competitive trash talk between the teams. Jai-O leans in to whisper to Tagu, asking what dodgeball actually is. Tagu is hit with another reminder of just how much of a normal life Jai-O has missed out on. We get a quick visual breakdown of the game's simple rules. You stay in your zone, throw the ball, and try not to get hit. Jai-O looks a bit nervous about his first real game. Tagu gives him a confident thumbs up and tells him to just trust his lead this time. That confidence lasts about 5 seconds before a ball slams directly into Tagu's face. He goes down hard with a loud shout, completely blindsided. The opposing team starts laughing hysterically at the massive wipeout. Jai-O rushes over to the fallen Tagu to see if he's actually okay. Tagu stands up with blood dripping from his nose, still trying to maintain his tough guy image. He insists the hit was nothing more than a tickle. Jai-O isn't buying it and points out the obvious nosebleed. He's genuinely worried about his friend's condition. Tagu tells him not to worry about the injury and points out the court. Jai-O is now the last person left standing on their team. He wipes the blood away with a serious expression, finally admitting that dodgeball might not be his specialty. Jai-O looks a bit overwhelmed now that every eye in the gym is on him. Tagu pulls him aside to give some final advice before he leaves the court. He warns Jayo to only use half his physical strength so he doesn't accidentally reveal his powers. Jayo remembers the last time he tried to be gentle and ended up nearly killing someone. He nervously agrees to try his best to hold back. Tagu heads for the sidelines while the teacher yells at him to get off the court. Jayo stays behind, repeating the use-only half mantra to himself. He's totally overthinking the instruction, wondering how to measure half of his inhuman power. A giant gorilla silhouette looms over him as a reminder of his raw strength. An opponent winds up for a massive throw, mocking the transfer student for spacing out in the middle of a game. The ball is launched with serious force, trailing motion lines behind it. Jayo watches it close in, panic starting to set in. He still hasn't figured out how to handle the half-power thing. At the very last second, his reflexes take over. He dodges the ball with a sharp movement, letting it whistle past his face. He's still stuck in his own head, desperately trying to calculate the right output level for a high school game. Suddenly, a realization hits him. He wonders if Tagu meant literally splitting his body's power down the middle. The other students are left gawking as Jayo begins dodging every single throw. They're starting to think the new kid is some kind of pro athlete. Jayo locks in with an intense expression, fully focused on the task. He starts dodging using only his upper body, swaying rhythmically. His legs are planted firmly on the ground without moving an inch. It looks completely inhuman. Afterimages trail behind him as he dodges a barrage of balls while standing in the exact same spot. Tagu sees the bizarre spectacle and starts waving his arms frantically. He yells for Jayo to stop, realizing his advice was taken way too literally. Jayo pauses in the middle of his movement, looking confused. He starts to wonder if half meant left and right instead. Right as he stops to think, a ball flies in and catches him square in the face. The opponent isn't holding back, launching a final ball with enough power to end the game then and there. The court goes silent as the ball connects. Kim Jayo is left sprawled out on the gym floor, completely motionless after taking the direct hit. He eventually pushes himself up, his face sporting a fresh nosebleed from the impact. A teammate leans over, asking if the transfer student is actually okay. Instead of being upset, Jayo breaks out into a fit of laughter while wiping the blood from his lip. His classmates breathe a sigh of relief, realizing he's genuinely having a good time. Up in the stands, some of the girls are already becoming fans. They whisper to each other about how the new guy is not only handsome, but surprisingly good at sports. Song Haijai watches from the sidelines, her chin resting on her palms. She has a small, satisfied smile, thinking to herself that Jayo is adjusting to school life quite well. As the sun begins to set over the city, the school day finally comes to an end. Students scatter, talking about upcoming tests and heading off to the local PC cafes. Jayo walks home alongside Joe Tagu and Song Haijai. Tagu casually throws his arms behind his head and asks how his first full day of being a normal student went. Tagu grins, reminding Jayo that keeping his secret is going to be a lot of work. He seems to be enjoying the role of the knowledgeable guide. He points a thumb at himself with total confidence. He tells Jayo that he's the only person in this entire school that the lab boy can truly trust. Jayo just smiles and agrees. He reflects on how drastically different this atmosphere is compared to the cold, sterile walls of the laboratory. A week passes, and Jayo starts settling into the rhythm of school. He watches Tagu dominate on the soccer field, enjoying the fact that no one is here to control his every move. He sees his classmates gathered around a handheld console, yelling and laughing freely. It's a level of social noise he's never experienced before. At the snack bar, he finds he can buy whatever he wants as long as he has a bit of money. He happily munches on a bun while Tagu chatters away next to him. Back on their walk, Jayo admits to his friends that the whole experience still feels a little awkward to him. He's still learning the unwritten rules of being a teenager. Song Haijai looks back at him with a cheerful expression. She tells him that regardless of the awkwardness, she had a great time today. Tagu stops in his tracks, looking surprised by Jayo's sudden sincerity. Jayo confesses that he never would have known life could be like this if he hadn't met the two of them. He offers them a bright, genuine "thank you" with his backpack slung over his shoulders. It's a rare moment of pure gratitude from someone who has lost so much. Tagu tries to hide his embarrassment, telling Jayo not to get all sappy on them. He grumbles that he still has a lot to teach the kid about surviving high school. The scene shifts to a secluded warehouse on the edge of the city. It's dark, quiet, and away from the prying eyes of the public. A group of thugs in dark suits walks through the building, their footsteps echoing. One of them asks if there's been any word from the lab regarding their activities. The leader looks satisfied, noting that the higher-ups haven't realized they've been skimming goods yet. He just needs a few more days of keeping a low profile before they're in the clear. He suddenly stops and narrows his eyes, sensing something is wrong. They spot a man sitting alone in the shadows, casually eating a cup of instant ramen. This is Kang Do-young, and he looks like he doesn't have a care in the world. Kang Do-young slurps his noodles loudly, his face hidden behind a pair of dark sunglasses. He tells the thugs they're early and asks them to wait since he hasn't finished his meal yet. The boss isn't in a waiting mood and dismisses him as just another bum. He orders one of his men to kick the guy out of their hideout immediately. The subordinate lunges forward, but Do-young is faster. He blocks the man's arm while yelling about his spilled soup. The boss is furious, calling Do-young a crazy bastard for prioritizing ramen over his own safety. He threatens to crack his head open if he doesn't leave now. Do-young remained in a crouch, ignoring the threats as he peered at the men through his sunglasses. He held a sausage skewer, appearing to check if these were the faces he was looking for. He adjusts his glasses, complaining that the tint makes it too hard to see clearly. He's much more concerned about his vision than the group of armed men surrounding him. He finally lifts his sunglasses and gives them a chilling grin. "That's better," he mutters, his demeanor shifting from eccentric to dangerous. His glasses are shattered in a flash as a massive impact ripples through the air. The thugs are caught off guard by the sudden burst of energy. One of the thugs tries to attack, but Do-young stares him down with terrifying intensity. He warns the man to get lost while he's still feeling nice enough not to kill them. The thug froze in terror, his eyes widening as he watched his own arm being crushed. Something impossible was happening to the man's skin right before their very eyes. Do-young's face begins to crack and harden, taking on the texture of ancient stone. He tells the panicking men to stop being bobbies and face their fate. He stands tall, his body beginning to transform into a living weapon. The thugs realize they aren't dealing with a normal human anymore. He asks them exactly how much cash they managed to steal from the lab. He's here for the money, and he doesn't plan on leaving empty-handed. Within his chest beats the heart of rock. It's a mass of cracked stone and glowing red energy, pulsing with destructive power. Kang Do-young raises a hand made entirely of solid, gray rock. He casually tells the thugs that he'll be taking their stolen cash as a settlement for their trouble. A week passes and we're back on the school field. The students are in the middle of a soccer match and the atmosphere is light and energetic. Kim Jae-oh runs alongside his classmates, looking more like a regular student with every passing day. He's finally starting to feel like he belongs in this ordinary world. He sits in class, reflecting on the mission Song Hae-in gave him when he first arrived. The goal was simple: act like a normal person and adapt to a normal life. Kim Jae-oh sits at his desk, surrounded by the lively chatter of his classmates. He reflects on his initial fear of being discovered, realizing he was so focused on hiding his identity that he couldn't enjoy the simple moments of school life. He looks back at his awkward attempts to blend in, from his rigid posture to his confused expressions during sports. He wondered if his behavior seemed strange to the others, but his concerns were overshadowed by a new sense of belonging. Jae-oh sits at a convenience store table with Jo Tagu, heartily eating a steamed bun while a girl watches them. As he spends his days studying, eating, and living alongside kids his age, he begins to understand that school is far more enjoyable than he ever could have imagined. On the soccer field, Jae-oh runs with a wide, genuine smile, his tie fluttering behind him as he celebrates a play. The high-rise apartments in the background frame the vibrant energy of his new life, far removed from the sterile laboratory of his past. Jo Tagu sprints across the grass, shouting for Jae-oh to take a shot at the goal. The soccer ball flies through the air with a powerful thump, signaling the start of an intense moment in the game. Jae-oh looks up at the approaching ball, his expression focused and determined. He marvels at the simple joy of being able to run and play again, a freedom he once thought was lost forever. With a sharp grunt, Jae-oh takes the ball directly to his chest, his eyes narrowed in concentration. He expertly controls the impact, ready to transition into his next move. His legs moved like a blur of afterimages as he dribbled across the field. He executed a turn to gain momentum for a finish that was straight out of a textbook. But funnily enough, while the form was perfect, the shot was a total whiff. Jae-oh lost his balance and fell flat on his back with a loud thud. With his legs flailing in the air and the ball rolling harmlessly away, he just lay there, looking completely dazed by his own clumsiness. His classmates break into fits of laughter at the sight of the self-proclaimed, certified clown. They jokingly debate whether Jae-oh is actually good at sports or just incredibly lucky. Jae-oh sits on the grass, laughing along with his friends as a bright flush spreads across his face. He scratches the back of his head, wondering if he finally looks like a normal person to the world around him. Song Hae-jae waves cheerfully, announcing that the classroom cleaning is finally done. The trio walks through the school gates, leaving the building behind as the afternoon sun begins to set. Jae-oh reflects on how happy he is, barely remembering the days he spent on the run. On the way home, Kim Jae-oh stops to admire a chicken skewer, mesmerized by the savory smell and the glistening oil on the meat. He looks like he's discovered a holy relic rather than street food. Jo Taegu and Song Hae-jae watch him with amused expressions as he continues to stare at his food. Taegu notes that Jae-oh does this every time they buy him something. Taegu leans in with a mischievous grin, teasing Jae-oh that he'll eat the skewer himself if Jae-oh just keeps staring at it. Jae-oh flinches, holding the snack closer to his chest. Jae-oh insists he's going to share it with Twijum later, but Hae-jae quickly warns him that seasoned food isn't good for dogs. Their light-hearted walk is interrupted by a pained groan echoing from a nearby flower bed. They find a man in a navy tracksuit lying face down on the concrete, groaning about extreme hunger. This is Kang Do-young, and he looks like he's at his limit. A flashback reveals that Do-young was fighting a large group of thugs earlier that night, and the battle has left him completely drained. Back in the present, he desperately scans his surroundings for anything that could provide energy. His eyes land on a nearby flower bed filled with white daisies. He reaches out a trembling hand toward the dirt, thinking he can at least absorb some minerals through his heart to keep himself going. Before he can touch the soil, Jae-oh suddenly grabs his arm, stopping him mid-reach. Do-young looks up, startled by the sudden intervention of a high school student. Jae-oh warns him with a dead serious expression that eating dirt will only make his stomach hurt. He points toward the greenery, suggesting that the dandelion leaves and clovers are actually edible if he's that desperate for a snack. From a distance, Hae-jae and Taegu watch in bewilderment as Jae-oh gives survival tips to someone they assume is a homeless man. Do-young waves his hands frantically, trying to clear up the misunderstanding and explain that he isn't actually a vagrant. The trio stares at him in silence, clearly not convinced by his denial. Suddenly, Do-young's nose twitches as he catches a powerful scent in the air. He points a trembling finger at the chicken skewer in Jae-oh's hand, asking if he can have it. Jae-oh looks down at his precious snack, realizing he hasn't even taken a single bite of it yet. Looking at the man's desperate expression, Jae-oh sees a reflection of his own past self when he was starving and alone. Remembering how Hae-jae once helped him, Jae-oh decides to pay it forward and offers the skewer to the man. Do-young doesn't hesitate for a second, opening his mouth wide and snatching the skewer. He devours the entire thing in a single aggressive gulp, leaving Jae-oh and the others staring in pure shock. A loud, satisfied burp escapes him as he pulls the clean wooden stick from his mouth. He sprawls out on the ground, feeling the energy from the calories revitalizing his body instantly. Do-young thanks them profusely, praising the perfect blend of chicken and seasoning. While the man celebrates his meal, Jae-oh stares mournfully at the empty stick, lamenting that he didn't get even one bite. Hae-jae tries to comfort him, promising to buy another one. Do-young sits up with a smirk, digging into his black duffel bag and promising to pay them back for the favor. He unzips the bag to reveal stacks upon stacks of 50,000 won bills, leaving the students completely speechless. He pulls out a thick wad of cash, offering it to them as a token of gratitude. Tagu and Haijai are frozen in disbelief, realizing this man definitely isn't the homeless person they thought he was. Jai-O and Tagu stare at the money, unsure if it's really okay to accept such a huge reward for a simple skewer. Suddenly, a blur of motion cuts through the air as a hand reaches in and snatches the cash. Two thieves on a motorcycle zoom past, successfully grabbing the entire bag of money from Do-young's hand. The pickpockets speed away through the crowd as bystanders yell for someone to catch them. Haijai quickly pulls out her phone, intending to report the theft to the police immediately. When she looks up a second later, she's shocked to find that the guys have already vanished from the spot. Jai-O and Do-young are already in a full sprint after the motorcycle, with Tagu trailing closely behind them. The thieves look back and laugh, mockingly asking if the morons really think they can catch a motorcycle on foot. Kim Jai-O tells Joe Tagu to stay back, insisting he'll handle the chase alone. Tagu is left stunned, realizing that Jai-O needs privacy to use his true powers without being seen by the public. With that thought, Tagu immediately grabbed Do-young's shirt to slow him down, pretending to be exhausted and losing his balance. Hilariously, Tagu's tug ended up ripping the seat of Do-young's pants right at the butt. Do-young lost his patience and snapped at Tagu, who just chuckled and apologized for his clumsiness. Jai-O sprints down the street, his mind focused on getting the stolen bag back while no one is watching. Inside his chest, the resurrection heart pulses with an intense red glow, fueling his inhuman speed. He pushes off the pavement with explosive force, his feet barely touching the ground. Jai-O becomes a blur of motion, leaving afterimages in his wake as he closes the gap with the motorcycle. One of the thieves glances back through his visor, his eyes widening in pure disbelief. He can't wrap his head around how a student on foot is actually gaining on their speeding bike. The driver looks over his shoulder, sweating as he sees Jai-O looming closer like a shadow. Jai-O's silhouette darkens and his eyes glow a menacing red as he reaches out for the bike. The thieves panic, screaming at each other to go faster and shake him off. The motorcycle swerves sharply around a corner, its tires skidding across the asphalt. Jai-O matches their maneuver perfectly, his shoes scraping the ground as he maintains his relentless pursuit. The thieves are absolutely baffled by the kid's impossible physical strength and stamina. The driver grits his teeth, looking completely terrified as he realizes their top speed isn't enough to lose him. They realize the distance isn't widening at all. This kid is definitely not a normal human. It finally dawns on them that they're being hunted by a variant. Spotting a construction site ahead, the thieves come up with a desperate plan to stop their pursuer. One of them grabs a metal pole and strikes the support of a scaffolding, shouting for Jai-O to get lost. A massive stack of heavy cinder blocks is dislodged, beginning to tumble toward the street below. Jai-O looks up just as the mountain of concrete blocks rains down on top of him. He grits his teeth in a split second of determination before the impact. The blocks crash down with a thunderous impact, completely burying Jai-O in a cloud of dust and debris. The thieves laugh mockingly and wave goodbye, throwing up a middle finger as they speed away. A massive pile of rubble is all that remains at the site, with no sign of Jai-O. From beneath the heavy concrete, a pained groan escapes as Jai-O slowly starts to push himself out. He clutches his head, his vision swimming from the blow, but his primary concern is still catching up to the thieves. Pedestrians stop in their tracks, staring in horror at the student emerging from the wreckage of a fatal accident. A crowd quickly gathers, with everyone whispering in shock and wondering if the badly injured boy needs a hospital. The scene shifts to the outskirts of the city as the sun sets in a brilliant orange sky. The thieves pull their motorcycle into an abandoned warehouse area, leaving a trail of dust behind them. They check their mirrors and relax, confident that they've finally lost their pursuer. The pair gloats about their sweet profit as they cruise toward their hideout. Suddenly, the driver's eyes widen as a familiar figure steps into their path. It's Kang Do-young, and he doesn't look happy. Do-young delivers a massive punch that stops the motorcycle dead in its tracks. The sudden stop sends a shockwave through the bike, catching the thieves completely off guard. The motorcycle flips and crashes, sending both men tumbling violently across the concrete floor. They slam into the ground and groan in pain, their helmets skittering away. Do-young walks toward them with a cold, deliberate pace, asking why they were running so desperately. He lowers his sunglasses, revealing a face that is starting to crack and transform into gray, jagged stone. He warns them that running is useless, because he can sense their every move as long as they're touching the ground. The thieves realize they've run straight into another monster. Kang Do-young confronts the thieves, his face half transformed into jagged stone. He states that the money isn't for them. He extends an open hand toward the group, demanding they hand it over. One of the thieves remains on his knees, his face lowered toward the concrete. The tattooed thief points at Do-young, questioning if having a heart variant makes his body as hard as iron plates. Several more motorcycle-riding thieves arrive, their headlights illuminating the dark warehouse. They encircle Do-young, the sound of their engines filling the room. The tattooed man stands in the center of the group, announcing that this warehouse is their territory. He moves closer to Do-young, stating that they intend to sell him off as well. Do-young looks up, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he asks, "Oh, really?" He drops into a low crouch and places one palm against the ground, nodding that they are short on numbers. A visualization reveals a stone-like heart deep within his chest, pulsating with a red internal glow. Do-young slams his hand down, causing a visible shockwave to spread across the concrete floor. A thief on a bike shouts for the others to ram into him before he can activate his powers. One motorcycle accelerates directly toward the crouching man, weaving between piles of dirt. The entire floor begins to crack and heave, making the ground beneath the motorcycles unstable. The thieves look down at the floor as massive shards of rock start to burst upward from the asphalt. Do-young remains in his crouch, declaring that he will bury their entire hideout. Enormous pillars of stone erupt from the floor with explosive force, shattering the building's support structures. Transitioning to a corporate office, a man in a black suit bows while handing a folder across a desk. He addresses the unknown corporate official, a slim woman with a short black bob and a pinstriped blazer, stating he has the tracking data she requested. The official reviews the document, which lists a target named Kang Dong-wook, associated with a construction company. She looks at a photo of Kang Do-young in the file, nodding that he appears to be quite young. The woman leans back in her chair, her eyes narrowing as she decides she should contact Kim Jae-oh. She asks her subordinate if the man in the file is related to the person Jae-oh is searching for. The subordinate stands with his hands clasped, stating that it is difficult to say. He suggests that while he could be the friend Jae-oh is looking for, there is no certainty yet. A wide, sharp smile spreads across the unknown, corporate official's face. She taps the photo on the desk, stating that her intuition tells her he is exactly the person they need. Kim Jae-oh slams his hands onto the desk, his eyes wide as he shouts at the woman across from him. He can't believe they actually tracked down one of his friends from the lab. Hye-in keeps her cool, gesturing for him to settle down. She leans back in her chair, reminding him that nothing is set in stone just yet. She changes the subject for a moment, checking her phone while commenting on how well the school uniform fits him. She casually asks how he's adjusting to his new life as a student. Jae-oh forces a laugh and scratches the back of his head, admitting that school has actually been pretty fun. Still, being around other kids just makes him miss his old companions even more. He leans forward, his expression turning serious again as he brings the conversation back to the mission. He needs to know exactly what she meant when she said they might have found one of them. Hye-in slides a thick folder across the desk, revealing a stack of investigative reports. She explains that they've been tracking someone who is roughly around Jae-oh's age. She pulls out a specific photograph and hands it over for him to inspect. It shows a man sitting in what looks like an interrogation room or a cell. Jae-oh grips the photo with both hands, staring intensely at the face staring back at him. He recognizes those features immediately, though the context is all wrong. He jumps up, pointing at the image while practically vibrating with excitement. That's the same guy he ran into just the other day, the one living on the streets. He starts rambling about how the guy ate his entire chicken skewer and was even seen trying to eat dirt before that. Hye-in looks at him like he's lost his mind, completely bewildered by such bizarre details. She tucks a strand of hair behind her ear and gives him a name, Kang Dong-yuke. She watches his reaction closely to see if the name rings any bells from his time in the lab. Jae-oh looks at the papers again but shakes his head, saying the name doesn't sound familiar at all. He mentions that his vision was blurry back then because his body hadn't fully regenerated, but he'd know the guy if he saw him in person. He flips through more documents, looking at a clearer profile of the man. Both the name and this clean-cut face are totally foreign to his memories of the lab. Suddenly, his eyes bug out, and he starts sweating as he looks at the next set of images. Something in the file has completely flipped his world upside down. He stares at a photo taken during a warehouse brawl, his hands trembling as he holds the evidence close. It's a shot of the man from behind, but it's what he's doing that catches Jae-oh's eye. The image shows a close-up of the man's arm, where the skin is cracking and turning into heavy gray stone. It's a very specific, unmistakable ability. A flashback hits him of a young boy in a hospital gown, sitting quietly in a sterile room. Jae-oh realizes that the man in the photo isn't Kang Dong-yuke, it's his old friend from the lab, Kang Do-hyung. He shouts the name out loud, looking at his handler for confirmation. He's absolutely certain that with an ability like that, it has to be the person he remembers. Hye-in nods, confirming that the man's power is indeed called the Heart of Stone. She watches Jae-oh's intense reaction with a calculating gaze. Jae-oh leans in close, his face shadowed as he demands to know the man's current location. He isn't going to let this lead go now that he's finally found a piece of his past. Hye-in explains the grim reality. Kang Do-hyung is now the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar construction firm. It turns out he's been working for the very lab that used them as test subjects, just like Lee Ki-won. She admits that while some of the evidence is circumstantial, she's convinced of the connection. Because of his ties to the lab, Do-hyung has landed himself at the top of their investigation list. Jae-oh stares off into space, the weight of the betrayal sinking in. Knowing that another one of his brothers is helping the enemy makes his jaw tighten. Hye-in sees her opening and tells Jae-oh there's a specific mission she needs his help with. She wants him to get close to the target. She rests her chin on her hand, a small, knowing smirk playing on her lips. She asks him flat out if he's willing to take the job. The camera zooms in on her mouth as she grins wider. She knows exactly which buttons to push to get Jae-oh to cooperate. Jae-oh slams his hand onto the desk, leaning over the papers with a determined look in his eyes. There isn't even a second of hesitation as he accepts the mission. The scene shifts to an overview of a massive, bustling construction site filled with cranes and excavators. This is Hodden Construction, the company run by the man he's hunting. A laborer hauls several heavy bags of cement on his shoulders, his face hidden by a hard hat. The handler's voice explains that Jae-oh will be going in undercover to the site where Do-hyung works. Another worker uses a heavy-duty mixer to prep materials in a dusty corner of the yard. This is where Jae-oh is supposed to cross paths with the CEO. Jae-oh stands in the middle of the industrial chaos, dressed in dark work clothes and a white safety helmet. His goal is to find out exactly what kind of business the company is running with the lab. He looks down, his face partially obscured, as he listens to a final warning. His handler reminds him that the friends he once knew might not be the same people anymore. An image of a man in a hoodie holding a metal pipe flashes in his mind, looking cold and dangerous. She warns him that Do-hyung is much more deeply involved with the lab than their previous targets. Jae-oh walks toward the construction buildings, a heavy wooden frame strapped to his back. He has to be extremely cautious and suspicious of every move his former friend makes. He stops for a moment, looking over his shoulder as the dust swirls around him. The plan is to use Do-hyung to drag the lab's puppet masters out into the light. A close-up of Jae-oh's eye shows his intense focus behind his messy bangs. He's ready to expose the people who have been hiding in the shadows and using his friends for their own ends. Jo Tagu grunts and strains, his face turning bright red under his hard hat as he struggles with a heavy load. He looks like he's about to collapse after only a few minutes of work. He stumbles along behind Jae-oh, sweating buckets and complaining about the intense labor. He admits he didn't think the mission would involve this much actual hard labor. Jae-oh stops and looks back at his friend, noticing how exhausted he is. He tells Taegu that he really appreciates the help, but he doesn't need to go this far to support him. Taegu immediately snaps back, giving a shaky thumbs up despite the sweat dripping down his face. He tells Jae-oh not to worry and claims this kind of work is actually nothing for a guy like him. He starts imagining the two of them as high-stakes secret agents in suits and sunglasses, complete with guns and stylish hats. To him, this isn't just manual labor, it's a full-on spy mission. Jae-oh just smiles at his friend's enthusiasm, looking a lot more relaxed in his gear. He thanks Taegu for having his back as they head deeper into the construction site. Taegu leans in, whispering to Jae-oh about when they're actually going to see his friend. He's clearly getting anxious being out in the open like this. Jae-oh admits he doesn't actually know where Do-Hyung is yet. Taegu nearly bites his tongue off, screaming about how crazy it is to just wander around a massive construction site with no plan. Jae-oh adjusts his hard hat, wondering if it's really that big of a deal. Taegu points out the obvious. The place is crawling with people, and since his friend is the CEO, they might never even catch a glimpse of him from down here at the bottom. Taegu gestures toward a group of veteran workers, suggesting they start by asking the old guys for info. Jae-oh is skeptical, doubting they'll get any straight answers out of them. Taegu acts like he's got it all figured out, claiming he's a pro at sucking up to people to get what he wants. He's ready to turn on the charm to climb the ladder. Suddenly, a massive, gruff worker towers over them, crushing a juice box in his fist. He barks at them, wanting to know what two punks are doing stinking up his job site instead of working. The older crew looks down from their resting spot, telling the brats that the adults are busy. They tell them to stop asking questions and use their heads to figure things out for once. They continue their rant, complaining about how kids these days start whining the second things don't go their way. They're convinced the younger generation is just a bunch of noisemakers. The veterans mutter about the country going to hell because the youth have rotten brains. They're clearly not in the mood for any rookie mistakes. The foreman points right in Jae-oh's face, calling him a pretty boy gigolo. He warns them that if they trip and hurt the other workers, they'll be the ones taking responsibility. He points to a mountain of cement bags and gives them an ultimatum: move all of it within an hour. If they can't do it, he tells them to just beat it and go home. Jae-oh and Taegu are left standing there as the foreman shouts at them to get moving. Taegu is paralyzed, while Jae-oh just prepares for the task. The older workers walk away, leaving them to the grueling labor. Jae-oh realizes they aren't even going to get a chance to ask about the CEO unless they finish this. Taegu looks at the pile in pure despair, wondering how they're supposed to shift all that weight in just 60 minutes. It seems like an impossible task for any normal person. Jae-oh looks at the cement, recalling how they already got yelled at earlier for running with too much weight. He knows he has to find a way to do this without drawing too much suspicion. Without saying a word, Jae-oh stacks 8 massive bags of cement on his shoulders. He balances the 160-kilogram load and tells Taegu that they'll just have to carry more and walk. Tagu's jaw drops as he screams at Jae-oh, pointing out that 8 bags is way beyond what any human should be able to lift. He's terrified that his friend is about to blow his cover or his spine. Jae-oh just gives a determined look, deciding he'll move the pile his own way. He starts walking, the weight seemingly meaning nothing to him. The veteran workers turn around, hearing the commotion behind them. They can't believe what they're seeing. Jae-oh takes off, moving at an incredible pace even with the mountain of cement on his back. The foreman yells at him for running again, concerned about safety. Jae-oh shouts back that he isn't running, he's just speed walking. His legs are a total blur as he zips across the construction yard. Taegu struggles to keep up, huffing and puffing as he chases after his friend. The display of raw power is leaving everyone in the dust. The other laborers stand frozen, staring at the trail Jae-oh is leaving behind. They're baffled by the kind of freakish strength this kid is hiding. In record time, the entire wall of cement bags has been moved to the designated spot. Jae-o and Taegu stand by the stack, the task already complete. Taegu wipes his brow, proud of the fact that they moved everything within the hour. He asks the workers what their next job is, eager to keep the momentum going. The veteran worker looks completely shell-shocked, his hand shaking as he tries to wrap his head around the brute force he just witnessed. He admits the kid has a lot of extra energy to spare. He points out that there's still more cement on the other side, though he's clearly unsure how they're going to handle it. Jae-o is already turning to head back. Jae-o zooms past again, shouting for everyone to move as he hauls another load. He's moving so fast he's basically a human blur in the middle of the site. The other workers can only stare in disbelief as the pretty boy continues to outperform the entire crew. They've never seen anything like it on a construction site. Soon enough, the other pile is finished too. Taegu is collapsed on the ground, gasping for air, while Jae-o stands tall, looking completely refreshed. Jae-o asks what else they can help with, his eyes bright and full of energy. The older workers are speechless, wondering how these brats have so much energy left to spare. The foreman and his buddy exchange a look, completely unable to believe what they're seeing. They realize they've totally underestimated these two. The crew puts them to work mixing cement next. Jae-o and Taegu dive right in, pouring the heavy bags into a large tub as the dust swirls around them. Taegu hauls over a toolkit with a big grin, finally feeling like he's pulling his weight. He's starting to enjoy the undercover life more than he expected. Jae-o carries several massive wooden beams on his shoulder, walking past a worker who is so shocked he nearly drops his hammer. The sheer weight of the timber seems like nothing to him. The veteran workers start whispering to each other, admitting that these kids are actually pretty tough and diligent. They're surprised by how fast the brats are moving. They decide that if all youngsters were like them, they'd welcome them with open arms. Up above, the crew is busy working on the high-voltage electrical lines. Suddenly, a massive reel of cable starts unspooling uncontrollably. The workers up top lose their grip on the heavy line. A live wire snaps and whips down from the upper level, crackling with blue electrical energy. Someone screams for everyone to look out as it falls through the air. The electrified line heads straight for a worker named Mr. Song. He looks up in absolute terror, frozen in place as the heavy black cable drops toward him. Jae-o doesn't hesitate for a second. He leaps forward and grabs the live wire with both hands. A massive surge of blue electricity arcs through his body, lighting up the dusty yard in a blinding flash. The other workers watch in horror as Jae-o absorbs the high-voltage shock. He grunts in pain, his body taking the full force of the current to keep it from hitting Mr. Song. Mr. Song reaches out in a blind panic, his face contorted in terror as the snapped cable drops toward him. He's frozen, unable to do anything but watch the impending disaster. A massive surge of electricity rips through Kim Jae-o's body as he grabs the wire, the voltage so intense that his skeleton becomes visible through his skin in a blinding flash of blue energy. The discharge crackles and hums with a deafening roar. A nearby worker lunges for the control panel, his hand slamming the high-voltage emergency lever down with a sharp metallic clack. The power is cut instantly, stopping the deadly flow of current. Jae-o collapses to the ground as the energy dissipates, smoke curling off his blackened shirt. Taegu and the other workers rush toward him, their faces filled with dread as they shout his name. Laborers from across the site scramble over, their boots kicking up dust as they converge on the fallen boy. They're all shouting at once, desperate to know if he's still breathing after taking such a massive hit. To everyone's shock, Jae-o looks up and starts laughing, wiping soot from his chin. He gives them a wide grin and insists that he didn't actually get shocked, claiming it was just a close call. Internally, Jae-o is relieved that his body didn't sustain any major burns, noting that the current wasn't as strong as he'd feared. He realizes he narrowly avoided exposing his identity as a heart mutant to the whole yard. The veteran workers stand over him, laughing with a mix of relief and genuine admiration. They're amazed that he not only had the strength to move all that cement, but also has reflexes fast enough to catch a live wire. They gather around, wondering aloud how such a little guy could possibly be so powerful. One of them jokes that he looks like he could wrestle a cow into the ground without breaking a sweat. Jae-oh sits cross-legged on the dirt, sheepishly scratching his head as the men continue to praise his wildcat speed. He maintains his humble act, laughing along with their jokes. He reflects on how dangerous the sight truly is, even for someone with his abilities. He's just glad he managed to pass through the incident without raising any serious suspicion. Jae-oh watches the gruff foreman nearby, noticing how on edge the man seems despite his tough exterior. He realizes that these veteran laborers are actually good guys who look out for their own. Taegu leans in, whispering to Jae-oh that since the old guys have accepted them, it's the perfect time to start digging for info. He's ready to move on to the next phase of their undercover mission. Jae-oh warns him to be careful. If they ask too directly, it might tip off the lab's collaborators. He suggests they try a more roundabout approach to avoid getting noticed. Taegu steps up with a bright smile, asking the workers if there's a place on the site where people around their age tend to gather. He's trying to sound casual, but his nerves are showing. The foreman's face darkens, his expression turning to one of pure annoyance. He gestures to his crew, claiming that they are the ones around Tagu's age, meaning men in their early 40s. The older men burst out laughing, thinking Taegu is making a joke at their expense. They assume the boy is at least in his early 30s, find his question about young people hilarious. Jae-oh immediately clamps his hand over Tagu's mouth when his friend tries to scream that he's only 17. He laughs along with the veterans to keep the conversation going smoothly. One of the workers mentions that Hodden Construction is the firm that employs all the young folks. He's clearly unimpressed by them, despite their energy. Jae-oh ignores Tagu's muffled protests and asks where exactly they can find the Hodden crew. He's focused on the mission now that they have a solid lead. The worker warns them that Hodden is on a completely different level. They make a lot of money, but the work is brutal and the crew is full of dangerous-looking characters. A red-tinted silhouette shows the imposing figures associated with the company. Taegu and Jae-oh listen intently, with Jae-oh begging for the specific location. The worker points toward a different section of the yard. The older man points a finger toward a clearing, telling them to speak of the devil as a vehicle approaches. Something big is about to happen. A sleek white van rolls up to the area, its tires crunching on the gravel. It stands out significantly from the muddy trucks and heavy machinery nearby. A foot in a pristine designer sneaker, complete with high-end green and red stripes, steps out of the van onto the dusty construction ground. It's an incredibly out-of-place sight for a manual labor site. Taegu and Jae-oh stare in disbelief, their eyes wide as they take in the newcomer's expensive attire. They can't understand why a construction worker would be dressed like a luxury model. A whole squad of young men descends from the van, every single one of them draped in designer labels. They walk with an air of immense wealth and arrogance, completely ignoring the grime around them. Taegu is baffled by the display, pointing out the Gucci, Louis Vuitton, and Burberry logos covering the workers from head to toe. He wonders aloud just how much money these people are actually making. Taegu lets out a shout of pure shock as the luxury-clad crew parades past them. Even Jae-oh is taken aback by the sheer absurdity of the scene. The leader of the group steps forward, his heavy boots making a distinct sound on the concrete. He moves with a deliberate, confident stride toward Jae-oh. The man steps out of the light, revealing a tall frame and hair pulled back in a sharp bun. He leans against the van's frame, looking down at the rookies with an intense, unreadable gaze. He pulls his sunglasses down, revealing sharp, calculating eyes as he looks directly at Jae-oh. He seems to be searching for something in the boy's face. The man points at Jae-oh, a smug grin spreading across his face. He asks if he's the same chicken skewer kid he ran into recently, his voice dripping with condescension. He leans in closer, his expression hardening as he demands to know if he's right. The tension in the air is palpable as the two lock eyes. The man pulls his sunglasses up, his eyes narrow and dangerous as he repeats that they've definitely met before. He's clearly trying to intimidate Jae-oh. A flashback shows the two of them years ago in a clinical setting, both wearing identical hospital gowns and holding snacks. They were both subjects in the same horrific experiments. Jayo doesn't back down, his gaze just as intense as he addresses the man by his name, Kang Do-hyung. He knows exactly who he's dealing with. With a cold smile, Jayo confirms that they have indeed met, noting that it has been over 10 years since they were last together. The two former brothers are finally reunited.